Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought it, still fighting today. Made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you. Turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the glow for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the cadence, study how we move. Rapper world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Hannah McCann spitting bars. To the flame, that ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. Benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name. Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. Why you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath? Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits and just fly on. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy sky was discussing, it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground, y'all just tenants on a leash.
Oh, get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your digits, I can just fly on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your digits, I can just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. This cell is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
for y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds. They thought we forgot, but we know the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, know the skies. The spirit's woke, we realize. All we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our right. We happy. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our pain to power, our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never matter. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. East came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
You know, it don't matter what situation the folks are in, they would not.
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that?
Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copies, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Telling my culture for all these years. Look out, time flies. All these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice. Love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face. Like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from. Way they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought. That's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Krumah, and we're joined with our our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori.
Greetings.
Our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori. Greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City. We just finished doing Shabaka's Black Experience in Hands. Make sure y'all check that out when you get a chance. And on this season 6, episode 30, or Trey-O, part 3, continuation, part 1 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is these dumb Negroes. These dumb Negroes. It's really bad, Shabaka. When can we get a cure for cooning, Shabaka? It's just ridiculous.
I mean, man, now that, sir, is a very, very unique disease within itself.
So the first topic is being a smart, dumb Negro. And Professor Black Truth gonna give us an update on that. Then we got our brother DSB. He gonna give us an update on some white on white Nabisco crime, sunburn style.
Great news.
Then we got Texas GOP grateful for Karmelo Anthony's conviction. I bet they are. But the Democrats are silent about the injustice. They ain't said a peep. Minus that Jasmine Crockett saying after the fact. A bunch of Johnny and Jane come latelys. Was Justice Serb Laura Coates, the one that you say her fine ass. She breaks down the Karmelo Anthony verdict.
Okay. She is a lawyer.
On Stephen A. Coon Smith's platform. Then we got Tariq Nasheed debunk several self-defense lies. Are black entitled to self-defense? Tariq chimes in. How FBA crashed entire Asian markets with Blaccout campaign.
Okay. Great news.
More Black Americans are joining the boycott after the Ricc Chow verdict.
Okay.
This viral Asian marching band just exposed a major contradiction.
Okay.
And of course, we got a Lego video for y'all. Just in Trump's birthday, which was yesterday, or now the day before yesterday. Soon to be the day before yesterday. It's still yesterday because it's not yet. So we're gonna his birthday collapsed on itself. Then we got U.S. blockade versus Cuba. The real cost of the fuel shortage. African attempts to clown Black Americans for not knowing her tribe or tribes. The foundational Black American accent is really a slowed down Nigerian accent. No. Then we got our unhoused neighbor. Well, some tethers have the audacity to say that, Shabaki. So we're gonna go. Then we got last but certainly not least our unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, and our local Denver / Aurora news. Yes, yep. Shout out to the B1 Rolodex. Salute, Big Chief. Welcome to the Frontline Black News. Got the BX in the building, Brooklyn. Not B.
Okay. I always wondered what the BNX meant, man. I didn't know it was Brooklyn.
No, it's Bronx. We got the Bronx.
Yeah, the Bronx. Okay. Yeah, I've never been to New York City. I won't be making it. Everybody's telling me I need to see it, but at my age, man, dude, I'll be lucky to make it across the street.
Yeah, I've been several times, especially when I was a kid, because I have several family members that are still in New York.
Oh, okay.
And then we got what are we based out of? We're based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We give the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are a part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are a part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first, which we started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Hey, Claire, certified salute to you. I'm getting some of the FBA family in the chat. That's what's up. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Remember, family, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Please make sure y'all join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel, which is streaming on right now. Make sure y'all sub to that, just in case they try to take Frontline Black News 1 down again. Then we got my personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chan Kruma, which the Puke Tube had the audacity to strike. So instead of streaming on there, we're streaming on our other platforms. Then we got Lady Chase Seduction Doll channel. Oh, and make sure y'all sub to my personal page, even though it's struck. It's just struck for a week. So I'll be back on that page in less than a week. And that's where we stream all the city council meetings and the local Denver events in Denver and Aurora. Black events, like we got Juneteenth coming up. Best believe we're going to be down there for Juneteenth. Okay. We'll be filming that on Frontline Black News since they struck my Jesse Parrish, aka Chan Kruma, but nonetheless, it's going to get streamed. And then make sure y'all sub to Lady Chase Seduction Doll channel. That's our backup channel. Make sure y'all check that out. Let's help get her to 50 subscribers so she can start going live on that channel. Then we got her main channel, the RBA. Let's help get her to 100 subscribers on the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all check that out. She usually covers topics that we don't get to normally on the Frontline Black News and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. She usually takes a real deep dive into topics that we normally don't cover over here. So make sure y'all check her out. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel. Make sure y'all sub to Jeanette 1 so Shabaka can start going live again on YouTube. All these links are in the description. Then we got our cousin or our Lokester out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to his channel. What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. Then we got our brother Kukizi out the Mile High, Income City by way of the Bell side, Montbello. Make sure y'all check him out. He came up with the FBA culture reports. He get major love in the New Black Media. So salute to our brother Kukizi.
And I see we got Los Angeles in the house. Okay.
Yeah, we got LA in the building. I don't know. Yeah, we got Claire. Claire's in LA. Yep. So, okay. And then we got our brother Breeze, my brother from another mother. Make sure y'all check out
Breeze.
Make sure y'all check out Breeze Omega. Oh, that's Sister Bianca. Sister Bianca's in the chat, Shabaka.
Sister Bianca's in the chat. How come she didn't come on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced?
She was watching a movie with my niece.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Hey, John Carpenter, appreciate you tapping in.
Okay, but he says it's DSB. This is his other account. Okay.
Okay, DSB. I'm gonna play your clip on the white on white crime, so you just in time.
Need more of it. Need more of white on white crime.
You got DSB in the building under his other account. Salute DSB. Then we got so make sure y'all check out Breeze Omega. He's our brother that's in Virginia by way of Hempstead, Long Island. He just surpassed 1,000 subscribers, so salute to Breeze. He was live earlier Unfortunately, I wasn't able to tap in. Then we got our brother Church of Black Power, who's now in Houston, Texas, but he's originally from Watts, California, Jordan Downs to be exact, and he's now in Texas. And we pray that he stays above, keeps his head above water, because they got flooding going on down there, and there's a possible tropical storm forming right now as we speak.
Wait a minute, tropical storm in Los Angeles?
Texas, Shabaki.
Oh, Texas. Okay.
Houston, Texas. Then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded. Make sure y'all check him out. He's been around for a decade plus. And he put Lisa Cabrera on as well. So make sure y'all check out our brother Torian. And then we'll get over to his channel. His link is in the description. Make sure y'all check out Black Alpha Network. It was live earlier. I got a little piece of his stream. I'm going to go back and listen to it after I'm done here. And then make sure y'all check out Afro Elite. Shout out to Afro Elite. And then also make sure y'all check out Black Truth United, a brother who came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And a link to submit your business to the Rolodex is in the description. And the link to the Rolodex itself is in the description. Then we got the Freedman Reparations Party. She said she's going to try to make the next show, Shabaki.
Okay, that'll be next Tuesday, man. Okay. But however, though, is that Bianca?
Yeah, that's Bianca, Shabaki.
Okay. All right. Well, we could do for Bianca. Okay. We'll make a special edition for Bianca. So just let us know, Bianca, when you want your special edition. And guess what, Bianca? You get the guest host.
Ooh, I'm sure she'll love that. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American Caucus. The link to that is in the description and then long overdue. Then we got Sister Brooks' call to action. This is the last week to submit those letters and them emails. So make sure y'all submit for the U.S. Freedmen Project out there in New York City, New York State. So the link to Sister Brooks' call to action. Hold on, Shabaki. Sister Brooks' call to action link is in the description. The link to her products is also in the description. So make sure y'all support our sister. Shout out to her. Shout out to our brother Divine. Shout out to Sister BX. And shout out to brother Melrose Radio. And then we got the RDAS Act, the Reparations for the Descendants of American Slaves Act. Change.org petition. Make sure y'all sign that. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Make sure y'all donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got our brother Joshua Hart, who put hands and feet all over that Nabisco. Chut the bussy.
Oh, love it. Need to see more of it. Pow, ping, work with him, Junior. Oops, upside his dome.
And caused this fool to shoot himself after he shot our brother Shabab. So support his GoFundMe. And the hell with Chut the bussy. And then we got Netflix from releasing damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. Shout out to Dr. Randy Short for putting that up together.
Okay.
Netflix, and the hell with that bullshit docuseries. That's disparaging our brother Michael Jackson. Then we got myself, who was a candidate on the ballot, as you can see from the background. I am a candidate on the ballot for House District 8. And the link to my website is in the description for Colorado State House of Representatives for House District 8. And then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, which is the only racism that exists on this planet, everything else that you think you understand, if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that is economics, that is education, that is entertainment, that is labor, that is law, that is politics, that is religion, that is sex, and that is war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that was by Mr. Nelly Fuller Jr., who transitioned last year at the age of 95. ProduceJustice.com. In other words, Black family, Replace this global system of racism and white supremacy with a system of justice, which guarantees that nobody's mistreated and those that need the most constructive help get it. And you can get this book, The United Independent Compensatory Code Concept, Textbook, Workbook, Study Guide for Victims of Racism and White Supremacy at ProduceJustice.com. We're on code around here. We stay on code. And we enforce the code as well. Then we got, when you, a black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Neely Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got our master teacher, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, came up with the phrase, racism and white supremacy, which is the only racism that exists on this planet, is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And shout out to our FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, for paying for her funeral. Our elder would have been 80. She transitioned when she was 80 in 2016, and she would have been 90 as of
so
2 months.
90.
So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, Shabak, I'm going to hop right into it with Professor Black Truth. Smart, dumb Negroes wish white supremacy away. No, you can't wish it away. You're going to actually have to fight against it and replace it with a system of justice. Like I just said, and nobody's mistreated, and those who need the most constructive help get it. So Professor Black Truth going to give us an update on these brain dead Negroes. That's him to think. There's no such thing. Ain't no white supremacy. Ain't no white man supreme over me. And all that type of shit.
Yeah, like that Melvin clown who I blocked.
Mm-hmm.
He was disgusting.
Shout out to Professor Black Truth. I've been listening to him for over a decade, and everything he said has come to pass. He's definitely the prophet of our time.
Yeah.
A lot of black folks choose to operate in the world, you see that it's true. Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. You know, Brother Tariq has often talked about what he calls the smart, dumb Negro, and while that may seem like a contradiction in terms, when you look at how a lot of black folks choose to operate in the world, you see that it's true. You see, cowardice comes in many forms. It comes in physical cowardice, but it also comes in the form of intellectual cowardice. And with the smart, dumb Negro, you get an odd combination of the two. Smart, dumb Negroes tend to come in a couple of different varieties, the first being the most obvious, the street dude who can barely string together a coherent sentence and talks like a reform school dropout. He's a dummy desperately trying to sound smart, but he's not fooling anyone. The second type, however, of smart, dumb Negro is actually much more insidious, and truth be told, more prevalent than the monosyllabic type. This one might have actually finished middle school, and in some rare cases, they might actually pretend to have something resembling an education. That tends to fool a lot of people, but it shouldn't. Here's one way to know if you're dealing with a certified smart, dumb Negro. If you ever hear some moron say the words, "I don't believe in white supremacy," you've run into a bona fide idiot. White power understands the reality of how it gained control of the world and how it intends to keep it. When some white person runs around saying, "I don't believe in guns," you better believe that that white Second Amendment type is going to tell their fellow white person, "You better believe in guns because bullets believe in you." They know the difference between what you like to believe and what actually exists. There's an old saying that reality is that which refuses to go away when you close your eyes. The smart, dumb Negroes have lived with their heads in the sand their entire lives, and because of the fact that we're in an age where not so many of them have got knocked upside the head, they tend to believe that their gibberish somehow is valid. These sorry, pathetic morons talking that "I don't believe in white supremacy" crap, these are the same ones who will also say white isn't supreme over me. Those tend to be the two talking points they use the most. Again, this is an idiot trying to live in their dream world. Nobody said that white is better than black, stupid. Our existence and resistance and struggle stands testament to that fact. But the truth is, the entire reason we've had to be so resilient and had to struggle for so long is precisely because white power has far more power than we do. That is what the anti-Black racism we face is based on, an artificial but ruthlessly enforced imbalance of power. But some Negroes smoke some weed, and it's usually the potheads who talk this stupidity, or some moron who thinks that he has a particular business, or worse, a degree, and they think that this somehow means that they're so above it. Paul Mooney talked about that. The smart, dumb Negroes who, when it comes to racism, they just insist that they're just so above it. These are moral cowards. They're trying to pretend that they're in control of a situation when clearly they're not. What they're doing is a pathetic coping mechanism, and it's one that gets people killed when you're under a system of violent repression. This is where the whole respectability politics thing comes from, too. Negroes trying to imagine that they live in a different world than the one they actually are in. And they're all over the place. First, they'll say, I don't believe in white supremacy. But if you ask them, does white supremacy exist? Then all of a sudden, they're not sure. And then they'll start stuttering and stumbling and bumbling and going, well, I'm talking about myself. Well, the problem is you don't live in this world by yourself. And the system of white supremacy that we're under, it doesn't exist only with one person. It is global. These same individuals, when asked whether or not they believe racism exists, do they believe in that? They'll say, oh, yeah, I believe that racism exists. Yes, but do you understand that racism is not just something that exists in a vacuum? Individuals like this are useless when it comes to Black empowerment. They shouldn't open their mouths about it at all. When people are in the streets protesting injustice, these same individuals will simultaneously pay lip service to those protesters and say that they've basically got a point, while at the same time denying the very evil social order that they're fighting against. So let me make this clear to the worthless, smart, dumb Negroes out there. White people are not supreme in value over Black people, and nobody except the white supremacists have ever said that. The problem you need to stop being in denial about is that we live in a world that's governed by inherent human value. The world we live in doesn't recognize inherent human value because it's controlled by a satanic, demonic ideology of white supremacy. Now, if you're some brain-dead clown who needs for someone to officially roll back the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments before you're ready to finally admit to the pig-simple reality that you live under white supremacy, then you're too dumb to learn anything. A lot of smart, dumb Negroes are the kind who have convinced themselves that they've got some sort of in with white society. That's usually where it begins. Typically, these are individuals who are seeking interracial sexual access. Maybe they run a particular business that's dependent on white people for their revenue. They have certain associations with white society. Or perhaps their children got into this or that private school or this or that college or university. That's usually where this delusion stems from. When someone says something stupid like, I don't believe in white supremacy, that's a person whose brain has most likely never worked to begin with. It's simply a fact. Neely Fuller outlined 9 major arenas of human activity, and white supremacy controls them all. Economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. You know, children and the mentally impaired are supposed to be the only ones who actually try to live in a dream world. Magical thinking is usually reserved for people who are too young and immature to understand reality, or for those who are simply incapable of understanding it. But to have grown men talking like this is beyond ridiculous. And that's something else that I noticed. The main people who I've seen talking that stupid, I don't believe in white supremacy crap, are usually Black men. While I'm sure that some of you will say, well, I heard some Black females saying it too, let's not be contrary for contrariness' sake. The main ones who you see denying white supremacy's existence and denying that they live under it, saying, oh, white supremacy ain't supreme to me, is usually some Black male who's saying that. And that's because men in particular cannot stomach having to be under someone else's power. It attacks one's masculinity and their very being. That's understandable. But trying to wish it away isn't going to change it. Because when I hear some clown talking about white supremacy ain't supreme over me, I'm wondering, gee, when has this fool ever exercised power over white people at all, either as a group or as individuals? The only way that denying the existence of white supremacy can be valid is if you have power over those classified as white. When you're in a position to call shots over them, then you can say there's no white supremacy because it means you're in charge. This kind of asinine magical thinking only works if we have control over these white supremacists. When the police roll up on you, what power do you have over them? When the government brings a case against you, what power do you have over them? When some school tries to humiliate your black child by forcibly cutting their hair or allowing racist teachers to be in the classrooms and allowing racist white classmates to attack your children and even kill them, what power do you have over them? When every TV show, movie, newspaper, and radio program are set up, produced, and presented to you by white power, and all of them glorify whiteness and denigrate blackness, and they work in white power's interest, what power do you have over them? When the U.S. military sends troops to your town to crush some black protest, what power do you have over that? When people in both major parties set national, state, and local policy, what power do you have over that? Can you even get a candidate of your choice elected to office or nominated to a federal judgeship outside of the structure white supremacy set up? What power do you have to change that? As we've seen with both the murder of Cyrus Belton and the railroading of Karmelo Anthony, when the lives of black children are selectively snuffed out or their right to basic self-defense is punished by the state and a courtroom lynching occurs, what power do you have over that, Mr. I don't believe in white supremacy? Do you believe in anti-black racism, stupid? A better question would probably be, do you believe black empowerment exists? Because words actually have real concrete meanings. Because if you're silly enough to say that white supremacy doesn't exist, that there's not some sort of color-coded system of racialized power, then you would also probably believe that black empowerment doesn't exist either. It's just empowerment. Well, in that case, is the power in this world evenly distributed, more or less? Because if it is, then you can go ahead and talk some gibberish about white supremacy doesn't exist. But if we look at the balance of power, and we see that it is overwhelmingly in favor of those who are classified as white, and that they've set up their system to make sure that this racialized order is frozen in place and that you don't have the ability to change it, and they work all the time to make sure that you are deprived of any potential future chance of changing it, then what do you think you sound like denying that this system of racialized oppression is in place and whose benefit that it operates in? It's one thing to say, I am not inferior to a white person. And while it is true that you reject that social classification, it's also true that you live in a society that enforces it on you. It enforces it through economic, political, and physical violence. And you are not in a position where you can say, you know what, I'm not putting up with that. I'm going to have something else altogether in place. So far, I haven't seen any of these people who are running around claiming that white supremacy, I don't believe in the existence of white supremacy. I don't see any of them doing anything that's actually putting something in place to change it. Hell, they won't even admit that the problem exists. So no, Mr. White ain't supreme over me. The system of white supremacy is supreme over you because white power is in charge. We damn sure aren't. And you know, especially as black men, we do ourselves no favors by denying reality. You can't eliminate your problem until you first acknowledge that the problem exists and the scope of it. To deny white supremacy's existence is to act as if the fact that white power controls everything is just some sort of coincidence, when it's not. No group of people in human history ever freed themselves from a totalitarian regime by telling themselves lies like, well, that dictator, he ain't supreme over me. Too many black people in general and black men in specific try to sound smart while being plumb dumb. This is how we wind up with so many fools who try to claim that they're educated, and yet they talk like Oswald Bates. Morons trying to live in some alternate reality that only exists in their own heads. We can't afford fools like that. Show me someone who claims white supremacy doesn't exist, and I'll show you someone who's willing to say that racism doesn't exist either. Hell, I'll show you someone who says we are our own worst enemy. Well, they do have a point about that. The bootlick, the tether, and the fool who denies reality, they are our worst internal enemies. Nobody ever denied their way out of a bad situation. But do people who deny reality want to change it? Of course not. When you deny a problem exists, that also absolves you of the responsibility to have to confront the problem, much less to defeat it. And if you happen to be an intellectual or spiritual coward, yeah, that's exactly the stance you'd want to take. That way, you never have to fight the enemy. You never have to risk anything. Yeah, let those people who are in the streets, let them be the ones who are taking the risk. Let those people who are online raising hell about these issues, let them be the ones to put in the work. I'm just going to be so above it. I'm so above it. From the relative safety and comfort that was afforded to them by the very people who they're fighting against. Even at this late date, with white supremacy firmly on the march, you got people who are out here pretending that it doesn't even exist. You want to know why it is that chattel slavery lasted for so long, and why it is that the civil rights movement had such a hard time getting the support of the black masses? It's because there's too many Negroes out there who think that it's cute to sit there and try to aggrandize themselves by pretending that the problem doesn't exist. These idiots will sit there and say, well, white supremacy, it ain't supreme over me. Really? Are you supreme over it? Because in a world that is determined by the balance of power, one or the other is going to be true. White supremacy has 1,000 different ways that it can exert its control over you. Can you exert any control over it? Fools who talk that kind of gibberish, they think they can take refuge in some magical land of make-believe. They want to have one foot partially in the real world and the other foot in their own mouths. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Wally Bilal, Bo McLean, Kamari Wright, Blessed Blacc, and Wayne Hepburn. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right. Okay. Once again, the professor's resurrecting brain dead motherfuckers, and more power to him, you know. And the sad part about it is that no matter what we contributed to the United States of America, they don't want to give us credit for nothing except of what we do to each other, you know, which is internalized. What do they call that, Brother Che, when you're so frustrated, man, with outside forces, you internalized self-hate? Does that make sense?
Yeah, Shabaka, but they did acknowledge that we built the country. The dump acknowledged we built the country.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is a fact that he did do. You know, can't take that from him. You know, that he did do. You see? And then just how much we had contributed to the gross national product, inventions, free labor, you know what I'm saying? You know, the developing of medical sciences, like our man Lewis Lattimore and Elijah McCord. They don't want to give them credit for shit. And the cold part about it is, without those two men, you wouldn't have no lights and you wouldn't have no railroad.
Yeah, I can't deal with you Negroes. That's all I was talking about. Ain't no supremacy, ain't nobody supreme of me. I do what I want to do, and all that dumb shit. Beyond sick of hearing that. I can't do nothing with you.
Yeah, man. And wait till you get 10 years older, brother, when you start having a residue of that type of shit, you know, and people wonder why I go crazy. You know what I mean? And the cold part about it is, black family, we better than that, you know?
Right.
And if we have any type of disagreements, please try to keep them in-house. You know, don't spread it all over the internet, because then here come the Nabiscos. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Deleting block Nabiscos. You know what I'm saying?
So once again, the only form of racism is racism, white supremacy.
Yeah, RWS. Yes, sir. You're absolutely correct on that. You know? You're absolutely correct.
This planet, that is the order of the day. So
yeah, because we don't control no elements or institutions to be racist.
Right. Plus, we're too loving and caring any damn way.
Except to ourselves. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
And that's a sense of irony right there. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, a shout out to Professor Blacc too for making it plain, or even a fire. Understand it.
Yeah, we got Val Hawkins in the building. Okay.
Yep, Sister Val's in here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna move on to the next topic, and that's our brother did this video that he did yesterday, or day before yesterday now, about why don't white Nabisco crime in the sun, sunburn edition.
Exactly. The sunburn
Shalom,
edition.
family. We back with another one. And we back with some white on white crime today. Hey, they always out here screaming about black on black crime that only exists because of this government. Hey, this fight right here is built in these folks' DNA. It's what they were doing long before they were running crowds up. Let's get it, y'all.
A large fight caught on camera.
Boy, they out there brawling. I'm talking about sunburning out, boy. Sun whooping their ass, and they out there whooping each other ass.
Is now under investigation in Calhoun County.
Great
The sheriff's
news.
office sent us this video of that incident that happened over the weekend on the Congaree River, leaving multiple people injured.
WS reporter Lena Allen shares this update on the case.
Brothers and sisters, hey, this is why y'all don't go to them events right there. Hey, had one of y'all been at them events, hey, y'all would have been the target of their anger. See, one of there, they had to all knock each other around as they were doing when they was in the cave. But that's a story for another day.
The sandbar on the Congaree River here.
Now, how come they couldn't get one of their folks to report on it?
In Calhoun County is a popular spot
And that lady there, her forehead looking kind of suspect.
for events and summer gatherings.
Hey, but you can't never tell the spirit though. It's all in the spirit.
But an annual event this past weekend turned into chaos on the Congaree.
Shit, that was chaos on the Congolese.
Investigators counting up.
Look at everybody out there, red boy. Sun tan their ass up, and they out there tearing ass up. Tearing each other ass up.
Upwards of 20 people involved.
Look at that, man. Look at this sunburn. Nothing but red. They showing their true color, red.
Yeah.
In a fight Saturday afternoon.
Well, you know, the injuries were.
Hey, you can look at this guy here and tell brothers and sisters, this is the type of dude you do not want to run a crowd right here. One of these small towners right here. Stay clear of Thomas. What they said? Thomas, I can't make out that last name. Goddamn Thomas. Yeah, y'all stay away from Thomas. Thomas like he'll pin some shit on you, boy, and you ain't did nothing.
Thomas Summers. It looks like it says Summers.
Says at least 3
Right.
people were injured in the fight, suffering from swollen eyes.
Look at that sunburn. That mother, that's so burned up, boy. You got a shine on his back.
Right.
Even head injuries.
Told y'all they're gonna be a sizzle this summer. And these people still out here trying to enjoy the sun. Nah, enjoying our sun, you never been able to do it in that way, but you sure enough ain't gonna be able to do it now.
Right.
Yeah. Sun angry.
To see that many people swinging and fighting, it could have been really, really bad.
Shit, it is bad out there. Look at the sunburn. It's bad out there. They out there fighting like wild animal too, boy. That's DNA showing.
And I'm sure there are injuries to people that we have.
Wild animal. It's normal for these folks, y'all. And he's sitting up there acting like it ain't normal. It's normal. Hey, CNN and Fox, how come y'all ain't showing it? Y'all will love showing when we out there brawling.
Yeah, they are.
Right.
Heard about. That's just the nature of that type beast.
Yeah, that's the nature. That's the nature of y'all, the beast. Come on, that's the nature of the type beast. You talking about yourself, dumbass?
Yeah, he was
The
accurate.
fight broke
Yeah,
out
he was
during the
accurate.
Sparkleberry Duck Run, an annual event that draws in people from near and
Near and far.
far, allowing them to set up tents and
Well, that's it,
duck boats along
family.
the river.
Shalom.
But done quick.
Yeah, they drunk enough to fight. Yeah, drunk enough to fight. Yeah.
Shout out to our brother DSB. Thank you for giving us that update on that white on white crime.
Oh yeah, we need to see more of it.
Right. Yeah, he has a
sister. Yeah, go ahead.
Our brother has a YouTube channel. Make sure y'all check out our brother DSB. He's on YouTube as well. He be dropping all kinds of white on white Nabisco videos.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now
All
we
right.
got Sister Demetria K out of H-Town in Great State, Texas. Down there, Governor Bud.
thoughts and prayers to her and all the rest of the family that's down there in Houston. That's
Yeah.
flooding. They're expecting like 2 feet of rain.
Ooh, shit.
So hopefully they're all right. So Sister Demetria K gonna give us an update. I think this is from the ancestors too, that flooding. Because right after that Karmelo Anthony verdict, they come on. So
that's right.
The Texas GOP, meaning the Republicans, are grateful for Karmelo Anthony's conviction. But the Democrats who want us to get our booties and souls to the polls are sad about it in this midterm season. I thought they would hold their seats, you know. They wanted our police to boycott college sports. They wanted us to boycott Target, and they nothing about our brother Karmelo Anthony. So,
right,
Demetria K gonna give us an update on that.
Okay.
By now, you have all heard the news that 19-year-old Karmelo Anthony was sentenced to 35 years after being convicted of first-degree murder of Austin Metcalf, who was 17 years old at the time in 2025 when they got into a very heated altercation at a track meet in Frisco, Texas. Now, of course, there was a big, giant racial divide where Black folks were hoping that he would be found not guilty. But once he was found not guilty, of course, we were hoping, okay, maybe they'll take it easy on him because the jury could have sentenced him anywhere between 5 and 99 years. But again, they chose 35. Now, it should be said that he can, try to parole out at the 50% mark of his time. But of course, an appeal will be filed. So hopefully he'll be successful with that. Now, on the white side, they were very happy. Some of them wanted him to, go past the 99 years and a whole bunch of other horrible things. But I saw a post from the Texas GOP, and this is what it said. A year ago, Karmelo Anthony murdered 17-year-old Austin Metcalf during a Frisco ISD track meet. This was a senseless and heartbreaking tragedy that shook Texans across our state. While I am glad to hear that Karmelo Anthony has been convicted by a Collin County jury, no verdict can restore the life that was taken, nor can it fully ease the grief endured by Austin's twin brother Hunter, his family, friends, and classmates. We continue to mourn the loss of a young life taken far too soon. The jury's verdict affirms what Austin's family has known since the tragic day. Karmelo Anthony committed a brutal and unjustifiable act that stole the life of an innocent young man. I commend the jurors, prosecutors, law enforcement officers, and witnesses who fulfilled their duties in the pursuit of justice for Austin and his family. The Republican Party of Texas stands with the Metcalf family as they continue to carry the burden of this loss. We pray they take comfort in the promise of Scripture. The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. Psalms 34:18. And we further pray that God's presence, comfort, and peace remain with the Metcalf family and all those affected by this tragedy. May Austin's memory forever be a blessing, and may we continue working to build a state where every family can feel safe and secure. Again, that was the Texas GOP sending that notice and letter out to Austin's family. Again, RIP to him, and letting them know that they speak for Texans. I don't think they speak for all Texans, but that's to be expected, right? Republicans, especially in Texas, mostly white, and that's just how they get down. But I want to know, where is the Democratic Party's letter? Where is their letter in solidarity with Black folks, right? Because y'all know the Democrats always say, we're the party of Black people and all these other things, and they're silent. In fact, they haven't said a word about that. Now, if you've been following the case, many of us believe that Karmelo was railroaded and that he was acting in self-defense. But see, even with the GOP and their, recollection of things, they standing on business about, oh yeah, we're glad that he's, put away and this, that, and the other. And didn't mention the fact that Austin went up to Karmelo and was bullying him along with his twin brother, Hunter. They left all of that out, right? They didn't add in that, oh yeah, he should have been minding his business. And for the Texans out there, let this be a lesson to keep your hands off of Black people, right? And that you do not own Black people. But back to the Democratic Party. Where is your letter? Where is anybody to say anything about this? You hear Black folks, crying out and saying this is an injustice. But see, y'all don't care about Black folks. You only care about illegal immigration and a whole host of other things that have nothing to do with us. But I tell y'all what, had that been an illegal immigrant that happened to all of them and their mama, and Obama would have came out and had something to say. But when it's Black people, they are silent. While the GOP is running around praising, putting a boy away for 35 years, again, on a self-defense claim, which most people, somebody with some sense, would say, yeah, that was self-defense because we're in the stand your ground state, right? That's what Texas is. But we also know, had it been the other way around, Karmelo, if he was white, it wouldn't have been a thing. He wouldn't have even been charged. If it was Austin, but we know what we're dealing with. We're not surprised. And I'm not surprised that the Democrats shut mouth about this, but wow, I know they've seen the statement. And to this point, I haven't seen them say anything. And I'm not going to hold my breath because they're not, right? So Black folks, while they're telling you to, do this and do that and feel this and feel that and boycott this and boycott that, stand on business about that. You see what they not standing on business on. And that's putting away a child that was defending himself for 35 years as the GOP running around praising the verdict. Shame on it all. So anyway, y'all let me know what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel.
And like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. All right, thank you, Sister Demetria K. And like Sister B said, innocent my ass. Him and Hunter thought they was going to punk him back into the rain,
right,
and after around and
found out exactly. And that man had every right to come out of that rain because they tried to talk that shit. He was in the opposing team's tent. If that there was at the school whose tent that was, they would have had a point, but they were in a city park. That means it's open to the fucking general public.
Exactly.
That's what that means.
That part.
But they didn't have the intellectual capacity to understand that. So that fucking judge needs to be disbarred. That goddamn prosecutor needs to be disbarred. The damn bailiff needs to be disbarred.
Yep.
All that shit. That wasn't nothing but a fucking conspiracy against that young man.
Yeah, and that's a sundown town too.
Right. Exactly. And isn't conspiracy a felony, sir?
Yep.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's what I thought. I once read, to quote Dr. King. Yeah.
Yep, it's definitely a felony.
Once read.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, the whole damn system's guilty. But we're gonna get our brother gonna get exonerated. We ain't giving up hope on our brother. He gonna get out.
And I hope he sues them motherfuckers, man, for $1 billion and break that goddamn state.
Right. And I did post this show on that episode. I think it was the episode they took down, Shabaka. I showed all the information you want to write Karmelo and put money on him.
Right. Right.
Giving up on our brother, he gonna get exonerated. He gonna be out in no time.
Right. Because and I can't emphasize this here enough, brother Che. A person with almost a average in school is not a criminal.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So that should be going in his favor right there.
He had his whole future, a damn good future ahead of him.
Yeah, he did.
Would have found a cure for, like you said, AIDS, or I think Sebi did.
Yeah, exactly.
Cure for cancer.
A cure for brain dead motherfuckers. Who
is it? The brother said it was a brother that called into Tariq. Or actually, I'm gonna wait because I'm gonna let that play. I don't want to jump the gun. He basically said that they was jealous of him Because he had.
Yeah, that's what it all boils down to, Brother Che. They always been jealous of us. Academics, scholastics, innovation, survival tactics, military tactics. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And they always hate on us.
And Sister B said they wanted Karmelo in their plantation, exactly. I mean, prison, because he was gonna have someone's son spot in college. Yep. White
fragile egos. Yeah, Sister B. Oh, you right about that. You know, there's no argument with undisputed truthers. And I know the word is truth. You know?
Because the Metcalfs up, they were suspended from school. They were suspended. They weren't even supposed. Austin wasn't even supposed to be there. And then damn Hispanic so-called friend that invited him into the tent, Eddie, he needs to be looked at. All the witnesses.
Yeah, because he lured them in. That's a setup. So that there is conspiracy.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we ain't on our brother. He gonna get out in no time, and he gonna get exonerated. They need to overturn this shit immediately.
Right.
So you know the coons got to speak. The coons always got something to say. So Stephen A. on the tether, Smith, and Laura Coates, which I think she's FBA. I'm not 100% sure.
No, yeah, Laura's from Minneapolis, Minnesota, Brother Che.
Okay, so I believe she's FBA. But anyway, they had their take on the situation, so I'm gonna play that. Was justice served? Hell no, justice was not served. It's the injustice that was served. Lord,
so that's 32 minutes. Okay.
The Karmelo Anthony verdict.
Okay.
17. If you have a problem with the way that you believe race is used.
Welcome to the special edition of Straight Shooter with yours truly, Stephen A. Obviously, last week I made a lot of noise because of the position that I took talking about Karmelo Anthony, the teenager that was convicted of first-degree murder. Clearly, a lot of people are misconstruing what I said. I'm not happy with the 35 years. I don't think that was the right call. And I'm certainly not happy with the makeup of the jury, who did not have one African American on it. But nevertheless, a killing took place, and you knew as a result of that, he was going to have to pay some stiff consequences. But rather than get into all of that myself, what better way to handle this than bringing on a legal mind who's a brilliant legal mind, but also brilliant at hosting a television show, because she hosts her own show on CNN every weeknight at 11 p.m. I'm talking about the one and only Laura.
Is it on? What is it on YouTube, or where could we check it out on?
I think it'll be on YouTube, Brother Che.
Okay.
Coach, who is here with me right now. Laura, good afternoon. Good afternoon. How you doing?
Great. I'm glad to see you. Thank you for having this. Is so important. Thank you.
Yes, it is. Break it down. It's one thing for him to be spending time, Karmelo Anthony, that is, this teenager that was convicted, to be scheduled to serve time in prison. It's another thing entirely for it to be a 35-year sentence, particularly considering the fact that he's a first-time offender and it wasn't judged by a jury of his peers per se. Not that it has to be African Americans on the jury, but one would surmise that when you say a jury of your peers is one that's judging you, it would consist of at least some.
Okay. Well, you know, so the platforms we saw is PubeTube. So that's why I was asking this. I'll check it out later.
Some African Americans, but that was not the case. What was your initial reaction upon learning the verdict for Karmelo Anthony?
This case has been and remains really tragic to think about two teenagers who should, at the end of that day, have gone home to tell their parents how they performed at the track meet. That's all this should have been. There should never have been what transpired. And to think that we are here with both families experiencing a kind of loss that they will never be able to recover truly from, one having lost their son entirely to death, killing, the other who will now spend more than the entirety of the life he's lived right now in prison yet again. My initial reaction to this was, frankly, the word foreseeable. It was foreseeable that a jury would likely convict of some charge, whether it was one, the murder charge, or a manslaughter conviction. It was likely, in fact, that the self-defense that had been argued by the defense team did not seemingly answer the biggest questions for this jury, which goes back to why did he have a particular weapon that day?
Okay,
Why
honey, it wasn't a weapon, it was a cleat cleaner.
That day? And was there an alternative way that he could have conducted himself to protect his own safety and otherwise? And the jury composition in this case, I think, is so important because no matter what you think about whether his actions were justified or not, the reason we have a jury system in this country that is premised on one's peers, not, as you said, required to be your same race, required to be your same gender, required to be your same age bracket, required to be parents, nothing like that. But a jury of people who are going to have an open mind towards the facts as they come in, the evidence as presented, and with an insight into the possibility of being able to put oneself in their shoes. That's what we premise our system on. And to have excluded any jurors who were of color based on the reasons that we were given by the prosecution, which was that one did not believe that they could have been objective. Another said that they were an educator and they didn't want to have an educator on the jury because they may have been a kind of biased grace given to high school students. Another, for whatever reason, it gave me pause immediately of whether there was going to be an objectivity in the deliberation process.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to watch that Great Separation. That looks dope as hell. Okay, thank you for sharing.
And Bianca says he should have had black jurors, and I agree, because out there would be a jury of his peers. Yeah, Bianca, I heard that about Stephen A. Smith. Yeah. Does he have a booster chair? Damn.
He said he's 6'2". I don't believe that. He should have had.
Yeah, he should have had black jurors. The whole goddamn jury should have been black. That would have been a jury of his peers.
Right. In a sundown town, though. This is apparently a sundown town.
Well, of course it is, you know.
5 years in particular, Stephen A., is interesting because normally when we have a sentence in this country, it is based on a kind of imagine a chart that has corresponding years and months to the types of crimes you've been convicted of in the past, the behavior you've done in this particular instance. And we use that to align what might be in line with what's fair generally. Fair not meaning an eye for an eye, but fair in the sense of what have we done before? Is it in line with what we do in a situation like this? Because remember, we're a common law state and we're a common law country, which means we use what we have done in the past as guidance for what we do in the future.
Okay.
And so this jury was able to actually give their own sentence, which doesn't happen across the country, but in Texas it did. And the reason this is so particular is because there have been other cases that have been similarly situated cases, not precise, where there had been less time given when there had been an instance like this.
That's one of the things I brought up, the case of Case and Allison. I believe that was the name.
Yeah, she's suspect too.
Okay, now I got a question. With her being a former prosecutor, they need to ask her if she was the district attorney in that case, which she is qualified to be. Would she have filed charges of murder one?
No, he's not gonna ask that. It's like I said, Coons has something to say. So
yeah, yeah.
Case and Allison. It was 2022, and it was similar. I don't know all the specifics of the case, but it was similar. It was deemed similar, but nevertheless, that individual was charged with negligent criminal homicide. as opposed to first-degree murder. And the difference is, whereas Karmelo Anthony was expecting to hear a sentence anywhere, the sentence could be anywhere from 5 years to life. In the case of criminal negligent homicide, well, that carries a 2 to 20 year sentence. And one was wondering, how come that wasn't accorded to Karmelo Anthony? Do we know the reasons behind that compared to a case analysis?
The discretion of the prosecutors reigns supreme. They have within their disposal the ability to decide whether or not they want to present certain charges or not. They gave this jury more than one option. They had the murder. They also had manslaughter. Manslaughter, think about these two distinctions. You think about murder, normally it's either premeditated, it's an intentional killing. You think about manslaughter, it's the idea of you acted in a certain way that had a reckless or different disregard for the life of another person that resulted in a death. So they had those two available to them. The judge is within that judge's disposal to be able to allow the jury to decide either of those things. This jury said the higher charge was the appropriate one. Now, what could have turned the page for them would have been a presentation of what they were calling passion, sudden passion. Normally that phrase is used for someone who, like, you walk in on your wife and she's sleeping with your best friend and you lose your mind. That's the heat of passion crime that people think about normally speaking.
Right.
This was, they were trying to present it as the heat of passion, the sudden passion as in self-defense. That the circumstances were such that the tension was so thick that this person was kill or be killed. That did not ring true for whatever reason to this particular jury. And again, it's also about the defense, the strategy that you use in the defense. What did you present to this jury that would have made them believe that self-defense was warranted? And not only self-defense, but lethal self-defense. Now, another thing I want to point out, though, Stephen, a lot of people have pointed out about the commentary surrounding the size of the weapon and thought, well, what does that have to do with anything? Well, normally, if you were to charge a case, the length of the actual weapon being used or the type of weapon being used is so important because it can lend itself to proof of either premeditation or intentionality. If, for example, you pull out tweezers, you grab whatever you can and you hit someone with the tweezers, no one's thinking that I plan to bring tweezers to commit a crime. If I bring a machete, I've got a whole different ball game here. So he was not charged with a crime about the type of weapon. It was all premised on the idea of the self-defense or not. And this jury did not buy it.
Well, listen, we're talking to Laura Coates right here with Straight Shooter.
So
Straight
he was
Shooter with Stephen A.
railroaded.
You know what? When you talk about sudden passion, basically meaning he acted directly out of provocation and was overwhelmed by strong emotions such as fear, shock, or anger. That's really what they're talking about when they're talking about sudden passion, as you articulated. I'm wondering whether or not that was the right course of action for the defense to take. What do we believe? What do we think about the defense that was presented on behalf of Karmelo Anthony, and whether or not that clearly it didn't suffice because he was convicted of first-degree murder? But are there any legitimate questions out there from spectators, from folks that were covering the trial, that bring into question whether or not he had actually received a viable defense in all of this?
On the appeal, they're going to look at whether he had effective assistance of counsel. That's going to be almost standard. And part of that will be about the type of defense, but not just the strategy, but whether it was put on in a way that was in line with the law, with the facts, and represented him fully and zealously as an advocate. It can't be ineffective assistance if you got a conviction alone. It's got to be something more. But on that idea of strategy, what I've heard people talk about with this case and in reading about what transpired, because there was a gag order in place, no cameras were allowed, which I have to say probably would have done a lot to have a camera in that courtroom for people to actually watch justice in action. Even though he was 17 at the time, he's now 19 years old. It's not a minor issue any longer. But the idea of when you present a defense, the strategy has to be that this particular defendant had no other choice but to defend with physical action, meaning you met the level of force that you were confronted with the requisite level of force needed to repel that force. People often think about this in terms of, say, an officer shooting, although it's a very different standard. Let me bring it into this context. When I mention police officers, we think to ourselves, they make split-second decisions. The Supreme Court allows them to make split-second decisions, and we defer to what a reasonable officer similarly situated in a similar circumstance would have done. In this case, they tried to apply a similar split-second strategy decision to say they had a split-second decision to figure out and assess the danger around that person and determine. Now, officers are trained to be able to be much more objective in what they do with a split second. The average layman, let alone a 17-year-old kid, has a very different calculus involved in what threat really should look like. Yet we give a great deal of deference to police officers who get it wrong. But here, this particular defendant, people have commented that he has not gotten the same level of deference, even though he would not have been trained, would not have had the requisite level of perspective and beyond. But that's not enough for this jury and not enough for a defense team to present. They have to show that you were going to kill or be killed. If they could not show that, if they could show you could walk away from this, if they could show that there was an instance the person could have said, never mind, I'm going to leave the tent and my ego is bruised, I'm annoyed, but I could safely retreat. If they could not show that if they could show that was a possibility and that the person acted nonetheless, they cannot make out the case for self-defense to overcome the presentation of the prosecutor's case.
What about? Oh my God, Lord have mercy. Did she not factor in the fact it was a damn tropical thunderstorm going on at the same time?
Right, yeah, that's what I'm saying, Brother Che. You know what I'm saying? And then it is a tropical storm. You got a torrential rain, so what was he supposed to do? Stand out there and get wet?
Yep, apparently that's what they're saying. Like,
that he's just supposed to stand out there and get wet. Now, if the situation was reversed, they would have acquitted Metcalf, and then they would mention, well, how come the nigga didn't let me come up there and get up out the rain? You see, that's that white privilege shit.
Mm-hmm. And that's that Jim Crow shit.
Yeah, of course, Brother Che. That's what I mean by the white privilege / Jim Crow shit.
Yeah,
you see what I mean?
What I mean is when a white person was coming down the street, especially a white man, and it was raining or there was water on the ground, you had to jump in the middle of the street.
Yeah.
And let them pass.
Yeah.
You couldn't laugh at them, otherwise you have to put your head in the damn barrel.
Yeah. I've heard of that.
You couldn't look at them or their women, or they call it eyeballer.
Yeah, exactly. But yet, though, you get these damn Nabisco men up there using reckless eyeballing on black women.
And then they had the Casual Killing Act going all the way back to the 1600s.
Yes, sir. In the state of Virginia.
But it wasn't just Virginia. It started in Virginia, but they had it all.
Okay, then it spread out. Okay.
But the Casual Killing Act said that you could kill a black person or a black child if you weren't correcting them.
Yeah.
That still sets the precedence.
Mm-hmm.
Centuries later.
Yeah, it's in the ethos, which is a group psychology. If I'm right about that, Brother Che.
It's in addition. It's in the ethos, but it's also, that's the precedence for the law.
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Bianca saying it was pouring rain and everyone was seeking shelter. How was he supposed to walk away? It was wrong trying to instigate or bully him out of the tent. And what that logic there is inescapable.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Exactly. But this is the trip about these damn kangaroo ass courts.
And these cones. You hear these cones?
Yeah.
You said she's an attorney herself, right?
Yeah, she's a former federal prosecutor.
Yes, so she's a former attorney. So she knows the damn law, or should know the law.
Yeah, right. She's a doctor. What's that there? A doctorate of jurisprudence, I believe.
Yeah, jurisprudence. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Laura, I'm disappointed in you.
So that kind of gives me tethered vibes, but I'm gonna continue. Jim Crow is their fragile egos in writing. Yep. That's exactly what it is. That they can enforce. And they have the military force to back it up.
Right. You see? And then
about the judge choosing not to allow cameras inside the courtroom. You just alluded to that. You just brought that up. I certainly was going to bring that up. This is one of those cases where if there's no cameras in the courtroom, you're at the mercy of the judge, and the lawyers and their interpretation of what transpired. You don't have a public setting that allows you to deduce what truly transpired, which to me contributes to those with, thoughts about how, listen, Black folks, the legal system, let's be real about it. We don't exactly trust it. We don't exactly feel like it's ever going to operate in our favor. And then I'm looking at this kid, 3.7 GPA.
Right.
You see, we got the George Jefferson going on. The wheat ain't you, Stephen A. Use a goddamn tether. Fucking tethers. So they kill me with this we and they and
right.
No, you're not we. You are a whole different ethnic group. You had an ethnogenesis wherever the hell you got dropped off at. But so there's that. And he's cooning for his paymasters. This is the same one we covered it on here that said that didn't care about his boss as long as his boss he didn't care about working for his boss because he working to make his boss money so he can break him off a piece of it.
Yeah, exactly. Boss, we sick. Now Bianca says something here interesting. The judge is there's dad's lodge buddy.
That's what they said. But
now that could be proven, man. They're gonna have to retry that case.
There's all kinds of fallacies with this.
Yeah.
It's going to be overturned.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're saying that justice is blind. Yeah. Right.
No, they see our black asses.
Yeah. They damn sure blind to justice for us.
That's what I mean. They see us. Everybody else is, I'm blind. But to us,
I don't see color.
Yeah, colorblind. I'm colorblind. Yeah. Every time I hear that dumb
color sure does see our black asses, ain't it?
Right. Every time I look in the mirror, I see black, and I love what I see. Black. So let me get back to the clips about him.
Captain of the football and the track team, working a part-time, working an after-school job at the Foot Locker, had no criminal record whatsoever. This is his first offense. I can understand, the angst and the disgust on the part of supporters of Karmelo Anthony, but then in the same breath, I'm thinking about the father of Mr. Metcalf, who, whose son was killed. His son ain't never coming back. His son is dead.
Yeah,
so it's a hard position to take. And I think cameras in that courtroom would have helped, like you said. It was the judge justified in making that kind of decision? Or is it completely at the discretion of the judge and there's not a damn thing we could do about it?
The damn thing you could do about it. What the judge has discretion. It's not mandated by law to have those cameras in the courtroom. Therefore, it is the discretion. And I think the judge thought, and I'm giving grace here because I don't know the mindset of the judge, but many judges I speak to, when they're asked about whether to have a camera in the courtroom or not, and they have the discretion, they will say they try to avoid what they believe would be a spectacle of people being in the courtroom or trying to have the court of public opinion infiltrate the justice system, and they're trying to prevent a circus. Now, what happens, though, when you've got a very, very impassioned court of public opinion who wants desperately to understand what happened, the absence of transparency and daylight into that, it only creates further mistrust. And the pacing of the trial, because we're very used to in our criminal justice system hearing about somebody committing a crime in 2022. being charged a year later, having a trial after that, not within the last year, it all coming to fruition and being
And
done.
not only that,
That's
Laura,
private.
excuse me for interjecting, not only that, Laura, how about the verdict coming down, the guilty verdict, and then within hours, he gets sentenced to 35 years. They didn't even wait a day before sentencing him to 35 years.
It makes you think of that
Kangaroo
phrase,
court.
judge, jury, and executioner. Although obviously he is not eligible for the death penalty. He was 17 at the time. They did not pursue capital punishment in this case. But this all fuels that mistrust that is all already very much there. Now, in the courtroom, they did not try to address the racial issues, but it was the quintessential element in the room. We know that a history in America, one of the reasons you have what's called the Batson case, which is the Supreme Court case, essentially says you cannot use race as a reason to strike a juror.
That's what I was talking about, the case law and the precedent. So this violated the Batson. So it's going to take a year or two, hopefully a few months or sooner, for it to reach the Supreme Court and them to overturn this, because it's clearly in violation of that Supreme Court ruling that she's talking about, the Batson.
Because there had been historical research and evidence presented to the Supreme Court and others to suggest that there was a higher likelihood of either conviction or harsher sentences, depending upon the race of the victim compared to the race of the particular defendant. And that was calculated into how they looked at the need to have diverse, at least not having diversity or racial diversity or race-based or gender or religion or otherwise be a reason to strike somebody.
Yes.
And so I think a camera in the courtroom, it wouldn't look at the jury.
Yeah, Sister B. Everybody said they was known bullies. So they ain't nothing but a word. They don't care about that. It's just I'm white and I say so. And this is apparently a sundown town. You know what that means. It was going to railroad this brother from the... Because then they moved the court case from a different county. It was in a different county initially, and they changed the judge because it was a black judge initially when this first happened. Instead of Roach. Roach had it in for our brother from start to finish.
Would have seen who they were. It likely would not have changed the
black
outcome
prosecutor
of this
up
case.
there.
But what it would have done is it would have allowed people to understand fully what was happening inside of that courtroom, to be able to fully understand for themselves what the basis for appeal should have been and the decision-making process of a jury and having that sentence. I, for one, want more cameras in the courtroom. I've been a prosecutor. I have had to see the underbelly of our justice system. And one of the things, as you mentioned, his background, his schooling, his job, all the things, is Stephen A. I can count on one hand in all the cases I've prosecuted, even seen, a monster. These aren't monsters you're talking about as defendants. You're talking about people who make a choice in a moment that they desperately wish they could get back. And because we know that people oftentimes, the prison systems, yeah, you've got some monsters in them. You've got the Hannibal Lecters, so to speak. But overwhelmingly, you have people who took and chose a course of action that resulted in a consequence they did not foresee and had to be punished and held to account for it. And that's why we've got all these factors that are considered by a judge or a jury of whether to sentence them by throwing the book at them or otherwise.
Laura, what do we say? Just a couple of questions, more questions before I let you go. And I really thank you for your time. You know, I'm thinking about
what she's talking about, Black family, for those that don't know law or criminal justice or any of that. Talking about the mitigating, which is the lesser, and the aggravating, which is the more harsh factors.
Okay.
So that what they just outlined a lot, the fallacies, all that should be mitigating. So that means they should lower the sentence.
Right.
5 is too harsh of a sentence for that involuntary manslaughter. That's
Right.
basically what it is. He suspended himself against the Nabiscos in the rain.
Yeah.
And he sat his ground. He didn't stand his ground. He sat his ground.
Right.
So Neanderthal, corn-fed Nabiscos.
Yeah, who was 6'2", weighing 215 pounds, and our man Karmelo was 5'7", weighing 140 at most.
Yeah.
So already there, he's outweighed by 75 pounds.
Right. So they keep talking about match equal forces, force with force, and all this nonsense. We're about to dive into it. I just wanted to stop to get that piece out about the mitigating and the aggravating factors.
Mm-hmm.
About it, and it's 19 as the trial was going on, but he was 17 when the crime was committed. Just the mere thought of him being tried as an adult, some people have a problem with that. Is that a legitimate beef?
That's a beef that one should take up with the policies of the state. That is a legitimate discussion to have all across this country.
Give them the right to vote.
That somebody who's not able to vote
as an adult
would be able to be tried as an adult. Somebody who's a year from driver's license. Somebody who, look at any parent out there who's trying to get insurance on their car, right? With a child, a son, they will tell you that it is baked into the cake of our society and views towards a particular age, particularly of boys as well, where we say this person's not cognitively formed enough, decision-wise enough to be to get the benefit of responsibility, and yet being tried as an adult is one that one should think about very, very clearly in our society. But that was the standing policy and ability in this state, and they chose to do it.
Your thoughts about those supporters out there, primarily Blacc, who was speaking up on behalf of Karmelo Anthony, feeling like he was railroaded, and they feel like it's an injustice, the latest by the justice system. What do you say to those folks right now? Not just as a former prosecutor, but as a Black woman who's hosting a national television show.
The jury's still out if she's a Black woman, but anyway, these damn raccoons kill me with this nonsense.
Yeah.
I'm frustrated with the selective sympathy.
Yeah.
These boys were innocent, and he reached the moment and reacted in the moment. Yep. They want to say what Karmelo could have done, but who's holding Hunter accountable? Exactly. He started it.
Exactly. He was the aggressor. You see? He started it. So, what the Rambo said, they drew first blood.
Yep.
Yeah, he started it.
Yep. So they talking to us, basically, is what I was going to say.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird, the ones that saying, this is a railroad.
Mm-hmm.
On CNN every weeknight. What do you say to them?
I'll tell you what I say to them as a mother, because that's who actually is hosting that show. This Black woman and mother of a son, of a daughter. I look at this and I say, we have to be very careful in two ways. One, careful that we do not take for granted that the pursuit of justice leads to justice. That has to be an act of intentionality every single day. The second part of it is that there are two families that are suffering, which is not unlike most cases we will see across this country. And I would be very, very intentional about the statements that are made to vilify not only the human who is the defendant, the human that is the victim of the actual stabbing, the humans that are the parents, and the humans that are the parents of both of those young men. Not only Karmelo Anthony, but also Austin Metcalf and his twin brother who watched. And so I think people oftentimes want to use people's real stories as avatars for causes that they otherwise want to pursue. But when you forget about the human aspect of it, you will ultimately fail in understanding what has actually transpired. And I would just finally say that if you have a problem, and I understand the problem people have, if you have a problem with not having cameras in the courtroom, with not having judges on benches that will perhaps look at if they are elected judges and do an upward or downward departure from what a jury has found. If you have a problem with somebody being tried as an adult at the age of 17, if you have a problem with the way that you believe race is used in this country, and it is in ways that are not intended by what society believes is right, then you do have some power in your feet and in the ballot box. And you do have some power in not sitting on the sidelines complaining into your latte. You can do something about it. And the number one way to do something about it is to make sure the people who represent those who are in positions of power and authority and those who are vulnerable and can be victimized by a system, that if you want to be a champion for something, be a champion for changing the system, not the champion for complaining about it without more.
Any issue? 2 more questions for you before I let you get on that.
Complaining about it, bitch. No.
Lauren Stephen, a fucking weirdo.
I'm sorry, I had to push out through this madness.
Out of here. Any issue with either the father, Austin Metcalf's father, Jeff, and how he's handled this, or the parents of Karmelo Anthony? Any issue at all in your estimation?
Based
on what you've heard in the aftermath of the verdict, yes.
You know, when I have watched the interviews of both sets of parents, my heart absolutely breaks because they will be judged. They are being judged. Their parenting being judged. The choice of their children on full display. Both sides being raked over the coals for what people look at to see and judge them as parents, and who they raised them to be. I look at that with great sympathy and empathy for both sets of parents because they are hurting, and that hurt won't go away. I, as a mother, cannot imagine having to answer for, defend, or address the actions of my child. And knowing full well that I would go to bat for them no matter what, whether they were in this world still or not. So both parents I look at with a level of empathy, sympathy, and objectivity, and don't judge them as grieving parents. But what I do not like, and I hope will not happen, is that either will contribute to a climate where, without more, people put the cart before the horse. I want everyone to see the full transcript. I want them to see all the basis for the appeals. I want them to have the opportunity to have the justice appellate process go forward, because there is an opportunity, there is a chance with that Batson challenge, the one about the number of jurors who were struck who were of color, for that to have an impact on how the appellate court views this situation, whether it might be overturned as a conviction and retried in the future. And if that's the case, due process requires that there be a fairness for that defendant if he's retried, a fairness for the victim if the family goes through this trial again. And I would hate for the statements of either side to interrupt that pursuit of justice. And I'll just finally say this, Stephen, because you know full well the pressure of people wanting you to take a specific side of an issue. They'll question me as a woman, they'll question me as a mother, they'll question me as a Black person, they'll question me as a prosecutor, they'll question me on all sorts of things. And what I would say to all those people is
that's that intersectionality bullshit she just pulled right there, Black family.
Well, as
if you would like
right here,
to judge,
if
you would like to use this young man or Austin Metcalf or Karmelo Anthony as an avatar for the...
I missed it, Shabaka. What it Malcolm
okay,
say?
Bianca says his mouth and their white fragile ego is why he's dead. And that is a fact.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. We know
In
that.
other words, Metcalf started this shit and Karmelo finished it.
These damn tethers. I think they both tethers. The more she talk, I'm thinking these damn tether. Jesus. Yeah. She put that intersectionality shit right there just now.
Okay, please define intersectionality.
It's that bullshit where they say, "Oh, all of our struggles are intertwined," and
okay.
They judge me off of my race and my
Yeah, we're all the same and all that bullshit. Yeah.
Well, it was a black woman that came up with that nonsense. A black feminist by the name of Kimberly. What is her damn last name? Kimberly. Last name. I'm trying to remember her damn last name.
It isn't Kimberly. Is the last name Wade by any chance?
No, it's not Wade.
Okay.
Is it Wade? I don't think it's Wade. It's something else. But she's the one that came up with that intersectionality term. So white liberals, they'll use that a lot. Or so-called people of color, they'll use that a lot. And you'll see some Negroes using that dumb shit too. She's one. Yeah. Kimberly, damn, what the hell is the last name? Kimberly Crenshaw.
Okay. Now I remember the name Crenshaw as in Crenshaw Boulevard. Okay.
Yeah, the term was officially coined in 1989, 2 years after I was born, by black feminists. I knew she was a damn feminazi. Legal scholar and professor Kimberly Crenshaw. She was just on Democracy Now! Like a month ago. Crenshaw introduced the concept in a paper written for the University of Chicago Legal Forum to address a specific group or specific gap in anti-discrimination law. Before intersectionality was widely articulated, legal frameworks and social movements often treated race and gender as mutually exclusive categories.
Wow.
The legal gap. Crenshaw highlighted legal cases where black women faced discrimination that was tied to both their race and gender. No, your race, your gender.
Right.
But they try to equate the two. That's basically what intersectionality is. Because the courts looked at race discrimination based primarily on the experiences of black men and gender discrimination based on the experiences of white women.
Right.
The discrimination faced by black women was legally obscured.
Now, you know what you just brought up with that there, Brother Che? In California, that Alan Bakke shit.
Yeah. They also have another term called multidimensionalism. Or multi-dimensionary dimensionalitary. I think that's how you say it. Dimensionalitary. Human experience cannot be reduced to a single label. That's why you talk about I'm more than just this. This, and this. A person is never just a worker, or just a woman, or just a person with a disability. They are all things at once. That's what this multidimensional shit is. Context and power. Intersectionality is inherently tied to how institutional power operates. It examines how laws, policies, state systems, and cultural norms privilege certain combinations of identities while marginalizing others. It's that broad ambiguous language. Rejection of addiction approach. Intersectionality is not simply about adding identity markers together like a math equation. Race plus gender equals double disadvantage. Instead, that the interaction of those identities creates an entirely distinct and qualitative. You got quantitative and you got qualitative experience. And I'm not gonna read the rest of this bullshit, but the hell with that shit. But she just tried to pull that, y'all.
Fight that is and still will be, then do it with the conscience that is required of a child. 19 still a child in my mind, or the 19-year-old that is not there. Do it with the conscience of knowing these people are not your playthings.
Right.
These people are not just chess pieces for you to make a point. There are human beings right now who are in jail cells all across the country and in grave sites all across this country who don't deserve to be your playthings.
Last question, piggybacking right off of that. I don't mind being corrected at all. You know me, I'm open-minded. If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. I'll correct
Nigga, you ain't open-minded, man. Shut the fuck
when
up.
I first learned about this, because I hadn't been following the case, and I spoke about this Friday, and a lot of people have had comments about it, was simply this. My heart goes out to Karmelo Anthony because he's been sentenced to 35 years and isn't eligible for parole before 17 years have been served, unless he's successful on an appeal. His life has been essentially destroyed. But he's still alive. And Austin Metcalf is not. And so
Who
as a
cares
result
about
of that,
Metcalf?
my
He brought the
attitude
shit
was,
on
look,
himself. Fuck Metcalf.
I don't think the 35-year sentence for a first-time offender at the age of 17 is fair. I think that's a bit too excessive, too egregious, especially when he wasn't judged, in my estimation, by a jury of his peers, even though there's no mandatory racial dynamic or demographic that needs to make up a jury. But the other side to it, I quoted his father. His father was saying, everybody thinks about it as grief. It's grief. He said, you know what it is? It's rage. That's what it is. And essentially what he was saying is that I sent my son to a track meet and he never came home. And you've got to take that into consideration as well. So I don't like the 35-year sentence. And I think that needs to be probed to some degree. But in the same breath, a kid was killed. And all that happened prior to that was a shot. And because of that, he was killed. And there's no getting around that. And you have a lot of folks out there that have been in an uproar in regards to that. Have I said anything wrong?
Hell yeah, you said half the shit you
in my
said was
estimation,
wrong.
based on the facts that came in, said anything that the prosecution did not present to a jury and allow them to judge. And I think in what is important here, I myself am a track mom, right? I have been at track meets. My kids track and AAU and all the different things that they do. And you watch people's tempers flare at events, and you watch kids jostle each other, and you watch shoves happen, and you watch parents getting too involved, all those things that happen. But that kid should have come home. And the idea of murder, the idea of a stabbing, the idea of believing that one put hands on me and I had to make a decision to kill someone because I thought I would be killed. People have a right to judge that based on the perspective that they have and what they believe should have been done. And I am so sad that that choice was made that day, because both of those young men, they ought to be home right now. They ought to be thinking about college. They ought to be thinking about work. They ought to be thinking about girls. They ought to be thinking about where their loved ones are. They ought to be thinking about whether they want to go see a movie this weekend. They should not be looking at one, a identical twin losing his brother in front of him, or a young 17-year-old, now 19, head shaven in an adult prison. That shouldn't have happened. But as much as people want to suggest that there are no consequences for the actions that are taken, that is wrong. There are consequences to the actions and the choices we all make. That was one of the hardest things I had to deal with as a prosecutor, Stephen A. Because I told you, I didn't deal with monsters. I dealt with human beings who were fallible, who made the wrong choice, who made the wrong decision. And you know what? They were held to account. They were held to account. And as unfair as that may be to people, that is the system that we have. Now, whether you think the amount of time you should spend is wrong, take issue with it. The parole board is going to take issue with it in about 15 to 17 years. The appellate court is going to take issue with it very, very soon. And think about whether it was the appropriate decision to even have him tried and have those different jury instructions read to give two options, whether it was wrong for the prosecutor to make any statements they may have made at trial, whether the sentencing was wrong, whether the jury composition is wrong. All those things come into play. But if you are of the mindset that when a wrong is done, somebody ought to be held to account, whether it's in politics, whether it's an adult, whether it's a trial judge, whether it's a traffic violation, then you have to be consistent that accountability is the result. And I think at the end of the day, Stephen A., the reason my heart hurts is because I know why people are torn. I mean, you're looking at a Black woman, I know why people think about the justice system. But what about the 17-year-old who was also killed? What would justice look like for him? And what would have been the demand for justice had it been the reverse? Had it been a Black 17-year-old killed by a white 17-year-old? What would the communities have demanded then? And whether or not justice, people believe, would have been served, what is the demand you would have made? And then what is the reason you would have made that demand? And I hear you. When my kids come home from track meets, when it's raining and they've got the tents out, when I'm sitting next to them and some kid wants to go under a tent and sit there and be free from the rain, both kids should have come home. I cannot imagine getting that call.
Laura Coates, weeknights, the Laura Coates Show on CNN. Always a pleasure having you. You know, I always appreciate you edifying my audience. Always appreciate you, period. Thank you so much. Wishing you nothing but the best, and I'll see you soon. You know, I'm always here for you.
Thank you, Stephen A. I appreciate it.
Thank you. One only Laura Coates from CNN. That's it for this edition of Straight Shooter. You heard what she had to say. You know where I stand. I've already said what I had to say. She articulated the reasons why. Nobody wins here. I'm not happy that Karmelo Anthony got 35 years. I think that should be revisited. But there is no doubt that he killed a young man.
In
and only a shove
self-defense, Stephen.
It was unnecessary.
In
Both kids should have been home.
self-defense. Metcalf was the aggressor.
One's not going home because he's going to jail.
Found out and fuck Metcalf and let that motherfucker be worm food. Blame his goddamn parents.
Not ever coming home.
Right. Man, miss me with this house niggerism shit.
That's the reality.
That's that cool.
No matter which way you want to slice it.
Featherism.
That's it for this edition of Straight Shooter. I'll holler at y'all Wednesday night. Sirius XM, POTUS Radio, channel 124.
Nigga, and I will make it a point to miss your sorry
Make sure you
ass.
don't
And
miss
by the way, lose
Tell
that
that piece of love,
goddamn
everybody. Talk to you
suit,
soon.
man. I wouldn't be caught dead, no shit like that.
Right. Like, what the fuck? What is that?
Yeah.
bro?
I mean, man, and I hate
What's up,
saying
Sharia?
this,
How are you, bro?
attitude about it, but it is what it is.
Oh, you finally get to hear Tariq going on the Hillbillies.
Oh, okay, that'd be great. Let me mute out.
I think you're missing a key point. Number one, being shoved, that's not an assault that warrants a lethal response. That being shoved doesn't mean you can stab somebody, because that was the extent of the assault that took place. The fact of the matter is, he in the first place showed up to a sporting event with a weapon.
Let's slow down. Let's take it.
It was a cleat cleaner. He's at a track meet.
Why is
He's
Daniel Penny
authorized to
being
have
paraded
that
around as a
material.
hero if lethal force does not warrant that type of action?
Because he was making lethal threats to people on the train. He was actually, it could be argued he did pose a threat to the lives of people on that train. He was running around saying, I'm not afraid to go back to jail. I'll kill somebody. That's different.
Oh, really? So him not touching nobody but saying something warranted lethal force.
Okay, why did he show up to a sporting event with a knife and then sit under another team's tent, almost waiting to ambush somebody?
It's not
We're
a
unpacking
knife,
what you're saying.
motherfucker. It was a
So
cleat cleaner.
you
It's
just
an authorized
justified
tool.
that Karmelo was in the right. If Daniel Penny was in the right, then Karmelo was in the right based on your logic, right?
So was Austin Metcalf walking up to him and being like, "I'm gonna kill you"?
He said, "I'm going to kick your ass if you don't move."
Okay, did he? Was that actually presented? Where was this exculpatory evidence presented? Because all that's really
Don't talk over me. He said, "I'm going to kick your ass." He kept telling him to move, which he had no authority. Then put his hands on him and then assaulted him.
Oh, good. I agree with you on that, Tariq.
Yes,
yeah, he was sitting under another team's tent with a knife on his person. Why does he have a knife on his person at a sporting event?
What you mean? That's Texas. Everybody drives around with guns.
At a high school sporting event?
Everybody drives around with that gun. That knife was.
So you go to a high school sporting event.
The knife wasn't illegal, sir. That wasn't an illegal knife. The knife wasn't illegal, sir. Him sitting there wasn't illegal, sir. Karmelo didn't do anything wrong, sir.
Right.
It's not illegal to have a weapon on school property.
It's not.
Yeah, it is though. No, actually, you're just wrong there.
Name the law. No, it's not illegal.
The Gun-Free School Zones Act of 1993. What the f are you talking about?
Illegal, sir. That's why they didn't charge him with a weapons charge. It's not illegal. If it were illegal, they would have charged him for having an illegal weapon. It's not illegal. They said it's not illegal. A 3-inch knife is not illegal. Y'all not just gonna make up laws. Y'all want to make up some knife law that don't exist. Y'all want to make up a damn tent law that don't exist. All of that I'm white not say so shit.
Yeah, it showcases intent.
Oh, what intent? What intent? Intent what?
Okay, so you go to a school.
So what you say? Are you saying he brought a knife there to knowing that he was going to stab somebody? Is that what
the event was not at a school?
Possibly, yes.
How so? How did he know? Did he?
Okay, well, I was.
How did he know that a person he didn't know Metcalf? So you're saying that he knew through some kind of psychic energy that Metcalf was going to come up to him and put hands on him?
Okay, again, yeah, he went. You keep muting me every time I try to outline this. Yeah, he went to this event with a knife on his person. He sat under another team's.
That makes no sense, sir. What you're saying is I'm white and I say so. It makes no sense whatsoever that he knew psychically that he was going to get assaulted. So he prepared. He said, "Oh, I had a psychic dream that a couple of big hillbillies are going to come beat me up. So I'm going to stab them when they do." That's what you're saying, sir? Is that what you're saying?
What?
You're saying that he has
no. I think he felt entitled to that seat.
It's raining and
he went to another team's tent. He was asked.
I'm not going to sit here and lie. He was invited. And then he even asked, "Hey, is it cool if I sit here?" And then Hillbilly McNugget came up to him and tried to punk him out and then assaulted him, sir. Do you think black people should be assaulted by big hillbilly people from your community? Huh?
Okay, that's just a lie. You just made that up. He was not invited to the tent.
You're just kick that motherfucker off your show, Tariq. That motherfucker wouldn't have been up here on our shit.
Okay, I'm not gonna sit here. Thank you. You just.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Thank you, Tariq. Kick his ass off the show. It was established
that he was invited to the tent. The Eddie dude invited him. Okay, yeah, these white supremacists just think they're gonna sit up here and lie. And then try to lie about Daniel Penny, talking about Jordan Neely was threatening all the people on the train. No, he wasn't. He didn't touch anybody. He threatened them with what? He didn't have no weapon. If Daniel Penny is a hero for self-defense and nobody touched him, he used lethal force against a person who didn't touch anybody. Then Karmelo is just as heroic, right? Y'all not going to run from that. You're not going to run from that. Let's get Chesimard in here. That's our great sister, Sada Shakur. Yes, indeed. Chesimard, hop on in. Hey.
Charleston White talking crazy about you.
No, and don't care. He always tries to bring my name up, and I don't care. I don't care. It's a clout chase. It's a clout chase. It's a clout chase.
He said some egregious shit on the members of the lineage. I don't know if you caught it. This shit was crazy.
Okay. Yeah. No, it don't matter. It's clout chase. It's a clout chase. That's a damn troll. It don't matter. All right. That's his whole spiel, just to say weird shit for engagement. That's just to say weird shit for engagement. He doesn't really have any other talent. It's just to say weird shit for engagement. I really don't care. All right. Yeah, and I think when he trolling the fan, whatever. I don't know. And we're talking about an informant, so whatever. I do not care. K City.
Hey Tariq, how you doing?
I'm good, beloved. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I was in a storm and the lights were out for 3 days, so they're back on.
Good, good. Everything good over there?
Yeah, everything good. I was just wondering, did you hear about somebody burned a cross in downtown Chicago?
Yeah.
And they're looking for him.
I heard it was an Asian, and they trying to find.
Oh.
Yeah, find the guy. I heard about that. And thank you. There was a lot of noise going on. There's some Asian dude allegedly. So, Pop It Off. What's up, Pop It Off?
Yo, Tariq, what's up with you?
What's going on, Pop It Off? You good?
Oh yeah, man. Just getting ready for work. But I wanted to just chime in that I find it funny that all these white supremacists keep talking about Karmelo and you know what happened to him with his situation, but they do not bring up it's a white kid that was in Texas that recently got sentenced for 12 years for they basically gave him manslaughter for stabbing a Latino kid at school. Then on top of that, when the police went to his house and they found him, they found out that the kid was actually trying to get somebody to come pick him up to take him to a whole nother county. Then on top of that, they had text him and the Latino kid, they was getting into it. And he actually had text messages saying that he wanted to put the boy in ICU. He wanted to hurt him real bad and all kind of stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And instead, they say he brutally stabbed him, but instead of him getting 35 years or him getting a death penalty or something like that, he's only getting 10 years and he probably only got to do 6 years and he'll be able to parole out. So I just want to tap on that, chime in on that. I'll leave my plan.
That's why, man, all the black people sitting up here talking about some damn Karmelo, and we know most of them are tethers, but all these black people, he could have went to jail for doing that to that poor boy. What the hell you tap dancing for? Grinds
Right.
TV, what's up, Grinds?
What's up, brother Tariq? How you doing?
I'm good, man. What's on your mind, brother?
You can put that black fist down, Loki. That was Loki that Jay Chesimard, like two accounts ago. And this dude is just tragic ass Sicilian trolling, sticking his white nose, his
Tariq,
in
I'd
black
like to
people's
discuss the
business
case
again.
with you because I have some
You already
information.
did enough trolling. You went in that nigga Charleston White's space the other day.
Are you the police?
Trolling.
Is
No,
this the
you
police, Grimes? Are you the
you're
police?
A tragic ass.
What are you telling? Like, when you go
Islander.
around snitching on people, bro? What the
Man,
the matter
get
with
outta
you?
here. You just mad because we call your ass out on every time. Anyway, besides that, but I just wanted to let you know that first of all. Secondly of all, I was listening on A9 to the person who was hosting that space that had the Metcalf's father in there. And it was all kind of contradictory stuff in there. You know, for you to say as a father that you raised him up to be humble, that's a lie because these were known bullies that you raised. They whoop your ass for either abusing the mother and or their sister or both. And then there's all kind of stuff that, you know, that just dispel easily what he's saying about them being good boys when everybody is saying that they were just known bullies. But I wanted to let you know that have a good one.
Good looking out, brother. All right, Loki, what's going on, Loki?
What's up, man? So Tariq, have you ever heard of a concept called mens rea or criminal intent or the evil mind?
No, what's that?
It's an element of an action in a trial that needs to be proven if you're going to convict somebody of a crime, right? You can't just have the act; you have to actually have intended for the act to have happened, which is the guilty mind, right? So there's actus reus, there's mens rea, and then there's the attendant circumstances that the act happened and you intended on that act to happen. This is typically how they convict somebody of a crime. Does this make sense so far?
No, because what they convict people on is I'm white and I say so.
Okay, so you don't want to have do you understand what I said about mens rea?
Yeah, but do you understand how that's enforced? It's enforced through the lens of I'm white and I say so.
Okay, but you do understand what the guilty mind means, right?
Does that make sense?
A guilty, yeah, well, so okay, everything's white supremacy, correct?
It's enforced by white supremacy. All the laws, all that stuff, it's enforced by the white supremacy, I'm white and I say so narrative, sir. Now,
gotcha.
This guilty mind thing, how does that relate to the Karmelo Austin Metcalf situation?
Well, I'm glad you asked. So of course, Karmelo didn't go with a psychic ability that he's going to stab somebody there. He didn't go with the intention of stabbing somebody, but he did have a deadly weapon with him when he went to the bleachers to dap up Mr. Eddie Para. So when he dapped up Mr. Para, 15 different times he was asked to leave the tent area because he didn't belong there.
Okay, stop.
Are you?
No, stop right there. Okay, deadly weapon, a 3-inch knife is not really a deadly weapon. It's a utility weapon. Anything is a deadly weapon if that's the case. It's a 3-inch, a fingernail file is a deadly weapon then, sir. So,
Tariq, do you live in reality, sir?
Yeah, sir. If a woman has a fingernail file in her purse, should she be there with a deadly weapon? I mean, what's your point here?
If she could puncture someone's aorta with it, then yeah. If she's using something in an unlawful manner, then it becomes a deadly weapon.
Right.
That's correct.
Right, but our Karmelo was not using it unlawfully. It was self-defense based on Texas law. It was enforced through the lens of I'm white and I say so because he's black and the victim was white.
Tariq, have you ever heard of the concept of proportionality?
Oh yeah. Oh, tell me about that.
Okay. Proportionality is, in this case specifically, would be if force is used against you, you could use equal and proportionate force to that force that was used against you. In other words, if somebody shoved you, you'd be able to shove or say sock them in the mouth.
Right.
Does that make sense?
It makes a lot of sense. But here's the problem. You guys raided Daniel Penny around, and that wasn't proportional.
Will you allow me to talk about that?
Okay, because he killed Jordan Neal, who didn't touch nobody, and he choked. Was that proportional?
Okay. I have the actual trial transcripts from, and I'm going to do a show tomorrow on this, which I can't wait to do. But Daniel Penny didn't use a deadly weapon.
What's the name of your show, motherfucker? I like to come on it.
That's not a deadly weapon.
Use lethal force.
He choked him because he was ranting and raving like a lunatic, and he was threatening black women that were on that train, as testified to at the trial.
So him not touching anybody, he still got lethal force used against him. So was that proportional?
He assaulted people.
He didn't assault nobody. Okay, you're not going to lie. That's what you're not going to do. If you lie, just wrap it up.
I'm not.
He did
not lying.
No.
Tariq, you understand there's assault and battery. Battery is the completed assault. So just by saying you're going to hit somebody, it's
what?
Okay.
What?
By saying that you're going to hit somebody or attack them, you don't have to wait for that assault to become a battery for you to take action against the individual.
Oh, so you're saying Karmelo's in the right then?
Nope. Here we go again. Proportionality, my friend.
No, that
proportionality.
That is proportionality. If you
wait, a knife is proportional to a shove.
You just said a choking is proportional to a verbal threat. So yeah, according to you.
No. What I said is that you don't have to wait for an assault to become a battery for you to take action against the assailant.
Right. I agree. So so by your logic, Karmelo was being assaulted, so he used the same force that Daniel Penny used. So you're agreeing with me.
Wait, how did Daniel Penny didn't use a deadly weapon? So how did he use the same force that Daniel Penny used?
Lethal force. He used lethal force, sir.
Yeah, but he used a deadly weapon, Karmelo.
Use lethal force. It's the same thing. Lethal force is lethal force, sir.
Do you think that there's a reason people see this a different way
No,
than you do?
because of race.
Race. It's all race. Everything is race.
Agreeing with me. See, you're agreeing with me, but
Goddamn
you're trying to
right it
deny
is.
that you're agreeing with me.
What I'm saying is that first, okay, so let's leave proportionality out because you don't want to concede that point. Let's go to the next point. Goading. You ever heard of a word called goading? GOA.
You just proved that Daniel Penny used lethal force and was justified. Then, therefore, Karmelo, who was actually being attacked and verbally assaulted, was definitely justified. You just proved that, sir. So yes, thank you. But he got convicted based on I'm white and I say so, because the unwritten rule is a black person is never supposed to defend themselves using lethal force against a white person. That's the difference, sir.
Tariq, before we go to goading, I want to ask you one other question.
No. Let's dig into this. Let's dig into the common law of white supremacy. Isn't it a common law, that a black person is never supposed to use lethal force against a white assailant, right?
No.
Show me the cases where black people have been justified in doing it then.
So goading, it means deliberately provoking or annoying.
Right. No, yeah. It's called provocation.
Urging someone into taking action, often
Right.
by insults, teasing, and persistent pressure. So that's what he was doing.
Mm-hmm.
Gordon, Karmelo Anthony, and he fucked around and found out.
Yeah, exactly. You see?
Austin Metcalf was goating
Karmelo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he started the shit.
I have to look it up. I don't have any at my fingertips right now because I'm discussing this case with you.
I can name several cases where black people were unalive,
Yeah, Tariq,
who
cut
weren't
the
even a
ring
threat
off on that
whatsoever,
motherfucker.
and they justified it when the killer is a white person. Tamir Rice, Trayvon Martin.
Bam.
Tamir Rice, there was a call that there was a boy with a...
Stop it. Jordan Neely, Cyrus out there in the with Mr. Chow.
Cyrus threw a pistol on Chowsington.
Stop it. No, he didn't. So y'all have to reduce yourselves to lying. Just like y'all lie about Orlando Castile.
Tariq, are you a serious person?
Yeah, you're not going to sit here and lie. Yeah, y'all trying to do I'm white and I say so. That's not going to work, sir.
How about goading? Let's go to goading. Do you know what goading is?
Pointed out. I just pointed out, I'm talking about in recent years, several cases where black people who were not a threat whatsoever were justifiably unalived by non-black people. But you can't find no cases of black people being justified in using lethal force against white assailants. The fact,
Tariq, we're getting far afield from the point, which I want to go into why he got convicted.
I'm white and I say so. It's never justified. You're just spinning wheels, sir.
I'm not. You just keep muting me.
Yeah, because you're not going to just waste time. You're trying to do a time.
I'm not wasting time. I'm asking you, do you know what goading is?
No, do you know what white supremacy is, sir? Let's make it.
I already asked and answered, sir.
Right.
We are asked and answered. I answered that already. Why are you berating me now? You're badgering the witness.
You're trying to do the time wasting babble. We're coming.
Sir, do you know what goading is?
Yeah. I don't give a damn what that is. I know what white supremacy is. And
wait, do you know what it is?
I'm white and I say so law is, right?
Is that you're just going to repeat yourself, right? You're just going to repeat yourself, right? Is that what you're going to do?
You're not going to sit here and just gibber babble. You're not going.
You're gibbering. You don't know what to say. I'm asking you a direct question. Do you know what goading is?
I don't care because it has nothing to do with anything.
Yeah, of course you don't.
It doesn't happen.
And you are a clown of the highest order. I got to tell you, you are a real clown.
Are you really Sicilian? Are you really Sicilian?
I am. I'm about that life too.
What life are you about, sir?
I'm an ADOM, American descendant of mafiosi.
Right, sir. You are a
no, he ain't.
Poor wop.
Because if he was, he wouldn't even say that.
You had lint in your pockets. Well, how
and look at us now.
Dare you integrate
And look at us now.
How dare you denigrate us? And if it weren't for us, you'd be over there in Sicily eating olives, scratching lights out your pubic hairs. How dare you? You don't disrespect us, sir. Come on now. We've helped you out a lot. Okay, so calm down. All right. And when did your family come over here, and when they go through Ellis Island? When they get here from Ellis Island? So
1890.
1890. Were they down in New Orleans somewhere?
No, we were in New York.
New York. There it is. There it is. So listen, even when you guys were committing all that crime, y'all got the benefit of the doubt. Y'all had a criminal culture. Your culture is criminal. That's what you're known for. You're known for organized crime, sir.
Yeah, but now we've assimilated fully. We have the highest levels of any agency or any administration. We're involved in it. Look, we had Supreme Court justices, we have judges, we have lawyers, we have heads of different companies, titans of industry.
It's all you had to kind of mix yourself in with Anglos. That's what you did.
But you have to admit the Italians are chilling super regular right now. You do have to admit that.
Besides yourself, you have to go lay up with Anglos and get rid of that Sicilian ancestry.
I like Dominican women, so I don't lay with Anglos.
I have to Anglo it up a little bit. Yeah. So yeah,
no,
you have to, because y'all Sicilians, you know the thing. Y'all were.
What does this have to do with discussing why he was convicted?
About that Moorish bloodline, and I guess y'all get into this anti-black thing so y'all can kind of distance yourself.
I'm not anti-black. I'm not.
Yeah, but
I love black people.
Trying to spew the white supremacist talking points and all that stuff.
I asked you a direct question if you know what goading is, and you don't want to answer it.
I don't care because it's just gibberish. Nobody cares.
I know everything's gibberish.
Yeah.
I got you.
It's all about your I'm white, not say so nonsense. Hold on, let me get Professor Allen in here real quick. Let me get the professor in here. Professor Allen, hop on in, sir. Professor Allen?
Yes, sir. There was a delay. I just want to quickly say sometimes dumb people use big words they don't understand out of context to try to sound smart. And that comes from a deep sense of inferiority. I want to point out that Daniel Penny was a Marine. And according to AI, military personnel can be considered deadly weapons.
Yep.
Daniel Penny was a infantry sergeant. He was a team lead in the Marine Corps. So according to AI,
he had skills.
He is a deadly, his body is considered a deadly weapon. So what is this dude talking about?
Right. Exactly. Yeah,
why did the jury let him? Why did the jury acquit him?
White, and I say so. That's why
there was black jurors. There was black.
They were tethers. They were not black. These were some damn foreigners. Just like on the train, those were foreign tethers who are hostile outsiders. You ain't gonna pull that. They were some black people. No.
You guys are the dizziest motherfuckers.
Some damn Afro Latinos and tethers on there. They ain't got a goddamn thing to do with our culture.
Tariq, you got a beautiful.
Yeah. You ain't. You mad because there's some black people. That shit don't work no more, sir. All right, that don't work no more. There were no black people. They were not foundational black Americans. They were hostile outsiders like you. Y'all don't get to hide behind them no more. That trump card y'all used to play is done. All right.
Let's go back to goading.
All right.
Can you answer the question about goading?
Phone. All right.
Tariq, that motherfucker would have
been. I don't want to hear all this on white not say so nonsense.
30 seconds with that ignorant bastard.
The hell out of here.
You would have been gone real
It's
quick.
just I'm white, not say so. Family,
check.
don't let them walk you all around the block with bullshit. Come right down the middle and make it plain. The white supremacists, their job is to walk you and waste your time with bullshit. They'll walk you in circles. Let's talk about goading. No. Because at the end of the day, it's all about I'm white, not say so. Black folks, if you understand that, you'll be good. Don't spin your wheels with these people. They'll try to hide behind the law. Well, the law says this. So according to the law, all right, the law in Texas is actually supposed to be in Karmelo's favor. They pride themselves on stand your ground laws. No duty to retreat in Texas.
Right.
In New York, the stand your ground laws are extremely strict. In New York, you have a duty to retreat. Just like with Daniel Penny, he wasn't supposed to unalive that man. The laws are completely against what Daniel Penny did. There was no legal justification for him to do that. There is a duty to retreat. If you are being threatened in New York, you're supposed to run first. This dude snuck up and killed somebody from the back who wasn't touching nobody. And they said, yeah, that was okay. He's a hero. You're not going to tell me shit about Karmelo, who was in a state where you have no duty to retreat. You didn't have an illegal weapon. You were not sitting somewhere illegally, and somebody was assaulting you. The law was supposed to work in your favor. And you know good and well, if he was white and the victim was black, it wouldn't even went to trial.
Exactly.
The problem was it was a black person defending himself. That's the underlying thing that they keep trying to dance around. Black people are never supposed to use lethal force against a white assailant, no matter what. And that's been the law since the very beginning, ladies and gentlemen. Going back to the 1600s, I broke down the different statutes that a black person, they used to openly say this. You, as a black person, you cannot raise your hand in defense against a white person, or they would use the word Christian sometimes. That was an open law. The spirit of that law is still here. That's why when you say name a case where a black person has been seen justified in using lethal force against a white assailant, notice nobody can name any case studies. You notice that? Nobody can name case studies because they're very rarely do they exist. Sammy, let's get Sammy. Sammy, this looks like a troll account, Sammy. Sammy, what's up, man?
Yeah, the last time I saw a black guy using justified lethal force, it was game 5 of the.
Oops, you didn't get your trolling out, huh? You didn't even get the punchline out. Oops. What happened, Sammy? You couldn't get your punchline out? I blocked that punchline. I messed it up for you, huh, Sammy? Now, Sammy, what are you upset with? With that corny joke you're about to tell?
It just, I was trying to do a Nick's joke.
Yeah, you didn't get it out. Why you sound like Peter Griffin from Family Guy? Is that your real voice? Are you trying to do that?
Well, if you weren't such of a cock, you.
Okay, calm down, Cracker. All right, calm down. You sound just like Peter Griffin. Why you sound like that?
Shabaka.
Yeah.
And chill out with your material. Watch your mouth, sir. You're not scaring anybody, and you're not tough. You sound like a very frail white man. All right, you okay?
Gay guy says what?
Yeah, you're very frail.
No.
Boy, okay, even your insults are very lame. Are you an immigrant?
Khalifa says hi, Shabaka.
Hey, Khalifa. Yeah, Khalifa want to be on TV.
She want to get down now.
Uh-oh.
Sir, are you from like Norway? Sound like you just got here and you're just learning white supremacy. They just got you on the 4chan starter kit. You sound like you're new here. All right. Yeah, your insults are very, very.
You may be an immigrant and a racist.
Yeah.
Great job.
Yeah,
you nailed it.
Yeah, why are your insults so lame?
Perfect liberal. I'm an immigrant and a racist. This is a classic Zionist move. You nailed it, buddy.
Okay, you sound like
this is what's pulling it, negative 80%. Good job.
Okay, you sound like a punk. You sound like one of.
No, I'm just I go to.
Hey, sir, have you come to terms with your sexuality? You're alabaster punk. You okay? Have you come to terms with your sexuality, sir? Come on, Sammy.
Well, you just unmuted me, but you're saying it's bad to be gay? You homophobe?
Nothing wrong with that. I'm not a homophobe, but
okay. Well, very bad joke then, I would say, on your part.
Coming to terms with
really, really embarrassing. I think a lot of your fans would find that.
This thing, no, it's not that. It's just like you're very hostile. Is some of the hostility coming from the fact that you haven't come to terms?
That's a great question. Part of it is coming from you cutting me off every.
But you can't call up using profanities and all of these
to make yourself seem smart before you cut.
Miss Thing, you just can't come up using all of these sexualized terms. We have decorum here. All right, this ain't the Moulin Rouge. You just can't come.
That's a good, very, very good Bill Maher type
I
reference.
don't, I don't know what that means, but yes, sir. You just can't come up.
You can't gaslight people into switching it back. I'm sorry, buddy.
Okay, but yeah,
I was never home.
you can't come up here using sexualized terms and profanities, sir. We have decorum over here. I'm not
Never.
But yeah, I know you from some trailer park somewhere. Whatever you do there is fine. But over here, you got to have decorum, Mr. Sammy. Okay? You what?
Damn.
Come on, Sammy. Or Samantha. Come on, Samantha.
Transphobic and homophobic. I never was to you. Great job, buddy.
No,
You nailed it.
I'm-
You seem like a real.
respect your pronouns, Miss Thang. I respect your pronouns. So yeah, we're cool with
Okay, you're a home.
sir. Nobody's phobic against anything. I respect your pronouns. I just don't like your vitriol. You understand? You just can't be vitriol.
If I'd be happy to give you something. You just don't give me a chance. You cut me off every time you do this corny Bill Maher joke.
But yeah, you keep using profanity, sir. Can you talk without being a profane pawn? Can you do that? I wouldn't have to mute you. We have very nice people. We have elderly people here. We have children here. We have a lot of great people.
I'll do my best. I'll do my best. I'm sorry.
All right. Now what's
So sorry.
now? Why are you so upset? Now why are you upset?
I'm very excited that the Knicks won. That's what I was trying to say. But then I got to talk to a pro-genocide guy. So just wanted to say congrats on the genocide. Whether Trump or Biden's was in there, they're both sleepy. They both don't help the American people. And I enjoy you guys. You know, the first.
Sir, this is bussy babble. Okay, we don't want to hear bussy babble. Okay, so you're gonna have to go, Sam. I'm trying to give you an opportunity, but this isn't the place for you to bussy babble. We don't want to hear that, sir. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. All right. I don't want to hear that. Let's get Mansa Boyd. Mansa Boyd in the building. Mr. Mansa Boyd. Mr. Mansa, let me give you a couple of seconds, and if I don't say
hello,
there you go. What's up, Mansa?
Oh, what's going on? Hey, the Ricc had a movie that's supposed to came out this week, and they pushed it back because of the content. Have you heard anything about that
movie?
It's called A Spoonful of Sugar.
Okay,
it's about a guy got out of jail, went to Oklahoma, and I'm sorry, Ohio, and these white supremacists was pretty much running the town, and it was kidnapping these black kids and harvesting their organs.
Okay, I'm gonna look into that. I haven't heard anything about it, but I'm gonna look into it. All right. All right. Interesting. All right, family, should we get one more? And Mr. Taz, I don't know what you want, sir. This is the guy in Hawaii talking about he's about to be homeless. Taz, I don't know what you want. I don't know what you want, Mr. Taz. But yeah, it sounds like there's some stuff going on with narcotics in your life. So I don't know what you're talking about and don't want to know. All right, let's get AD in the building. AD, let's get AD in the building. Mr. AD, and then we'll get, let me see who else. AD, hop in.
Why you always got bussy on your mind, Spaghetti?
So yeah, don't be mad. When we say bussy, it reminds you of that green card encounter. It reminds you. You get very upset. It triggers a memory, don't it? Why do you niggas keep reminding me when I had to do it? Was one time, nigga. I had to do it one time, but I did it for my family. It was only for 15 minutes. Yeah, you got to come to terms for what you had to do to get that green card, my nigga. It's okay. And they made you say bussy when you were doing it. They're like, whose bussy is this? Yours, daddy. Yours, white daddy. They made you say all types of shit, and you mad. Yeah. Oh, yeah, they did a number on you. And every time we say bussy, it reminds you. Why does he keep reminding me? I am traumatized. It is trauma.
You
You have to tell yourself, I am not a bitch nigga. I did it one time
Lady Che.
for my family. I did it for a better life. You have to come to terms with your shit. That's why they hate foundational Black Americans. We ain't got to do all that weird shit for a green card. That's why they be mad at us. Your family, do y'all know the shit these people got to do for citizenship?
Greetings, Lady Che. Thank you for joining.
I had a medical emergency. Shit. I'm here now. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I gotta tell you, I gotta tell you something.
Jesus.
I gotta tell you something really funny. Don't say nothing. I gotta tell you something really funny. So that Victor Marks dude that we've been watching lately over here in Colorado. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
Get it. Me and you watch, right?
Yes.
So I was laughing because I was watching Channel 7 or whatever that channel is, and a motherfucking Karen came out the woodwork because as I going over his financial statements
Yeah.
that he received, and she told on because
Oh, she did.
yeah, she told on because she said he taking all kinds of extra monies over monies, yeah, dead monies there. She went to throw a whole fucking all his financials with a fine tooth comb and told on because had to return it. Let's return all of it. He's like, he's like, she said, you don't make no sense. She's white lady too, white lady. Talking about a white man. She said, it's up, and she the way she's talking, she's like looking up at the sky, looking to the side, right? I was like, look at this old okie doke ass bitch snitching on a white man, cause she's like, it's just unfair to the other candidates. He's like a no-name person. Like he just came out the woodwork and decided to run for office, and like he has like $2 million, and they'll only raise like several $1000s. It's just unfair how he has such a hold on the market. I was like, God. I was like, because it's salacious. I was about to type it. I was like, let the man cheat. Everybody else does. Shit.
Sounds like you're underwater, Lady Che.
I'm sick. I told you I had a medical emergency.
No, I'm saying like
I'm on the phone. I told you I got nothing's working over here. I'm on the phone.
it's an echo, like a real bad echo.
I don't give a fuck. I'm on the phone. What do you want me to do about it?
Put some headphones on.
I got no headphones. Just deal with it. Your shit's always echoing. Shit. Deal with it.
Was echoing. That's a
Shit
lie.
every time I'm on there. All the time I call in. Then you got your fucking shit echoing. It's always you want to pick on me and shit. All that, cuz I know how you got.
How am I echoing?
Yeah, that's good. Always echoing. Always echoing. Anyway, like you get a happy moment turn into some shit, cuz like, Jesus.
That's crazy.
That shit was hilarious. That shit's hilarious. Okay, this fucking hair is in the way. It's better?
Yes.
Is this better? Yes or no?
Oh,
all right, bet. Here's fucking headphones. Yeah. Yeah, dude. So anyway, they got all the news. The news recorded it. When I gotta turn in this stupid funky ass ballot? I don't want to know.
Where? At the rec center.
When now? Not where. When?
By June 30th. The primary is here.
I hope none of them win. I'll let the salacious dude win. I don't even want to vote. I like the salacious dude. He's hilarious. Cause I remember he did all these. He's like Trump. He's funny as hell. He's like, we're winning. We're winning. I was like, you sure are, cause now you gotta give back $1 million. You sure are winning. That one lady told on, cause she told on him. She was on the news. Her hair was all fucking messy and shit. Bitch could have ran a bush through that fucking straw, cause she didn't even do that.
Okay.
She said that she's like, it's not fair to the other candidates who actually participate
directly into the phone? Like that sounds horrible. Like, are you talking directly into the phone?
Yeah, I'm doing what you told me to do. You told me to put on fucking headphones. You told me to put on headphones. I put on headphones. What more do you want from me? I'm calling on the phone. I told you I have nothing going on over here. I told you that earlier before the fucking medical emergency happened.
It sounds
That
horrible.
shit scared me. I got scared actually. Yeah, I'm all right now.
I can't tell if you're breathing or what, but it sounds
Hey, can you not hear me?
Why are you yelling?
You told me you can't hear me.
I didn't say I couldn't hear you. I said you sounded distorted, like you're underwater or something.
That's your shit. That's not my shit. I'm calling on the phone. I'm using the phone as whatever. I hit the link on the phone.
Okay, lady.
I hit the link on the phone. I don't have there's no other way for me to access anything right at the moment. So, and plus, like, whatever just happened a little bit ago, I'm not right. So I don't know what, I don't know. I'm using the headphones. Tell me, put the headphones on. Put the headphones on. What more do you want? Shit. Maybe it's your shit.
It's not my shit. It's your raggedy shit. The shit ain't
My
sounding
shit
right.
ain't, my phone ain't raggedy, cuz I got an expensive ass phone.
Phone, your
I got an
headphones.
expensive ass phone, an expensive ass Target, an expensive ass tablet, an expensive ass headphones. I don't want to hear it. Your headphones are janky.
Out of here. Doing this shit with you, man. I don't know why you come here trying to steal the phone, trying to act a goddamn fool.
I did what you said to do. You said put headphones on. I put headphones on.
Randy.
It's not on me, cuz.
Yes, it is on you. I just muted you and I can still hear the shit. So it's on you. So you need to get your acoustics together.
Don't mute me, cuz I'm grown. Don't mute me. I didn't come here to ruin your show. I came in here to participate. So don't mute me, cuz. Don't mute me again.
I'll mute you
I
again.
behave. Yeah, shit. I behave. Fuck. I just came in here to tell you about fucking Victor Marks. So, in the laughing mood.
Underwater, cuz like it's not gonna work, cuz. Just it's not gonna work. We can't understand what you're saying. We can't understand what you're saying. We can't understand you.
I'm speaking English. What do you mean?
If you stop talking and listen, I will tell you. We can't understand you clearly. It keeps feedbacking, and it sounds like you're like hyperventilating because you're breathing like super freaking hard, and that shit's coming through.
Yeah, that's true. That's happening. That is happening.
So
it's a medical emergency.
Then why are you at the hospital? If you had a medical emergency, why are you on?
So sound like this.
I can't even understand. It's like every other word I can't make out.
I know. Listen, ready for my statement. It's gonna sound like that with my voice. It did everything you asked me to do. So, it's just my voice sounds like that. My voice sounds like that. That's all.
Why are you up here, okay? Like, rest your voice, rest your breathing.
Because I want to participate. So don't stop me from participating in my own shit. Come on now, go run the show. Run the show, Jesse. I'm going on mute. Run the show.
Mute. You sound fucking horrible.
I'm going on mute. I'm going on mute.
You got to do all types of shit. That's why they're so upset with us. Because we be chilling, and you walking around with your crack soul. You got a sore crack. You got preparation H all on your pants. Yeah, you had to do all types of shit. Yeah. And I hate these FBA niggas. I hate them. You don't whack. No, sir. You have to work harder because you need to work harder to get your citizenship. We don't, sir. It's okay. Don't be mad at us. Don't be mad. All right. Let me see who we got, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see who we got. Oh, man. Let's see. I'm going to get one more. What's up, my sister Brooke in the building? I see you, Sister Brooke. I see you. I see Sister Brooke in the building. All right. Let's get FBA Cold World in the building. FBA Cold World. FBA Cold World.
What's going on, King?
I'm good, my brother. How are you, sir?
I'm good, bro. I just wanted to build on the point that you made a few nights ago when you mentioned it, but I wanted to stay there for a second when you were saying that we don't need to wait for these people's confession.
Right.
I think a lot of our people, especially the elders, they think we're being disrespectful when you don't wait for their, like you display it in all of your talks where you don't wait for their confession. And I think that rubs people a wrong way because they don't understand what's going on.
Yes, and and the thing is, this is what I try to teach the family. Family, when you deal with a white supremacist, just determine that you're dealing with a white supremacist and just stop right there and just come up with solutions on how to deal with white supremacy. What you don't want to do is let a white supremacist waste your time. They are the masters of time wasting. They'll try to tell you everything is happening except white supremacy. Don't sit there and wait on a confession from them. They're never going to confess. Just like with that Loki, whatever his name is. Again, we kept pointing out the double standards and what he was saying. All he just kept trying to do, I'm white and I say so. Acknowledge the I'm white and I say so narrative and keep it pushing and stop it there. Don't let them waste your time. The name of the game is for them to sit there wasting your time. And I talk about this in my book, FBA Race Beta. Y'all need to get my book. Very good book. But the white supremacists, they love using time wasting as a weapon. They get around us and have us spinning our wheels, going back and forth with them, talking in circles. Well, let's talk about goading. Do you know about goading? None of the family, that don't matter. I'm not about to go down that road because you know where it's going to lead to? I'm white and I say so. All roads with them leads to I'm white and I say so. Because they're going to justify practicing white supremacy and then sit here and gaslight you and act like it's something else. Let's make it simple. If it's not about race, name the Black people who are justified in using lethal force against the white assailant that you feel is justified. They can't name them. That's called white supremacy right there. Make it real simple. Just shut it on down and make it simple. There are no cases where they have justified a white person being unalived by a Black person who used self-defense. You can't name any cases. But every other week, we're getting unalived and they're claiming self-defense. In fact, everything they do to us is a form of self-defense. You understand? Even if we're not even looking at them. Remember, Daniel Penny choked Jordan Neely out from behind. Jordan Neely don't even know who killed him, let alone pose a threat to him. Daniel Penny there was zero threat to Daniel Penny. Zero. And they sat here and paraded this dude around like a hero. You're not going to tell me shit about Karmelo. If that was right, if Penny was right and they're promoting him as a hero in a state with strict stand your ground laws that has a duty to retreat, Karmelo is a definite hero. He did everything to the law. And then notice how they keep trying to make up these other non-existent arbitrary laws. Well, he had a deadly weapon. Why would he take a deadly? That 3-inch knife wasn't illegal. Why was he under a tent? There is no tent law. There is no laws about no damn tent.
Right.
All right. When you're not going to do I'm white and I say so. They're trying to make up arbitrary laws that don't exist. It's all on white not say so, ladies and gentlemen. It's called dominance. You understand? And our job is to counter that dominance. If they're going to use on white not say so, that means that they're operating a decidedly unjust racialized system, and we never are supposed to submit to that. Damn all of these Sambos running around here with Karmelo, no, he was wrong. Y'all just auditioning. You're just auditioning for some butter biscuits. I'm not that dude. I don't sit here and abide by racialized double standards. I don't go for that at all. If it's right for this person, it's going to be right for everybody. If it's wrong for this person, it's going to be wrong for everybody. That's my thing. And these people enforce laws based on I'm white and I say so. Laws are enforced or ignored based on race. For example, black kids, if you have a gun or whatever, you get caught with it. Hell, even if your gun is legal, they'll throw the book at you in some cases. Philando Castile is a great example up there in
Yeah,
Minnesota. He had a legal
yeah,
gun, didn't pull it out. He just
yeah,
told the cop, hey, I have a license and I have a weapon. The cop just pulled the gun out and shot him.
yeah, yeah.
And then they let the cop go. The cop was acquitted for shooting Philando Castile, who was a legal gun owner, and the NRA didn't do a damn thing. The NRA tried to pull a non white, not say so. You know what the NRA did? They sent somebody out there talking about, well, Philando looked like he was reaching for it, which isn't true. It's on white, not say so. You see, they justify unaliving us all the time.
Mm-hmm.
The bar is very low to justify us. Well, you look like you posed a threat. Well, your presence was there and it posed a threat. Well, you were running, but you were running and you posed a threat to other people. What? That's on white not say so, family. That's called on white not say so. And you don't bow down to that. That's called white supremacy. You will never go for that. You don't ever go along with that. They enforce laws based on race. Now, Kyle Rittenhouse, everything illegal. He did everything that man did was illegal, and they sat there justifying it. The gun was illegal. Taking it across the line, state lines was illegal. Running up, pointing at people was illegal. They ignored that. Shooting the people was illegal. No, and they paraded him around like a poor little toddler who just wandered on a gun and didn't. I didn't know what I was doing. They were going to get me. That's called I'm white, not say so. That's all it is. Stop pretending it's something else. See, y'all got to call it for what it is. I'm white, not say so. This is white supremacy. You never go along with racial double standards. All right, let me see. I keep saying one more. How many people in here? I can't even tell. How many people in here, ladies and gentlemen? Let me see how many people in this room. All right. I can get one more, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get one. Taz, I don't know what you want, Mr. Taz. Taz, this is the white man from Hawaii. Taz, what do you want exactly, Taz? You're just here gesticulating with emojis. What's going on, Taz? Hold on, wait a minute, Taz. Okay, something's going on with his account. He might have dropped his meth pipe on the phone, messed it up. I don't know what's going on with your phone, Taz. All right. All right. Taz, I don't know what's going on with your joint. All right. Let me see. Let's get Geechee. Let's get Geechee in here. Geechee 2, hop on in, Geechee. What's up, Mr. Geechee? Yeah, what's up, Geechee? I hear you.
Hey, I like the confession point you make. Don't wait for a confession. You used to say back in the say to assume every one of them is a white supremacist. And when it come to Karmelo, man, because I'm a father, I really thought his parents failed him. I thought I always felt that way with everything that was going on. Something they can do more. Speak up. I don't know if he was speaking to the lawyer, what I'm saying, in a manner that we talking tonight and that we all been, what I'm saying, talking over this, like there's certain mistakes. I don't know. But that's the way I felt.
Okay, but
what I'm saying?
All right, thank you, Beth. Thank you. But with respect to the family, they did have a gag order on the family. They had a gag order on everybody. So yeah, the judge put a gag order. So again, there was so much they could say. Gia Monet,
Hey Tariq, how's it
Hey,
going?
Gia, how are you, dear?
Oh, fair and partly cloudy. One of the things I kind of wanted to talk about with this case, and I do think like we as a family have got to study this case. The same way how they study the OJ case and will never stop studying that. They teach that in law schools. But one of the things that I am seeing is, and I wanted to get your thoughts, where it is us needing to make it the family business in regards to anything having to do with the legal industry, anything having to deal with just the legal industry in general, everything about it. And then also a key thing that I'm learning is that we have to figure out how to have our own independent platforms for raising money. I don't know if you could talk about that, but I want to get your thoughts and I'll land right there.
There you go. Yeah, it's a very good point because, yeah, some of these gifts and goes and all these people are starting to take down these crowdfunding sites. And you got these white supremacist trolls who are really working hard to get those sites shut down. They're on the march right now. So, yeah, we do need to have our own platforms for this thing. And, yeah, we need lawyers. We really need Black lawyers who are on code, by the way, because we got Black lawyers who are off code. But we need on code Black lawyers, definitely. All right. But anyway, let me get up out of here, guys. It's been real. Everybody go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com. Contribute, become a contributor to the Hidden History Museum. Everybody become a contributor to the Hidden History Museum. And also get your Rootwork deodorant at rootworkstyle.com. Ladies and gentlemen, all right, I'm up out of here. Papi akute, lalo vuve to the family. Peace.
I'm no longer musty.
Well,
I got something to say too. Go ahead, Chewbacca.
yeah, okay. Well, this Karmelo situation down there, it stinks to high hell. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate Tariq cussing out these damn Nabiscos who's up there trying to come with their double speak bullshit. Metcalf, you ordered that, blame your parents for it. You try to intimidate that kid because you outweighed him by at least 65 pounds. That is an act of a fucking coward.
I agree, Shabaka.
Yeah.
And then these damn Nabiscos, they can get upset and hot up under the collar all the fuck they want. I don't give a good goddamn about Metcalf. Blame his parents for it. I'm white and I'm right. That type of bullshit, right? RWS people, you know what I'm saying? RWS, And keep in mind, it was not a knife. It was not a wipe. It was a cleat cleaner.
Right.
That is a tool, not a weapon.
Right.
And then Metcalf was always trying to punk this young man anyway. How long was it, brother? About 4 or 5 years?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it was quite a long time. And Karmelo got sick and tired of being sick and tired. You can only kick a dog so many times.
Yeah.
See, and so Metcalf, rest in piss to his parents. You all shouldn't have created him. That was a wasted fuck.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Him and his brother, Jesus.
Yeah. Hate to put it like that, but that's the only way I could be understood is for the simple fact that ain't nothing, I'm gonna fucking sugarcoat. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate Laura Coates, but I really wish that Laura could have been more in detail being a prosecutor. And I don't even think Laura Coates fully believed that Karmelo should have went to jail. But she has bosses to answer to at CNN. See?
Yeah.
Yeah,
right. Lady Che. All right, what do you thought?
Go ahead, Lady Che.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, but you're a little crackly.
It's my voice. My voice is like that. I try to get enough oxygen, so I got the machine on. I'm not getting enough oxygen right now, so my voice is gonna sound like that. I try to be brief. Um, I don't. I missed the beginning portion of the episode that he was showing, but I caught the end of it. So I'm gonna say the same thing. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, and that's what I always say. That if one is you can't pick a nickel and dime who you want to send to prison and who you want to die, who you think you should die, right? And when he brings up like the penny case, um that man did not see his assailant. Assailant came from the back and was a coward and choked him out and killed him. And people could have helped this man, but instead they want to act real pussified one day on the bus, on the train, act like they were all scared. Instead, they could have reached in their pocket, gave the man $1 or some change, got in their lunchbox, gave him a piece of food, something, because that's all he was hungry. He's just hungry and delirious. Okay, that's it. That's what happens to most people when they don't eat and they're outside and it's cold.
Yeah,
So
don't have enough water
and
too, Lady J,
yeah,
because he
no
was
water,
hungry.
nothing. So did he have to die? No, he didn't have to die.
No.
Some white man took it upon himself to end this man's life from the back, and then had people enable that situation. This situation,
You're right.
from all the accounts that with all the accounts that were being said, we don't really know until we get the chance to see all the evidence up front, like we should have been able to see, like in any other case, where we get to read the discovery, we get to hear something. This case has intentionally been blocked from purview, meaning black people couldn't get to see shit.
Right. They
Got to
didn't
see
know
things
folk
is
on the
is white
jury,
staff.
Lady J.
Yep. Who got to see things is the white people who went in there and saw the press of the video way in the beginning of the case, and people who got to see the video at the end, towards the end in the trial. We as the public did not get to see anything. We got to hear everything third party um third party testimony or account. That in itself is against the rules. We're developing an opinion off of third party speculation and the news media. So it's hard for us to continue to. It's hard for us to keep getting have a straightforward view if all we're getting is more testimony third hand. People have invested a lot of time into this. But we as the people did not get to see anything that they saw, so we couldn't really establish a thorough account. Whereas in the Penny case, we saw him kill him.
Yep.
We saw him kill him. Several different angles. It wasn't just hearsay. We saw it on video because there are people videoing it, and video got released to the public. How it got released, who knows? But we saw it. You see what I'm saying? So we had known what that man did, and we know what kind of justice he got off. He got away with it, and racism is paid for. These people paid this racist to have a court case, have a lawyer, and everything. And then it's okay for them, but it's not okay for us to raise money for a young man who ain't did nothing to nobody. He actually is a good boy. A good boy, like a pinnacle of what we should inspire our children to be. You see what I'm saying? So it's what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If everybody's, like Tariq said, if everybody's uncomfortable, if you're uncomfortable, we're all uncomfortable. You know what I mean? Good. We've been feeling like this. So he's right. That's all I have to say about that. He's right. I'm gonna go back on mute.
Yeah, you see, so therefore, and you would also find out when Penny killed that man, Jordan Neely, you saw Neely on the ground trying to break his hold, and then you saw somebody go up there and prevent the brother from breaking the hold. So that was a
Exactly. That's what I'm talking
co-conspirator
about.
right there.
That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about, Chewbacca. Exactly what I'm talking about. We saw it all, but in this case, we saw nothing, and we heard hearsay. We heard like multiple accounts, and it's not like we're not gonna believe our black ears from black
Right.
lips. Yeah, but it's the same thing. It's like we at least got to see, like just like with George Floyd, we got to see that. Just like for the with Castillo when he got shot in the car, we saw that. You see what I'm saying?
And keep in mind now, keep
All
in
these
mind,
things we
Lady
seen.
J. Yeah, now keep in mind, I want to shout out to Diamond Reynolds, Philando's wife, who had, I don't know where she got the strength to record that live, is because I saw her live feed after Yanez had killed Mr. Castillo. Now, what Yanez was supposed to do, since he had the right to carry a firearm and he wanted to show his, what do they call that? The FOI card, Brother Jay, the permit, firearms permit. Why didn't Yanez says, okay, man, step out the car, put her, he says, I'm going to handcuff you softly. I'm not going to put the cuffs on tight. Okay, show me your card. He could have took his weapon out of his holster, right? Pulled the chamber back, put the pin down there and locked the slide. You see what I'm saying? Verified his credentials and says, okay, sir, here's your weapon, and hand it back to him. But he didn't do that. The coward motherfucker put 5 bullets in him. And his woman, Diamond Reynolds, filmed or showed that live on Facebook. I saw it. And then Diamond, when she went to court, had a breakdown in front of the press. She says, where are you black men at? Can't you see they're assassinating us? And it was shit like
that's
that.
true.
And it was shit like that is why the Black Panthers came into existence.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
See, and then the cold part about it is they went out there, exercised their constitutional rights. I got the 10-point program right there. What the fuck did Reagan do when he was the governor of California? Signed them off for that. There's no reason that anybody should be going down the street with a loaded gun. Tell that shit to the California Highway Patrol. That's why they put their shotguns up, as you know, Lady J, to intimidate the public. And Lady J, what the LAPD did, they have 2 shotguns in the front, but they got them over the hump, with the stop going in each direction.
Yeah, they're just overly armed. They're overly armed at all times.
Yeah, exactly. And
overly armed and overly available to manhandle a motherfucker. You know what I mean?
And then the cold part about it, Lady J, as you know, it was the LAPD who invented SWAT. The motherfucker who came up with SWAT was a black police captain by the name of Jesse Brewer. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, I had to unmute. I apologize. Yeah, you're right, and it's just gonna get worse, especially now that we're coming into over surveillance and over policing. Things are gonna get worse as they are. AI.
And then these damn cars that's driving themselves, that's wrecking all the time. I go down Las Vegas Boulevard, I see one of them Google cars, I get far the fuck away from it. Now, ask yourself this, people.
They get in the way of emergency vehicle. They showed many accounts where those cars be in the way, and a fire truck or somebody has to get through, and they have to get out of their vehicle, go to the vehicle, and ask the vehicle to get to the supervisor, whoever is manning the car, in order for them to back that car up to get through. Like, that person could be dead. Whoever you're trying to save, a fire you're trying to put out, with 20 minutes of that bullshit. You know what I mean?
Right. And then in a case like that, if they are on the way to a fire and somebody dies, you know what that is? Is manslaughter.
And a lawsuit.
A big one. But who the fuck you gonna sue? A Google car? And
no, I guess a Meta or something like that. I don't know who's in charge of them, but you know what it is? Is that they're a waste of a vehicle. First of all, that's some scary shit to be in the back of one of those and not have nobody in control of it. Secondly, I think it's like one of those wasted ass technologies that aren't gonna be used like that. Like, why do you want to be in the back of some fucking vehicle driving you? And you like, who lives like this? Like, you can't take over it. You can't command it.
Yeah, right.
You're
That's what I'm
you're
talking
gonna be
about, lady.
stuck somewhere.
Okay, and just like this chat GPT shit, they put it in people's computers and shit and their fucking phones without them even knowing about it.
The
You know
chat
what I'm
GPT
saying?
is supposed to be used like a tool, and then it so like anything with the AI, like if you know anything, they say it evolves on its own, it grows on its own. So like for
That's the
example, I
point.
use chat GPT, right? Because I have spelling and grammatical errors. I didn't go to formal school, you know what I mean? So in order for me
Right,
to make like proper sentences and things like that now, I utilize that because you can only read so many books, but until you know how to formulate something, my
right.
spelling is way the fuck better, right? But other people use it for malice. You see what I'm saying? And
That's what
there's a
I'm
lot of
talking about.
malice going on in the especially during the election
Nah,
season.
yeah. Oh yeah,
There's
during the election
malice.
season, during tax season, you
Yep.
see what I'm saying? All that shit. And then what the fuck they
Everything can
tell
be
you when you lose?
manipulated. Nothing is
Right,
real. It seems like when it comes to anything, like I used to say it a long time ago, they're erasing us, but they're recreating other stuff, and you don't
right.
know what's real and what isn't, who created what or who didn't, because of the easy access to it. I read a thing on the RVA about it because it's talking about our children, how everybody's illiterate, and
Right.
nobody knows how to pick up a book or read, but let alone they don't know how to use pencil and pen and write. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So
Because
they only know
the
how to
cool,
swipe up and down or to the left or to the right.
yeah,
You
and
know?
then the cool part about it is they took cursive out the schools.
Right. That's my only, like, for me, that's really messed up because that's my only form of writing. I don't know how to write in print. I only know how to write in cursive. That's what I was taught when I was a little girl before I went to actual school. Before the brief couple of years I actually did go to school. I went and wrote only in cursive, so I don't know how to write in print. My hand starts cramping up, and my head starts hurting because I can't remember how to make the letters, right? But
Right.
then I write in cursive. It's easier. I just haven't been out of practice because these stupid tools, they make it to where you don't need to use writing, like your cell phone, your
Uh-huh.
tablet, your laptop, your
Yeah.
desktop.
Uh-huh.
See what I'm
Uh-huh.
saying?
Now
So you're
get
using
a
the
look.
proper muscles in your
Yeah.
hands to create letters and words.
Yeah, you
Damn.
see, and then too, keep in mind is that people are dumbing down on purpose. Man, I didn't learn cursive in school. They took cursive out of school. Oh, well, just go to the computer. Just go to Google. Fuck Google. Okay, fuck
Yeah, and at
Google.
the end, you're really gonna need these muscles in your hand for, like, the thing about writing is it teaches you muscle dexterity. So like you holding a pencil, then you can hold a
Yeah,
screwdriver, then you can hold a
yeah,
set of
and what you,
keys. You see what
yeah,
I'm
and what
saying?
you could do to keep that is get you a tennis ball and keep squeezing it. You
Yep.
know what I'm
Like I had
saying?
hand surgery. I had surgery on my hand. I had an I think I caught an infection. It was way back in the day when I used to do bad things. Caught an infection in my
Hmm.
hands, and they took out a big portion of my at the top of my hand, right? So I could live,
Yeah.
right? And it healed. But before it was healing, they had it all in a cast. Well, I don't know about anybody else, but my body talks to me, okay? So my body was like, get that shit off your head and squeeze your head, start moving your hands. So I took my hand
Yeah.
out the cast and I started moving my fingers, getting them
Mhm.
familiar again because they wanted you
Yeah.
just to sit stagnant inside of a hand cast and not
Mhm.
move. But my body was talking to me. My body was like, take this shit off your hand and move your fingers. You know what I mean? Like I was getting
Yeah.
messages like downloads like that for my brain to my hand, you know? So I was moving my hands and I started writing even though the hand was wide open, like I got pictures. You could see
Mhm.
all the way to the cartilage of my hand, and I was
Mhm.
like writing, trying to write, trying to squeeze things. I had my cousin Stone with me. I was trying to squeeze anything like a spray bottle, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like little simple exercises. And they got
Mhm.
mad at me. The white people got mad at me. I was like, I'm not listening to you. I'm listening to what my body said. My body said to do
Right.
this. You see what I'm saying? My
Yeah.
body knows what to do. It's been taking care of me for 30 years. Like, of course it knows what to do, you know? That's a
Yeah,
big
you're
thing.
right.
Their
You're
hand
right.
dexterity stuff. Not only that, but like I think about it all the times. Like, I used to have a job at McDonald's one time. I used to take my
Mm-hmm.
checks to my pops to cash them because I didn't have no
Yeah.
ID. And I'd be like, "Hey, Dad, catch my check." He'd be like, "All right." So I go catch my check, and I would see him, count the money from the top to give me, right? And
Mm-hmm.
it's these little hand movements. Well, the
Mm-hmm.
children ain't getting none of this. They
Right.
only know how to use two fingers, which is the thumb and the first finger. That's crazy.
Yeah.
If anything happens, you're not gonna be able to learn how to turn a wrench, a screwdriver,
Right.
operate anything. I said, you know what I mean?
Right.
You just and there's
See,
no AI in the dystopian future, Sally. We on
yeah,
our
and
own,
this is
back
the
to
reason
ground
they
zero.
took auto shops out of school because what they want you to do now, some go fuck with your car, you got to go have it diagnostic. $300 just for them to tell you what's wrong with it. And you know why they do that bullshit? Actually, it should be investigated for fraud. Because when they
Why?
diagnostic, oh, you need $3,000 worth of work, and you're gonna say like, man, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? But at least they made $200 just for telling you what's wrong with it. I wish the fuck I could charge a motherfucker $300 to tell them what's wrong with shit that I know of.
That's crazy, man. Everybody's so greedy now, and I can kind of see with why. At the same time, I can't understand where
Yeah,
the fiscal humanity is of this all.
yeah.
But yeah,
And then on my damn phone, they're gonna say, oh, it's time to do a maintenance check on your car. You know what I text them back? Fuck you.
no.
You know what I'm saying? And I block. That's what I text them back. Fuck you. You know what I'm
But how
saying?
they know it's time to do the diagnostic check?
No,
Like
but
how
that's
they
just
know?
it though, lady. That's just it though, Lady Che. It's prepackaged bullshit. Okay, and they trying to figure, that they wouldn't go in there and get this sucker again. That's why I don't drive this raggedy ass car I got far. I do not take this motherfucker out the city limits of Las Vegas. Why? Because if it breaks down, I know I ain't got too far to have to tow it to get it back to where I live. Another thing, it's hot as fuck out here. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
we're in the
and you
heat
don't want to
wave.
be
So
working on a car in the hot
yeah,
ass sun too, and you got to
yeah,
dig
and
in
I'm
your
doing
pockets for thousands of
yeah.
dollars. Man, fuck that shit. That's just
Yeah,
crazy.
and that's why I'm putting all antifreeze in the motherfucking the reservoir. It says right there, I'm filling that motherfucker up to the top with antifreeze. You know what I'm saying? I'm
Yeah,
doing
they
that
should
day
don't start
tomorrow.
smoking.
Yeah, because suppose if I got to make a mad drive out here to LA or the Bay Area or what have you, and to go to the Bay Area, I got to cross Death Valley. You know how hot it gets in Death Valley, Lady Che?
Yeah, I've been there.
125 degrees in the goddamn summer, and that's a cold day
No, 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 no.
at high noon. You know what I'm saying? Why the hell you think they call it Death Valley? Damn
Them
sun
crackers couldn't
killing
survive that
motherfuckers.
shit.
Hell no. You know what I'm saying? And I've been arguing with these stupid motherfuckers up here today. Oh, well, we all the same, man. Go sit your ass out in the sun tomorrow at the Las Vegas sign. And you got to leave your sunscreen at home. And then they say, no, man, I can't do that. Then I tell them, what color is a snake's belly? White. Uh-huh. What does a
Right.
snake's skin do? Shed.
Shed.
Uh-huh. Connect the dots. Well, you arrogant black bastard, blah, blah, blah. Fuck you and your goddamn reparations. Like, click. You know what I'm saying? Delete.
Like shit. I'm not wrong. You're not
Yeah.
wrong.
You know what I'm saying? And then what they did with these like pages is they opened them up to the general public because you used to be able to select who you could have on your like page, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing all these motherfucking Nabiscos up here and shit like that. Ah, fuck you and your reparations. Now you black some bitch and all that. Delete, block. I report the comment. They didn't violate community standards.
Yeah, Jesse, what happened with that? Were you able to fix that? Because it was, I think it was on where they took one of the live feeds out. Jesse, were you able to see what happened with that? I believe it was a Nabisco hating on us.
I don't know. They rejected my appeal.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
see,
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 see.
see.
Yep.
Yeah, they rejected
That's
mine
that was
too. Everybody.
a major
Yeah,
a white person felony right there. I like to call it like little misdemeanors that white people
yeah,
do to us. You know what I mean? That's a felony right there. I felt like they took
yeah.
his shit down for no goddamn reason. Because whatever we like
They
something in the
don't
chat.
like the
I
truth.
can't remember, but it wasn't. We didn't open it. And we knew what it was, but we didn't open it. You know what I mean? So I feel
Yeah,
like
they
somebody was
didn't like the truth
scrutinizing.
of what is being said. They don't like the
Yeah, they was
truth.
scrutinizing our companions' conversations and whatnot. What we talking about? Scrutinizing and since
And
when is
keep
it
in
illegal to
mind,
put a link in the chat? Like when has
yeah,
that been a wrong thing? We didn't open it. We knew what it was. We didn't have to open it. Well, not on camera. We look at it later. Because StreamYard is recorded. So if we want to look at something
exactly.
later, we'll just run the track back on our own time. So
Yeah. Oh,
what is it so illegal that one of your wrenched moderators can put something in the community tab or in the chat, and
yeah,
somebody goes and scrutinizes it. Like, how is
yeah,
that illegal? You see what I'm saying?
yeah, exactly. You see, as long as you're sitting up here talking about alternative genders, hating on your own people, you all right. You know what I'm saying? You all right.
Good for the goose is good for the gander, man. Like some of these podcasters, they talk
Mhm.
about some horrid
Morbid
stuff.
shit. Yeah.
Yeah, horrible stuff, and then yet we're talking about normal things like an injustice of some sort, and then they got the testicle audacity to go ahead and
Hmm.
go ahead and
Hmm.
strike the channel so
Yeah.
much that it pulled the feed down. Like that, it takes
Hmm.
a little bit of time, like a couple of warnings. Not one person could just do it. You know what I
Hmm.
mean?
Yeah. And then what they do, like with YouTube, they got all my damn videos marked private. I can't even get them out to the damn public.
Oh, that's easy. You gotta fix that. You go to your
Yeah.
thing and fix it. Oh,
Yeah.
where
Yeah.
on
Yeah.
Facebook?
Yeah. No, 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 no. On YouTube. So what I do when Jesse shares the YouTube link with me, I put it on my on the public page, the like page. I don't put it on my personal page, but sometimes I do, depending on what we're talking about. That sometimes I post it to the groups. You say,
Which feed was that, Jesse? That they took down?
Season 6, episode 30, part 2.
Which
Mhm.
what side was it? A personal or the front line?
It was Frontline.
Mhm. Mhm.
Hater.
Yeah, see, and early on Sopaka's Black Experience Enhanced Lady J, we did Queen Makabai of the Zulu Empire.
Yeah, I missed it. I wasn't actually trying to miss it. The thing is,
No, you can look at the
I
playback.
had eight.
You can look, yeah,
I
you
had
can look at
eight.
the play.
I had a two cup of noodles, or not cup of noodles, two top ramens.
Mhm.
I had a little bit of supper, right? So I was sitting down. I made it back for my little thing. I was sitting down, and I was drinking some Kool-Aid, and all of a sudden, I felt my heart just beating so fast out of my chest for no goddamn reason, and I couldn't I was starting to feel dizzy, and so I had I have an oxygen machine and stuff. And my brother come turn on the oxygen, and I was like, it just dropped me, like it just dropped me. Like
Oh,
one
your
minute I had my eyes
oxygen
open,
bottles full.
the next minute I was laid out, and the dog was like all in my face, but like all on my arm, whining and shit. And that's when I woke up and jumped on the show. But I had it just dropped me, like it literally. I felt my heart beating so fast out of my chest, and long enough for me to tell my brother something. And I think I told my brother that I don't feel good, something's wrong. And then all of a sudden it just dropped me, like completely, like everything went black. I wasn't even fully on my bed. I was like halfway on my bed, halfway on my pillow, like still hanging off my bed. and it just like fell out. That's what happened. So when I woke up, I jumped on the show. I couldn't find my it was having some internet issues anyway. And I was texting Jesse right when the last text I texted you, that's when I fell out.
Are you
Because I was
nearby
telling
any
him,
cell towers by any chance?
it's a dead zone right here. I'm in the back where my room is. It's definitely a dead zone.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'm in a dead zone.
Because where I'm at, I got like 3 cell towers, within a quarter mile of me.
Dude, right now I can't find the mouse to the actual computer. I've been looking for it this whole time, and I can't find it. But this is that. I don't know what happened. So like that when that happened, I had just finished supper and I was sitting down. I was gonna get on I was telling Jesse I didn't get any notifications for the show for your show, right? I think that's the last thing I said to you, right, Jesse? Yeah, I was telling you I didn't have no notification for the because sometimes they'll come up right where I was sitting. I was sitting right at the computer, right? So it should have came up Shabaka's Black Experience at Heads, blah blah blah.
Yeah,
The notification would have came up.
episode on Queen Maccabee,
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's what I was waiting for, and I told him I said I'm not getting any notifications for the show, and then that's when I just dropped. The last thing I said, I remember the phone was in my hand, and I was texting Jesse about the notifications that I wasn't getting any, and then I just fell out. Just literally, I literally put the oxygen in my face and took a couple of deep breaths, and just bam, I was gone. I was out. And I was like, oh shit, it's about to go down like it always does. You know what I mean? That's what I was thinking. I was like, it's about to go down like it always does. And it's that because I've been in like little miniature comas like at least 7 times. So I was like, oh my god. And I didn't do anything. Like even right now, like I'm sitting here and I'm getting kind of excited. My heart's like fucking racing, and I'm just drinking a Crystal Light. A Crystal Light, everybody. It's not even a Kool-Aid. It's a Crystal Light.
Damn. Wow.
Yeah. It's Jesse. I was telling Jesse. Jesse understand. Like I told her what's up. So, it's opposite day for me. Hey, get up here, baby. Come on, big girl. Come here, big one, doggy. Come on, get up here. Come on, big one, doggy. Yeah, lay down now. Lay your big self down. Good girl. Yeah. My chest is hurting. I'm sorry to interrupt, but carry on with your next topic, Jesse. I'm going back on mute real quick, okay?
Okay.
Okay. All righty. Also, too, here I'm looking at something here on my cell phone.
Gotta get to the next topic.
All right.
That is, are Black people entitled to self-defense and to be turned in?
First of all, don't touch the camera.
Don't touch the camera.
Talk to my attorney.
Don't touch my camera. Don't touch my camera.
110 violations.
And I want y'all to continue to stay on the.
Wait, I don't know if that's the right video. Hold on.
Don't you know it's against the law for somebody to take your picture without your permission?
Yep.
Yeah. It sure is,
All right, we're in the building, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the building. Round of applause to you. Round of applause to the family. Welcome to the Tap In. Glad to have everybody tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. Can y'all do me a favor? If you can retweet this, that'll be absolutely phenomenal. Y'all retweet the space. Let everybody know that we're live right now. And yes, I'm very early. I'm early. I'm in Vegas right now. I'm chilling in Vegas, sitting up here watching the Vegas Strip, chilling.
Really?
About to hit a slot machine in a minute after I get a breakfast buffet some damn where. But I'm in Vegas. Shout out to Vegas. That's why I'm up early. And I didn't do my broadcast last night. I was at the slot machines last night, so I didn't get to do the broadcast last night. And a lot of people are like, "Hey, where the hell are you?" I'm up here losing money, but I'm here. I'm here. What's going on, man? Y'all good? Everybody good? Let's chop it up. Let me do a real quick roll call for some of the regulars that's in here. Real quick, you know, I gotta bless the room and all that stuff. Okay, hold on 1 second. All right. Who do we have? What I don't like doing when I do these early shows, I get text messages because everybody's texting me about different things. Y'all know I run several businesses, so there's always interruptions. But nevertheless, I'm here. I see Sir Mike in the building. I see Ty Powell. I see the prototype. I see Rashonda. I see Morning Dew in Hebrew. I see Soul Food in the building. I see MF Kush in the building. I see KD in the building. Respect to you. Rhonda in the building. Ty. Respect to the family. All right, what I want to talk about, family, because people are still discussing the Karmelo situation. A lot of people are talking in circles. People keep trying to reinterpret the law. People keep trying to redefine what self-defense is. I want people to not let the lice supremacists waste your time with a lot of legal jargon babble, because they love to sit here and babble about reinterpretations of the law, and they will sit up here and go back and forth with you indefinitely. The white supremacists are masters at time-wasting babble. They'll sit here and practice white supremacy,
That's
and
why I
then
just block them
gaslight
people.
you and babble you in circles, and you're sitting up here babbling about laws with these people. Family, whenever it comes to us defending ourselves using lethal self-defense against a white assailant, that is never justified. Just understand that. And I've talked about this before. Excuse me. I want y'all to understand all that jargon and babble they're doing, that's to deflect from the fact that there's a common law in this country that Black people are never supposed to use lethal self-defense force against a white person under no circumstances. Just understand that.
Yeah.
That's a part of the common law, ladies and gentlemen. And it's been that way since the very beginning. They used to be very, very open about it. Don't let these people sit up here, speaking of the Karmelo case, sit up here and talk about proportionate force. And man, if they don't stop, all of that is contingent on the race of the assailant or the aggressor or the victim. Conversations about self-defense, it requires an honest look about how common law plays out. During the colonial era, the implementations of all of the early slave codes, it was explicitly written in law. They were very open about this, that a Black person could never raise their hand against a white person under no circumstances, even to protect their own life. Okay, do you get that? That was the law openly in many places for centuries. That was the legal framework. So people want to spin their wheels pretending that we've evolved in some completely colorblind judicial system. No, the spirit, the key word is the spirit of those colonial laws, that's still the operating system of the courts today. The baseline rules remains. Black self-preservation against white aggression is inherently viewed as criminal. See, Black people, you got to put it in that context. Put it in the right context. See, they weaponize white fear versus criminalize Black survival. The legal system will they'll twist themselves into knots, justifying a white person practicing, quote, self-defense against a Black person. A Black person can be unarmed, running away in the opposite direction, existing in their own space. In some cases, a black person can be asleep, and if they unalive them, they'll say it's some form of self-defense and it's justified. It could be a child, a black child playing in a park by himself with an obvious toy weapon, a toy gun, and they'll come up and blast that child, talking about self-defense. They felt threatened. So they validate that fear as a license to use lethal force. All you have to do is say, I'm scared of these black people. And it's justified. The black person don't even have to do anything to you. But just the fear of black, which is not really a fear. They just know they can get away with it. So when a black person like Karmelo Anthony is cornered, outnumbered, and physically assaulted by a white person, his survival instincts is immediately criminalized. White fear is treated as justifiable weapons, while black fear is treated as an invalid excuse. And all of that disproportionate force nonsense, when these legal pundits and commentators talk in circles about Karmelo's case, they keep trying to use this disproportionate response nonsense. But they keep trying to minimize the assault that Metcalf, the son of a suspected white supremacist, as we see with Jeff Metcalf, he's going on an alt-right tour. He sounds like the damn Grand Wizard. So we see the mindset of a Metcalf. Metcalf was raised in a home of suspected white supremacy. So he felt entitled to go up to a black person and try to pull a Jim Crow rule on him to make him move out of a space that Metcalf had no ownership on. Listen how they keep talking, how Karmelo should have moved. For what? He wasn't illegally placed anywhere. But again, that's the I'm white, not say so narrative. See, the thing is, they argue that being aggressively pushed or grabbed doesn't warrant lethal force, but history shows that when a white person, a white vigilante, shoots an unarmed black person for arguing with them or walking through a neighborhood, the courts, they don't scrutinize proportions of the force. That disproportionate force argument is exclusively weaponized to invalidate black self-defense. Y'all remember the Zimmerman Trayvon Martin situation. Trayvon Martin was unarmed, but what did the lawyer say in court? They were like, no, he was armed. He was armed with his fist. His fists were weapons against that gun. And that jury said, yep, that's right. Don't let them talk about no proportion of force. Listen, even black law enforcement aren't really justified in using lethal force against white people. You understand that? Look at all the melanated people. Like that Mohammed Noor. He's not a foundational black American. I think he's Somali or whatever. But up in Minnesota, when he unalived that white woman, they put him in jail.
They gave him 15 years.
There's another case, I think some black officers in Louisiana, they unalived somebody and they put some white people and they put them in jail. You understand? Black officers, they're not allowed to use lethal force against white people. You notice that? That's why you rarely see cases where they unalive white people. Very rarely do black officers use lethal force because they will get criminalized. Even when the citizen is armed and dangerous, that blue wall of silence, it crumbles. They don't give a shit about you black officers. Yeah, they know how to prosecute a black cop at the drop of a hat. It's not a blue wall, it's a white wall. The badge, that don't override the foundational written rule. No black person is justified in taking the life of a white person. Under no circumstances. Even when they started to let people become police officers around the 1940s, one of the rules was, in the South, you can't arrest a white person. They used to tell them that.
You can arrest white people.
Go look that up. They would tell them, hey, you police that black neighborhood.
Yeah, that's in Atlanta.
No white person with that badge now. Just calm down. Just like, remember, and I talked about this before, when they were running up in the Capitol building, the J6ers, they did a damn insurrection at the U.S. Capitol building. You couldn't be more criminal than that. And when Ashley Babbitt tried to breach the doors and she was told to stop, our good brother, Black Officer Michael Byrd, had to give her some of those hot bangs. Period. And you know the white supremacists were very mad. They were mad. They don't praise him as a hero for stopping an insurrection. They don't like Michael Byrd to this day. They were trying to figure out a way to prosecute him, but they couldn't. He was completely justified in stopping that. They're mad at Michael Byrd today. And it ain't just the right wingers. You understand? No, they don't prop him up as no hero. Notice when black people stop mass shootings or whatever, they never prop the black people up as heroes. When it's a white person engaging in a mass shooting, they don't prop them up. Up in Vegas, remember, not too long ago, some white Hispanic dude went up there and tried to shoot up a grocery store, and them two random brothers just put the brakes on him, beat the brakes off his ass, stomped him out, swole his head up. They were sitting up here trying to figure out how they could charge those brothers, but they couldn't. It was for real self-defense. The dude was shooting up the place. And they were sitting up here talking about, well, could those guys be charged too?
That there was at the
Really?
Albertsons.
You understand? So you're never supposed to, as a black person, defend yourself or defend the community from white aggression. You know? And they coordinate this media spin. You know, they'll spend hours talking about the weather, the tent, the track meet, the good nature of the white victim, glossing over the fact that a black teenager was physically assaulted first. You understand? They keep the way, if you let these people tell it, they make it seem like Karmelo Anthony was plotting. Listen to how they talk. They make it seem like Karmelo Anthony was premeditated. Why did he take a knife to the track meet? Like he used some kind of psychic energy. Why did he have a knife? Why did he have a weapon in the first place? If you let them tell it, Karmelo Anthony went to a track meet with the sole intention of stabbing Austin Metcalf. If you let them tell it, a person he didn't know that he was going to get into an altercation with Metcalf, but according to the white supremacists, they throw logic out the window. This is why they have to have all white juries in there, because the white supremacists get together and they just sit here and start lying, and that's a part of white supremacy. They lie and agree on the lie. Whereas black people get in there and say, hey, wait a minute, that don't make no sense. We're the sense bearers out of this thing. That's why they don't have us on there. We'll stop all those lies unless they get a tether to lie with them, and tethers are master liars too. The strength of white supremacy is them getting together and lying together and getting on code around their lies. You understand? And again, there's a reason why they're not showing you the video. If Karmelo was actually guilty, ladies and gentlemen, they would have released that damn video a long time ago. They're hiding that video for a reason. That video will show that Karmelo was attacked and assaulted. So they use legal gymnastics to frame Karmelo and any other black person as the initial aggressor, talking about he provoked the assault simply by occupying a space and defending his boundaries. You understand? And then putting this kid in jail for 35 years. So there's an erasure of black boundaries. See, under the system of white supremacy, a black person is not legally allowed to enforce personal boundaries. When Karmelo said, hey, touch me, see what happens, he was establishing a boundary against a physical violation. When that boundary was crossed and he was grabbed, his reaction, which was justified, was punished because he was black and the aggressor was white. So the message is that we, black people, we have to absorb physical disrespect, physical aggression from the dominant white society without retaliating. And the courts, they function to remind us that we don't have the right to bodily autonomy. And we're saying, damn that, we have a God-given right to defend ourselves. That's just not going to be the law of the land. We're not going to sit here and just let you unalive us, harm us, maim us, try to pull a Chud the Builder on us, because that's what they really want. They want us to get in the mindset of being disarmed so that they can send the Chud the Builder types to run us down and then ambush us. That's the name of the game. All of this stuff is in concert with each other. They want us defenseless, and they want us to second guess defending ourselves. So when they send these white supremacist vigilantes out here, we'll be sitting ducks, and that's not going to be the case. For example, in Georgia, I talked about this case before, the white supremacist man who shot up that family reunion. He drove by using the N-word, and then they ran him up out of there. And then he came back with an armed body armor and an AR, and then tried to spray up the place. And then a black Marine started busting on him. From what I understand, this white man who sat up here and did this hate crime, if I'm not mistaken, they let that man out on a $5,000 bond. If I'm not mistaken, they let him out on a $5,000 bond, ladies and gentlemen. They're signal boosting messages to these white supremacists that we're going to be very light on you if you do these vigilante attacks. You understand? So we got to get into the mindset of damn that. You better defend yourself at all cost. Don't second guess defending yourself at all. It's going to be up and all the way up. Who's this? Let's get some people in here. Who is this? Ella Mafia? Ella Mafia, hop on, Ella Mafia. Ella? All right. Ella, unmute your microphone if you can. All right, let me get some of these people in here. Ella, y'all don't make a request if y'all not ready to get up. I don't want to waste time here. Let's get B-Dog.
Hello?
There you go, Ella.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Ella.
Oh, okay, it's L. That's why I didn't know you was talking to me.
Okay, what's up, Ella?
I was trying to send you something. Did you hear about the police that killed the lady's doodle because she was screaming because she was excited about the Knicks winning the championship?
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, tell me about that. What happened?
So what I read was that one of her neighbors, I'm not sure what race her neighbors are, but they called because they said they felt like something was going on, but she was just excited. Her family was over for the championship. And so when the police came to their house, I guess her dog ran out or whatever, and then the police shot and killed the dog. And I have a doodle myself, and doodles are very nice dogs. They're not even aggressive, no nothing, and they just shot and killed her dog.
Yeah, I saw a little clip of that. That's very unfortunate. Yeah, these people. But yeah, and the dog is a little black dog, so they like, oh God, it's a Negro. Oh God, so yeah, they're shooting anything black. They shot a black dog. These people have lost their minds. They're losing their minds. They're losing their damn minds, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, but I heard about that, and that's very unfortunate. Smooth, what's up, Smooth?
What's up, Flex? Yeah, man, they playing hopscotch with the law. 1 minute, you think of Tulsa, Oklahoma, where we was kicking up their ass. They dropped a bomb on Americans. They dropped a bomb on their own people, and I don't think nobody went to jail for that. It's been other cases like I think the dude's name is Kendrick Jenkins. Kendrick Jenkins. It was the same situation. If you think about it, I don't know if y'all seen the documentary. He got beat up by 2 football players, and they put him in a mat. And they still closed that case. They know exactly what happened. So what they mad at is that it didn't go in their favor. I got these saying like, why didn't he fight? He did fight. It went in his favor. He ain't dead. Yeah. He ain't dropped, But I just want to throw that out there, man. Shout out to Flex.
Respect to you. Yes, indeed. Oh, yeah, the Sambos are Samboing it up, boy. The Sambos are really, really campaigning. All these Sambos out here trying to cape for the Metcalfs while Jeff Metcalf is out here spewing every racial epithet and watermelon felon. This man is out here sounding like Richard damn Spencer, and you Sambos are trying to cape for that. What y'all think you're going to get, a golden butter biscuit? What you think you're going to get? Y'all not getting nothing from these white supremacists? You idiots. Now, I know most of you are tethers doing all that, so we know you get down, but y'all not going to get nothing out these people. They don't give a shit about you. They don't. Be easy. What's up, Be Easy?
Yeah, you damn right about that.
Yes, sir. What's going on with him?
Hey, thank you for standing on business because, yeah, it's a lot of buttermilk biscuits going around with the Karmelo Anthony case, so I'll be concise and precise. They keep pushing that they asked him 15 times to leave. He had no legal obligation to move.
Right.
If it was such an issue, they had a civic duty to go get an authority figure, a teacher, a coach. Austin and his gang of goons tried to take matters into their own hands, which means the brother Karmelo Anthony had to take self-defense in his own hands. When you look at 130 pounds, if you take that across any sport, boxing, wrestling, MMA, 130 pounds is considered a super featherweight. 200 plus pounds is considered heavyweight. So Karmelo had a feckless defense where they didn't argue the disparity of force.
Didn't I
There's
just say
legal
that?
doctrine where it says that situations where individuals face an attacker or a significant physical or tactical advantage, it justifies the use of deadly force even against unarmed assailants. And understanding the disparity of force, it talks about multiple attackers, size and strength differences, combat skills, and also age and physical condition. They said that he was surrounded by multiple larger athletic figures. So, yeah, I mean, this was a clear-cut case of self-defense, and I'll land with this. You brought up Ashley Babbitt. Ashley Babbitt's family was also paid reparations. They paraded her around as a victim. Suddenly why didn't she just comply? All of those type of rhetoric just fell by the wayside. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'll land with that.
Yes, man, very good point. Oh, yeah. Ashley Babbitt, remember, this woman, they broke into the Capitol building.
Is back.
This beyond, they weren't just sitting under a tent. They did a armed insurrection at the Capitol building. Officer Byrd is yelling at her, stop, get back, don't come forward, stop, stop, stop. She kept aggressing. He gave her those hot things, and they sat up here and acted like she was a damn victim. Black self-defense don't exist against white assailants under no circumstances. Family, that's what you have to understand. And we have to understand, damn that. We're not going to go for that. You're not going to get some kind of royal immunity to just harm us anytime you feel like it. No, we have to say enough is enough. I don't give a damn about these Sambos out here with Karmelo shows. He should have just thought. He should have put his, man, shut up, Sambo. Stop it. These are people auditioning for damn butter biscuits. Stop it. B-Dog, what's up, B-Dog?
What's up, Ricc? How you doing, man?
Good, brother. How are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. Just wanted to talk about how I'm just with you with these Sambos, man. I'm in all these TikTok rooms, and there's just so many of my black brothers, man, just in there backing these Metcalfs in this case, just using the facts of the case that wasn't really a case because the lawyer didn't do shit. Is facts. Oh, it showed he said pussy. He told him, he threatened hard, but so it's just so annoying just how many cats could just want to just try to get these butter biscuits, man. And that's just my thing I want to talk to you about, man. And then another thing, I'm gonna be out in LA Friday. I'm pulling up to the museum, just so you know. Hopefully you open.
Respect to that, brother. But yeah, this thing, the Sambo class, this case scared them. Oh, they didn't scare any Sambos in here? Do we have any Sambos in here? Boy, this case scared your ass. If you were already a Sambo, oh, this case terrorized you. Oh, Lord, I was going to get 35 years if I fight. Oh, Lord, you can beat me. Don't hit me too hard when you beat me, though. Don't hiss me in my mouth. I got to talk and drinks with it, you know. That's what you sound like. Y'all scared. Oh, they done scared some of y'all niggas. Oh, they done scared you. Boy, they are tap dancing. Oh, that poor Austin Metcalf, his family. Oh, Jeff Metcalf. Oh, as a black, I sorry, Jeff Metcalf. And Jeff is out here talking about slavery, watermelon, baby mama. He's out here talking like an alt-right 4chan troll. Oh, man, God damn. Y'all hear this knocking on my door? These maids here in Vegas. Hold on, man. Hold on.
Hey, Brother Che, you still with us?
Hello? Yes, come back later, please. All right. I'm sorry, guys. These late-ass Vegas maids. It's supposed to come early. I told him to come back. All right. Amira Gold. Hop on, Amira Gold.
Hey, Brother Che, you still with us?
Amira Gold. Or Amira or Amira Gold. Are you in here? All right. Amira Gold ain't saying nothing, so I get you back.
Okay,
One,
Che.
let's get Mr. One in here. Mr. One.
Okay.
How you doing?
I'm good, One. How are you?
Doing all right. I just first, when I think about this, the whole Carmelo Anthony, this is a big thing when it comes down to black men raising their children for the last 400 years. How they want to put their hands on us. They want us perpetually.
One, go ahead.
Brother Che.
What happened with One?
Hey,
What's up?
Che.
916, Mr. 916.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's
Okay,
happening, man?
Val says
All right,
must
yeah,
be
man. I
sleeping.
just want to point out,
Hey, Che.
when you're touching on the Sambos right now, the cold part about it is,
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, please keep listening to
with no disrespect to
the
them at
feed
all,
that
though,
we're doing
but
right
it
now.
just seems like
Okay,
they're
I'm
more
going to
similar
bed.
to the Officer
I'm in
Tatum's or
pain
Jason
again.
Whitlocks and stuff, just as far as
Okay,
how,
Che, if you hear this,
from
man,
what
I'll
we've
give you a
heard, how
call
they
tomorrow,
move, you know
but
what I'm
I think
saying?
you went to sleep.
They moved out, the
Okay.
hood. They went with the
I'm out,
they went to
ladies
the
and
suburbs,
gentlemen,
you know
and
what
this
I'm
is
saying? He
season
surrounded
6,
himself with some
episode 30,
multicultural
part 3,
friends or whatever you want to say.
continuation,
He let his guard
part 1
down
of
and
Frontline
he
Black
ended up like
News.
this. And the fact that they're just
Okay.
kind of throwing him under the bus is cold to me because he doesn't have any background like he old dog or nothing. You know what I'm saying? This kid's good in school.
Right, yeah, he was
Family
a
got a great background.
3.75
And
student.
that
He's
crowd
supposed
should
to
be,
be a student.
more supporting
And
him
a
versus
background
just kind
like
of
that,
throwing him
ain't
under the
nobody
bus.
gonna be
You know what
out
I'm
there
saying?
trying to start no shit. They're
All right,
trying to
brother.
get educated.
And I don't know. People keep saying about the family that bought a house and a car, and I don't. Some of those are a lot of the white supremacists are saying that. I don't think the family did all that. I don't think it's like a big money grab for the family. They're not a hood family. I think people are just saying stuff to try to discredit the family. So, unfortunately, there's been a lot of vultures around the family.
Right.
Trying to low-key sabotage him, but that's a whole different thing. On code, Pan-African.
Hey, what's up, Tariq?
What's going on, man? How are you?
Oh, good, good. I'm so glad you're on Twitter.
Yeah.
Away from that TikTok begging ass platform. But I just want to say, like, you got people like Jamil Hill keep saying that Karmelo was emotional and reacted and whatnot.
No,
But
fuck
I feel like
Jamil
this another
Hill.
Sambo
Yeah, I
copy
cussed her
feed.
out on
He
Twitter.
reacted like I would have taught my son to
The
react the
hell
same
with
way.
Jamil Hill.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean? You gotta
Jamil Hill
defend your
about the
life,
same
whatever it
said
takes.
that.
And we'll whatever later.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm
That's
out
what I got.
in Las
Yeah, a
Vegas.
lot of these people who work for
Okay,
these
Steve
corporate
Tina,
media
morning.
structures, they're going to have to
Thank
kind of
you
tap
for having
dance
me
a
here
little
on
bit
season 6, episode 30,
because
part
they know
3,
how
continuation, part 1
white
of
people at
Frontline
their
Black
job
News.
feel. Let's
I'm
be
out.
real.
Have a nice night.
They know the energy at the job, so they can't go in there on some black empowerment thing. They got to go in there with the tap shoes, nice and shiny. Or you know how your coworkers are. They're passive aggressive, monitoring your energy. They're going there and say, hey, Shaquita, did you hear about that Karmelo case? What'd you think about it? They'll play that move. They'll try to act like they're neutral. God, this is just so tragic on both sides. God, it's just horrible how both families lost a youth. You know, it's so tragic, and just people trying to make it about race. What do you think about it, Jamal? And they wait on you to say something. And if you say, hey, man, I think Karmelo was defending himself. Oh, okay. They go down to HR on your ass. Jamal just threatened me. I was just threatened by Jamal. He said he was going to stab me like Karmelo stabbed Austin Metcalf. You know how the white people are at your job. You know. You know how it is. You don't want to have no aggression in there because you want a promotion. You want to get a raise at one point. If you go in there rubbing them the wrong way, you might not get that raise. So yeah, you got to tap dance a little bit. You got to pull a Stephen A. Smith. You got to pull your hairline back 3.5 inches and say, you know what? Karmelo was a coward. He was wrong. Yeah, you got a tap dance. Yeah, you know what it is. All right, this Mimi, we got crazy ass Mimi in here. We ain't talked to crazy Mimi in a minute. Now, Mimi is crazy as cat shit, by the way, guys. So just warning you. Mimi, what's going on?
I'm on the back channel. First of all, hello.
What's up, Mimi? Are you on any medication?
Let me tell you something. Hey, Nasheed. Let me look at me. Look at me. 60 million. Obama 840. What we gonna do about this shit? What we gonna do?
Amen.
You don't see the failure or the fraud. What you want to do? You want to make it pretty?
I mean, where are your handlers?
No. 60 million. So that means the cleanup should be by Thursday. What you think? Wednesday. Get that shit out of the White House so you and Al Sharpton can go. Okay. The library, though, over
Family,
there.
when y'all have people like this in your family, make sure they got their handlers and make sure they got their medication. Yeah, Mimi is, something going on with her. Bless her heart. Bless her heart. Crazy as cat shit. But yeah, y'all make sure your people got their medication and make sure they have their handlers. Because whoever's Mimi's handlers are, they just let her be on the phone all willy-nilly. Yeah, she has handlers because somebody has to pay her phone bill. So she ain't she ain't paying no damn bill. You go down to AT&T. Obama's in a spaceship. I sure like donuts. I saw a pit bull outside on a tree. What we gonna do about it? I don't know. She's not going down there paying no bills. Somebody's paying her bills for her. She goes down there talking that gibberish. So whoever your handlers are, they gotta make sure you're safe. Make sure you're good. Make sure you're bathing and brushing your teeth and all that shit. Okay. Let me see. Who else we got? Y'all raise your hand. Everybody raise your hand. Let's get the wizard. Let's get the wizard in here. The wizard in the building. The wizard, what's up, wizard?
Brother, what's the word with you, good brother?
I'm good, man. How are you, sir?
Man, you know what it is, man. I'm black and I'm lovely every single day, man. Black American strong, brother.
Yes, sir. What's on your mind?
Man, are we entitled to lethal self-defense? This the greatest question of all, right? Are white people allowed to just kill us with impunity? That's the question.
Yeah.
That's the question, right? Another question is, are we not Americans in America? I mean, I understand we black, right? But are we not Americans in America? Do we not have the same laws abided to us? What's the deal here, Brother Flex?
Yeah, very good question. Understand this. The white supremacists don't give a shit about America. The concept of America and what an American should be, we as foundational Black Americans, we embody that. We embody that. We embody the principles, the morals, and the foresight of what it is to be an American. The white supremacists do not. And they never have. You understand that? You have to remember, many parts of the Constitution, like the 14th Amendment, 13th Amendment, that was us pushing that, where equal protection under the law for everybody. A country where everybody's going to be treated equally. We have always pushed that. Civil rights for everybody being treated equally. We push that. If people want to immigrate here, immigration laws, that's going to be equal, not race-based. We push that. Not the white supremacists. They wanted everything to be about them. Everybody is excluded but them. You understand? They wanted to make everything about them, ladies. Hold on, who's at my damn door? Excuse me. Excuse me. They wanted to make everything about them. Hold on. Let me see. Probably my damn kids coming in from the pool. Who is that? No, I'm not done. All right. All right. Sorry about that, guys. There's a lot of shit going on. All right. But like I said, they wanted to make everything about them. They wanted to make this a white supremacist enclave where they can just do anything they wanted to do with impunity. You understand? They wanted a system where they can just come over here, freak off with each other. Go look at my movie Buck Breaking, because it was a whole lot of shit that they wanted to do over here that they had restrictions in Europe. They wanted to come over here and bussy pop. It was a lot of punks, European punks over here. It's a whole thing, man. Go watch our movie Buck Breaking. Yeah, they wanted to just do whatever the hell they wanted to do over here. Man, hold on. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Hold on. Okay, good Lord, Lexi.
Cut the shit short.
Good Lord, get your ass out of here. How come y'all done swimming so fast?
That we were there for 2 hours.
Where's my mother?
Because he been up there for a whole hour before.
All right, sorry about that, guys. All right, let me get a couple of more people in here. Let me get a couple of more folks in here. Y'all raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Did they clean your room over there? Oh, all right. Let me get Brother Sage in here. Sage. Brother Sage in the building. Sage.
Brother Flax, first of all, ain't nothing to be sorry about, brother. That's the wife and that's the family, brother. That comes first, as always, brother. Secondly, sorry about the other day. I couldn't, my connection was bad and I couldn't get up here, but it was a couple of fallacies that were said the other day. In New York City here, you already know where I'm at. In New York City, we do not have the right to stand your ground. So, which means that we have the right to retreat. And I'm a slow roaster. So basically, if a person is on the train and that person is yelling and threatening you, you have the right to run away. You do not have the right to attack that man or even subdue that man. You do not have the right to do that. Now, Texas is a little different.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, how was it that Daniel Penny was able to get off on that, but Karmelo was sitting in a jail cell now as we speak? And with that, I'm a land. Much love to the fam.
Yeah, I keep bringing that up to these people because when I bring up Daniel Penny, they're like, well, oh, that's different, dude. That's in a different state. Yeah, it is in a different state that had a duty to retreat. You're supposed to get the hell on. You're not supposed to sit there and choke nobody out by the law. The first thing you do if there's a threat, you run first if there's a threat. That's the law in New York. You get the hell out of there first. You have a duty to you got to get away from the threat. If there's a threat, you got to bounce. Jordan Neely wasn't a threat to no damn body. Damn sure wasn't a threat to Daniel Penny. Daniel Penny snuck up from behind. You understand? Daniel Penny got him from behind and they said, yeah, well, he's white, so that works. So yeah, we're not going for these racialized laws, but they're going to be enforced based on race. MF Kush, hop on in. MF Kush.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you. How are you?
Good, sir. How are you?
I'm good. What's going on?
Good. My only question to you is, how do you feel about the Black Americans who now have managed to turn and say that Carmelo's parents are now grifting, and that now all of a sudden now the narrative is starting to switch? I just see a lot of people switching up their talking points and their turns and their viewpoints, and now the Black Americans that say that they once stood for Karmelo are the same ones that are now turning against him. How do you feel about that?
I feel like they're being cowards because they feel powerless. It's easier to turn on the parents and come up with some bullshit narrative about them than to say, hey, these white people are manipulating these laws in a way that punishes us and I can't do anything about it. You see, it's hard to say, hey, man, I can't do nothing about this right now. These people are manipulating the laws against me, and I can't stop them. I don't have the power to stop them. That's hard for people to say. It's hard to say that I'm in a powerless position. Say that shit. You're powerless and scared. Dr. Welsing said, listen, if you're scared, say you're scared. All right? And then work from there. It's okay to be scared. And it's okay to be a rider to say that. We're going to have to change some things. That's what I'm on. Yeah, they're using their laws and the institutions and the I'm white not say so law against us. And now they're being defiant about it. They're like, all right, yeah, we just did it. Now what? And that now what is scaring Negroes. Because they're looking at you like, okay, what y'all gonna do about it, Negroes? Yeah, we just railroaded one of your people into the jail cell. Now, what you gonna do about it? Well, Karmelo family sure need to get some of that money back. Yeah, they're punking some of you out. I'm not being punked out. I'm looking at them like, yeah, we're gonna figure out something. Oh yeah, we'll figure it out. We just have to keep looking at the problem. When you look at a problem long enough, the solution will come up to you. The solution will come to you. You understand? And that's what people are doing now. We're coming up with ways to replace the system of white supremacy with the system of justice. So the first thing you got to do is acknowledge what the problem is. The first thing, to solve any problem, you have to acknowledge what the problem is. Whining about Karmelo's family, that's you ignoring the problem. That's you punking out. That's you being scared. You don't even want a solution to the problem. Because now a solution to the problem, that means you might have to put in some work. You understand? Mr. Fennell. Fennell, hop on.
Hey, what's going on, Flex? How you doing?
I'm good, man.
Yeah, what's happening is that you got all these Negroes who were telling us right now, reverting back to turn the other cheek mentality and everything. And they're basically scared because they don't want to lose all that money that they're getting from corporate America and everything else. And so what we're just basically have to just do is just ignore them and just say that, hell, if I'm being attacked, I gotta use my weapon to protect myself at all costs and everything else.
Yeah.
Seems like some of these Negroes are just sit up there talking about they want to go back to the 1960s where we turn the other cheek and just let these white folks just push us around and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we gotta stop that. I'm gonna land my plane.
Real talk. Playtime is over. All right, Jamal, what's up, Jamal?
What's good, Tariq? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's happening?
I'm good. Did you hear about that Marine Corps veteran brother there in Philly that pew-pewed at those police officers? He pew-pewed 3 police officers.
No, I didn't hear that. When did this happen?
This past Saturday.
Okay, yeah, I haven't heard that. I'm gonna look into that. I have not heard that. I'll look into it. Nikki the God, what's up, Nikki? Miss Nikki.
I'm here. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
I can hear.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so the system of white supremacy has always relied on symbolism and messaging. It tells people where they stand without ever having to say words out loud.
Mm-hmm.
When I look at the case of Karmelo Anthony, I look at the killing of Cyrus Carmack Belton by Ricc Chow, and then I look at the recent fake outrage over this Black woman's dog being shot by police. I can't help but to notice the contrast. Black children lose their lives, Black family lose their children, Black people lose their freedom. And in many of these cases, the response is justification and excuses. You blame people when they pass away, you say nasty things, but let a dog be killed and suddenly people of every race, especially the whites, they have no problem finding empathy and outrage and concern. For me, that's some type of a sick symbolism. It's a message. It's what they respond to and what they choose to respond to. And it's just a very nasty way of handling things. And I feel like they're trying to say that we are less than, and I'm not going to accept that. That's all.
There you go. Real talk. Thank you so much, beloved.
Your way, your way. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Your way, your way. Ooh, yeah, 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 yeah. Your way, your way. Ooh, yeah, 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 yeah.
First of all, don't touch the camera.
Don't touch the camera.
Talk to my attorney.
Don't touch my camera. Don't touch my camera.
110 violations.
And I want y'all to continue to stay on these folks' necks by calling the health department when y'all see these violations, because they trying to take out the whole damn community.
Might have to drop a dime on them. For sure. You know what I'm saying? Stop. I don't like that shit. For sure, bro. I don't like that shit.
All right, y'all know how we do. Always pushing health, wealth, and a better understanding of self. So check this out, y'all. It's a lot of, y'all know we doing a blackout and we focusing on the wealth transfer to us. We kicking out $2.1 trillion, somewhere around there, and it's going to other nationalities. So now this is a big wealth transfer for us. We're trying to get all of those funds and transfer that to us. And in the process of doing that, we had a lot of the Asian stock market crashed because we've been saying that, you know, we're not spending with the Asian community. So I can see a lot of people that probably wasn't invested in a lot of products that was in our neighborhood is gonna pull out. They're gonna pull their money out like, yeah, this is probably the best time to pull your money out of the products and these Asian products that they got going on, because this is the start of the end. So I'm pretty sure people in Asia, you know, felt like that. But some of these stores around America, what they're doing is they're trying to make it seem like they Black owned. And it's a sister, shout out to that sister, I'm gonna play out this clip, that she's going around checking. There's been people in our community going around to these businesses and letting people know, like, what are you doing? You heard about the wealth transfer? Okay, we no longer calling it a blackout. That ain't what we doing. We ain't doing that. But I want to know what y'all think about this. How we gonna be able to certify? It is a guy that's certifying Black business. He's doing research. I got to shout his name. I can't think of it right now. Dang, but he definitely verified mine. It's a Rolodex that they got, and we got to know who we are and make sure nobody can't steal, you know, our name, image, and likeness, because that's probably what's next. That's gonna happen. They're gonna try to put Black faces and make it seem like they in position when really they're just, you know, they're just an employee. But y'all check this out. I want to know what y'all think. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, push on the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that. I'm gonna give y'all some more commentary. Let's get it.
And I took a road trip. I went to explore all of the so-called Black-owned beauty supply stores. I visited 4. Only 2 of them were actually Black-owned, Black American-owned. We know that Black-owned means us, and I don't want to discuss it anymore. Okay, y'all not gonna gaslight me. Y'all know what this is and what it means. So I'll tell you a story. Let's do story time about one of them. So I go to this one store and I did the same thing. I let them know, hey, this is who I am. This is what I'm doing. I just want to bring awareness to all of the Black American owned, and I do say it, beauty supply stores that are around. So we know who you are, where you're at, how to find you, what you carry, etc. So the girl there, she's also Black American. She says, oh my God, we love that. Go ahead. You know, I was like, okay, cool. So I'm walking through the store and I'm, you know, taking footage. I'm looking like, oh, y'all got this. I got this. Okay, cool. But there's something that I can't quite articulate that happens, like when we own and run a space, and I cannot articulate what it is, but it feels a certain way. It feels a certain way. And I'm walking through and I'm like, something feels off. I need to ask more questions. So I get to the front. And the girl is there again. She came from outside. And she's like, can I help you with something? I was like, yeah, can we talk about the store? You know, how long's it been here? Are the owners here so I can speak with them? And she's like, no. So we actually have another store on the other side of town. And the owner's not here. But I did just call her to make sure that this is cool that you're doing this. I was like, okay, cool. And she said, yeah. She says, thank you for coming and letting everyone know about it. And I was like, okay, so what's your name? What's her name? Can I tag y'all when I make this video? So she's like, yeah, let me write it down. She gets a card. She writes the name down. And she says the name to me. And I'm like, come again? What did you say? And she says the name. And so she hands me the card. And I'm looking at it. And I'm looking at her. And she's looking at me. And I'm looking at her. And I said, girl. And she goes, okay, so she's African, but you know. And I'm looking at her. And she goes, I just work here. And I said, but you know. She goes, I know, but I just work here. So I guess what I want to say is, I'll use this as an example.
First of all, don't touch the camera.
Don't touch the camera.
Talk to my attorney.
Don't touch my camera.
110 violations.
And I want y'all to continue to stay on these folks' necks by calling the health department when y'all see these violations, because they trying to take out the whole damn community.
Might have to drop a dime on them. Sure. You know what I'm saying? Stop. I don't like that shit. For sure, bro. I don't like that shit.
All right, y'all know how we do. Always pushing health, wealth, and a better understanding of self. So check this out, y'all. It's a lot of, y'all know we doing a blackout and we focusing on the wealth transfer to us. We kicking out $2.1 trillion, somewhere around there, and it's going to other nationalities. So now this is a big wealth transfer for us. We're trying to get all of those funds and transfer that to us. And in the process of doing that, we had a lot of the Asian stock market crashed because we've been saying that, you know, we're not spending with the Asian community. So I can see a lot of people that probably wasn't invested in a lot of products that was in our neighborhood is gonna pull out. They're gonna pull their money out like, yeah, this is probably the best time to pull your money out of the products and these Asian products that they got going on, because this is the start of the end. So I'm pretty sure people in Asia, you know, felt like that. But some of these stores around America, what they're doing is they're trying to make it seem like they Black owned. And it's a sister, shout out to that sister, I'm gonna play out this clip, that she's going around checking. There's been people in our community going around to these businesses and letting people know, like, what are you doing? You heard about the wealth transfer? Okay, we no longer calling it a blackout. That ain't what we doing. We ain't doing that. But I want to know what y'all think about this. How we gonna be able to certify? It is a guy that's certifying Black business. He's doing research. I got a shot his name. I can't think of it right now. Dang, but he definitely verified mine. It's a Rolodex that they got. And we got to know who we are and make sure nobody can't steal, you know, our name, image, and likeness, because that's probably what's next that's gonna happen. They're gonna try to put Black faces and make it seem like they in position when really they're just, you know, they're just an employee. But y'all check this out. I want to know what y'all think. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, push on the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that. I'm gonna give y'all some more commentary. Let's get it.
And I did. I took a road trip. I went to explore all of the so-called Black-owned beauty supply stores. I visited 4. Only 2 of them were actually Black-owned, Black American-owned. We know that Black-owned means us, and I don't want to discuss it anymore. Okay, y'all not gonna gaslight me. Y'all know what this is and what it means. So I'll tell you a story. Let's do story time about one of them. So I go to this one store and I did the same thing. I let them know, hey, this is who I am. This is what I'm doing. I just want to bring awareness to all of the Black American owned, and I do say it, beauty supply stores that are around. So we know who you are, where you're at, how to find you, what you carry, etc. So the girl there, she's also Black American. She says, "Oh my God, we love that. Go ahead." I was like, okay, cool. So I'm walking through the store and I'm, taking footage. I'm looking like, oh, y'all got this. I got this. Okay, cool. But there's something that I can't quite articulate that happens like when we own and run a space, and I cannot articulate what it is, but it feels a certain way. It feels a certain way. And I'm walking through and I'm like, something feels off. I need to ask more questions. So I get to the front and the girl is there again. She came from outside and she's like, "Can I help you with something?" I was like, "Yeah, can we talk about the store? How long's it been here? Are the owners here so I can speak with them?" And she's like, "No, so we actually have another store on the other side of town and the owner's not here, but I did just call her to make sure that this is cool that you're doing this." I was like, "Okay, cool." And she said, "Yeah." She says, "Thank you for coming and letting everyone know about it." And I was like, "Okay, so what's your name? What's her name? Can I tag y'all when I make this video?" So she's like, "Yeah, let me write it down." She gets a card. She writes the name down. And she says the name to me, and I'm like, "Come again? What did you say?" And she says the name. And so she hands me the card, and I'm looking at it, and I'm looking at her, and she's looking at me, and I'm looking at her. And I said, "Girl," and she goes, "Okay, so she's African, but And I'm looking at her, and she goes, "I just work here." And I said, "But she goes, "I know, but I just work here." So I guess what I want to say is, I'll use this as an example. You know very well the current events that has caused our very specific community to say, "You know what? Not only do we want to pull back in doing business with a certain group of people, we just want to do business with us. It's all about us now." This is very specifically what it is. And I'm using this as an example because it's very real. I made a post recently and I just wanted to create like a directory so that we could find all of the Black American owned beauty supply stores, because I knew there were more than we thought. And sure enough, there are so many of them. Okay. Now, in that mix and all throughout, because I knew as it started getting more and more traction and comments, I was like, let me put this a few times throughout the post. This is for Black American business owners. Very specifically, this is for us. This is the purpose. This is what we're doing. I still had, and I'm going to say more than a dozen suggestions and other business owners saying, well, we should still be included, because we're not that Black, but we're another kind of Black. To understand the context and to know what we're doing while we're doing, and to still try to crowbar your way in and to say, hey, I still want to put my business on the front lines with y'all, even though y'all are clearly saying this isn't about my business, is pretty, honestly diabolical. And if you don't think so, something's wrong, okay? Secondly, you know very well, until extremely recently, very, very recently, until the last year or two, no one wanted to be called Black but us. No one. You didn't want to identify with it. Okay, you didn't want to identify with us. But here you are listing y'all's businesses as Black owned, knowing that Black owned means us. And I honestly think that that's sinister, because you are intentionally trying to categorize yourself as one of us so that you can capitalize off of us. And I'm not tripping. I'm not tripping. Okay, so just in case there's someone who genuinely does not understand what's happening is more than a boycott. It's more than us saying we don't want to do business with a certain group of people for many justifiable reasons. What we're saying is we want to love on us. We want to love on our people in our community. We want to invest in the business owners. We want to bring more capital to our community. When you take capital to a person in another community outside of ours, it never returns. Why? Because no one invests in us. No one invests in us. So what we're doing now is we're shifting focus, and we are being strategic about, infusing our community with capital so that it can circulate and then so it can grow. And it's as simple as that. This is us loving ourselves. This is us investing in ourselves. And I think it's a beautiful thing. And if you don't, just be honest. You don't like us very much.
All right, so y'all see how that sister check that beauty supply store, and we got to do it. I feel the destiny swap. I feel like they're going to try to get Black Americans, pay them a little money and make them seem like they the owners of the store so they can get that, because they in a rock and a hard place right now. It's like, what are they going to do? Are they going to shut the business down? And, are they going to, like, what's going to happen? Are they going to try to fight this? I'm sure it's still some people that's going in there because they don't have a lot of people don't have a liberation for our people, man, but enough of us do. So I think it's going to be definitely impacted, but we got to work on getting these businesses right where they at. So we're going to have to definitely black them out. All right. Now we got this other sister. There's been a restaurant that had a lot of violations. It's dirty. They got food everywhere. I'm gonna let y'all play this clip. I want to know what y'all think. Let's get it.
And I wanted to share a video with all of the Black people who keep popping up on my timeline talking about they would not support a boycott and they're going to continue to eat their Chinese food. Y'all keep patronizing these Asian businesses and the buffets and all of that. Don't worry about it. After watching this, I hope your ass get sick, real sick, because y'all some damn fools. Check this out.
Well, get this, one restaurant, 110 violations. And on top of all of that, our cameras caught something disturbing on camera that even still exists in the kitchen now.
In tonight's Dirty Dining, Local 10 investigator Jeff Weinstein tries to get some answers from an owner who doesn't want you to know what inspectors found recently.
I don't know what this is. This is fish on the floor. We don't know if it was going to be cooked or used for sushi, but we do know it doesn't belong on a filthy, wet, greasy kitchen floor. We are in the kitchen at China Buffet at 11379 Bird Road. Inspectors recently found 110 violations here, and we saw some of the issues still exist. You have steak on the floor. Can you just take the steak off the floor? That bin of raw meat was very close to that piece of fish we found on the floor. No one could tell us what was in this sink in the dishwashing area. There are 3 full pages of violation after violation. Roaches near a sink and a food prep table, chicken, beef, pork, ham, dumplings, all out of temperature. The dish machine was not sanitizing. Food debris, encrusted materials, mold, grease was found on almost everything from ovens to the soda guns. There was evidence of an employee smoking in a food prep area. There was an objectionable odor in the kitchen. That could be coming from this bathroom that was in the kitchen. It was full of standing water and reeked of sewage. What in the world is going on here? The owner doesn't want to talk about it.
No cameras. No cameras what? First of all, don't touch. First of all, don't touch the camera.
Don't touch the camera.
Talk to my attorney.
Don't touch my camera. Don't touch my camera.
110 violations.
And I want y'all to continue to stay on these folks' necks by calling the health department when y'all see these violations, because they trying to take out the whole damn community.
And Chow, I need us to start thinking differently. Yeah, because everybody keeps calling this a boycott. But baby, this ain't no boycott. No, this is a wealth transfer. Yeah, and sugar, it's long overdue. Because for generations, we've been taught that spending our dollars is just about buying a product. And baby, that ain't what it is. Every dollar is an investment in somebody else's community. Every dollar helps somebody hire employees. Yeah, buy property, build generational wealth, send their children to college, expand their business. Y'all following me? So when we intentionally decide to spend our money with businesses that don't respect us, don't invest in us, don't hire us, and don't stand with us, we're not just taking money away, we're transferring it. We're redirecting it. We're making a deposit somewhere else. Think about that. Every time you choose a Black-owned restaurant, a Black-owned beauty supply, a Black-owned contractor, a Black-owned bookstore, a Black-owned coffee shop, a Black-owned accountant, a Black tech company, baby, that's a deposit. That's a wealth transfer. And I need us to stop thinking about this as something temporary. This cannot be something we do for 2 weeks because we're angry. This has got to be a lifestyle. Because if our dollars help build other communities, imagine what those same dollars could do if we start investing in our own. Yeah, think about that. Baby, this is our first deposit. Now let's keep it up. All right, good people.
And another thing, I ain't never seen no Asian people at no Black salon. I ain't never seen no Asian people at a soul food restaurant. I ain't never seen that. I ain't never seen no Asian person at the barber shop. I ain't never seen it. Nah, I know Asian people go to their own Asian people. They do. Asian people support each other. If they got a barbershop, the Asian people going to there to get their hair cut. They don't go to black places, salons to get their hair done. They go to each other. Like I said the other day, I never seen Asians in the nail shop unless they work there. That's funny.
Honestly, go ahead and boycott the Asian businesses. We as Asian businesses could stand to learn the value of the Black dollar. And yes, South Asians, I said we spent all of last month talking about how we're Asian too. I understand that Ricc, Chow, and his thug-ass son are East Asian, but y'all know damn well that could have been one of y'all's parents. That immigrant mindset of come to America, keep your head down, don't bother anyone, they won't bother you. First of all, that's outdated. That's not going to work. You have to educate yourself on what's going on. Second of all, our parents need to understand what happened in this country, the groundwork that was laid, the work that Black Americans did to give us the rights that we have now. Third of all, you don't get to come here and say you just want to keep your head down and make an honest living and have the American dream and don't cause any waves, but at the same time, uphold anti-Blackness and the disenfranchisement of Black Americans. You can't have it both ways. And before any of you want to get in my comments with some slick ass shit to say, talking about fine, okay, if they don't want to shop at our establishments, go get your own dry cleaners, go get your own restaurants, go get your own convenience stores. You are proving the point that's being made, first of all. I'm going to tell you two things that the Black community have been trying to tell you. You just won't listen. One, Black people don't forget. Black people do not forget. So if you already said some slick ass racist ass shit, you're fucked. I'm sorry. You've already lost them. And that serves you right. Number two, Black people will treat you how you treat them. It is really that simple. And it makes perfect sense. In a country that has sought out to systemically oppress them from jump, I get that they're going to be weary interacting with different people. They're going to want to understand what you think of them and how you want to treat them. Because why would they intentionally subject themselves to that kind of bullshit? But let me also tell you something. When they say social media is the loudest minority, that shit's so real. You can have every single Black person on TikTok come on here and say, I am no longer supporting insert Asian business. And you know what? They could genuinely mean that and they will never set foot in your door. But most people are not on TikTok. You are still going to have Black patrons coming to your establishments, giving you a chance, being open. This is your chance to prove you are exactly who you claim to be. Treat them with some respect, make them feel welcome and invited, and don't fucking antagonize them. Don't watch them, don't hover, don't talk down to them when they're coming in ready to spend their own money at your establishment. Don't follow them around the store. And for fuck's sake, don't chase little children out of your store just to shoot them in the back in self-defense. Bitch, fuck you. And to Ricc, Chow and your thug-ass son,
Yeah, and Black people, it's more than just boycotting. It's about blacking them out completely. It's about stop allowing them access to the community. It's about taking accountability. It's about stop inviting people to the cookout. No to-go place, no sharing stories with them. It's about building community. It's about gaining our self-respect back as a collective. It's about gaining respect for each other as a collective, because this is not centered around them. It's more than just shopping at Black businesses or creating more Black businesses. It's about building community with other people. And it's about creating business with each other. One thing that they have stripped from us as a collective is simple respect for one another. We can't stop what they already set in motion, but we can take our power back. And they stripped us of community because they don't have community. Their community is centered around racism. And there's no space to be trying to get over on anybody else. Each one teach one. If you got gems or information to drop or share with people, then do it. If you can start making a financial group or an investment group with people, do it. Let's share this information. Even if it's through Messenger, even if it's through offline, let's share this information with each other.
A community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax bases for your own people. You should at least control four basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
Hello. Yeah. No, I was just listening to y'all. Really, y'all sound. I love what you're saying, and it's good. That I think it's a little deeper than what a lot of people's looking at it. To be honest with you, we're hitting on a lot of points, but I think the real mastermind behind this is truly the Democrats is behind this. That not guilty verdict. Now, everyone knows that was wrong. Everyone knows that on the young kid. I still believe that was designed to get it not guilty on that, because it's they're trying to get people to do the wrong things to benefit them. They're trying to lock Black people in, the foundation people in. They're trying to lock us in to say, oh, we at this stage now, we need them, and we run and vote and go crazy. So they continue to keep throwing this stuff in front of us. Both of these cases is strictly decided by the Democrats. It didn't have nothing to do with everybody's complaining and hollering about, well, what about the jury? What about it was 5 Blacks or 7 Blacks? It didn't have, I don't care if it was 12 Blacks on both juries. You always don't get the same results. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The results was going to turn out the same. I don't care how much pampering people want to throw out there. And then on this TikTok, everybody holler, they are, they keep saying those people trying to get us out there. What you mean, those people? Those people are the Democrats. Quit hiding the truth. The truth is the Democrats is doing this to us. The Democrats got both of these cases exactly where they wanted them at. They need people to settle into their frame and they box all over again. But I'm going to give you another important point. Watch. The next snake of the head getting ready to come out, people might not want to hear it. But the head of the snake getting ready to come out to attack us Black foundation people is Mrs. Obama. I promise you that. Y'all don't want to hear it, but I'm going to tell you the truth. She is the next.
Hold on, one second, one second, my good brother. I got to interrupt you real quick. The Democrats.
You did, because I was about to ask you to step in. Thank you.
Yeah, the Democrats own one half of it. This is the system of W supremacy, where the Democrats own 50% of that stake. The Republicans are as well. I mean, we are talking about Texas. We're talking about a red state. I'm not going to pin this on just one political party. It's both political parties, because both of those political parties are supremacist relatives. Trust me. To put this in a notion to where we're boxing it off to just one little corner of politics, that ain't what it is. This is about the system of supremacy worldwide, national, and targeting a Black child the same way they target Black adults, Black families, and everything Black that they see. We're not going to put this on one political party, because then it turns into some type of thing where issues go and they disappear and they get caught in the mumbo jumbo back and forth. This is about the system of supremacy. So when you say the system of supremacy, you're indicting the Democrats and the Republicans. For everybody who always says, well, what about the Republicans or what about the Democrats? I say the system of supremacy covers both of them. There it is. So if you say, what about the mom and what about the dad? When I say the kid, it's a product of both. So this is a product of both of them. This is a product of both sides of that system of supremacy. And we're talking about a snake. The only snake that truly matters is the two-headed snake that's a part of the same body that we call system of supremacy, and the Democrats and the Republicans alike. See, when you turn it into a political thing, it makes it look like that's all it is. Karmelo Anthony wasn't attacked by a Democrat. He wasn't attacked by a Republican. He was attacked by a W. Political affiliations mean nothing and they hold no weight when they target our people. They mean nothing and they hold no weight when they unalive our people, railroad our people, humbug our people, or send our people to jail unjustly. Because backstage, them Democrats you talking about and the Republicans, they high-fiving and then they going out to dinner tonight and the country club tonight and they playing golf tonight. What we're going to do in this era, we're going to talk about what it's always been, the system of supremacy and all of their culprits. Everything else is an extension, but we're not going to talk about the extension and not talk about the mainframe. The mainframe is the culture and the agenda and the thoughts and the actions in which these people live in and what we call the religion of W supremacy. Everything else is just secondary. So no, we're not going to minimize it. We're going to maximize it, and maximizing it turns it on to everybody. I know you want to say something as well, Natural.
Well, you took the words out of my mouth. I didn't want to cut him off, so I'm glad that you got in there when you got in there, because, I mean, you started off good. But, yeah, no, we don't do that. This is white supremacy. So that blaming it on one party to the next, we don't do that over here at all. So we have a clear understanding of what's going on. And that's what a lot of people don't understand, because everybody trying to call it everything but what it is. Supremacy. Did you have any closing statements, Keith, before I bring anybody else up?
Okay. Yeah, I follow Black Alpha. I listen to him. I feel like he say a lot of important things, but this is something that both of y'all attacked me the wrong way. Y'all didn't want to hear it.
Nobody's attacking you, brother.
Hold on.
No, you hold on now, because you're talking about attacking now. So now you've opened yourself up for me to interrupt
We
you.
didn't attack you.
We're not. If you think us calling out the system of supremacy and correcting you about not minimizing it is an attack, then you are in the wrong place, the wrong time, and quite frankly, the wrong generation. It's not an attack. It's a correction to where we don't run around here now and have our babies thinking they got to stay away from the Democrats, and then our babies run to the Republicans, and then the Republicans treat them the same way the Democrats do. We're not going to run from one side to the other or give this falsified mixed message that there's one good half. The way you're talking now, you're presenting it as if there's a good side of this.
No, no, sir.
You may not realize that's what you're doing, but that's
no, that ain't what I'm saying. But see, if I tell you what you sound like, you're going to twist it around differently because you feel like
you directly. Nobody's twisted anything. You were quoted directly. I'm literally using your words and your statements and your phrases and quoting them directly. So we're not going to play the game of misinformation or misquoting. I quoted you directly. You said this is about the Democrats. There's no way that you can misinterpret that, twist that, tangle that, flip it upside down. I said what you said, and I'm saying that what you said is incorrect. And the projection and the deflection will be met with rejection. This is not about the Democrats. This is about the system of supremacy. And the fact that you're getting so bothered and triggered by that, that makes me wonder, are you a Republican?
No, I'm not, sir. No, I'm on your side. I've been on your side. I know, but listen.
It makes no sense at all.
I need you to listen. And this is for anyone going forward. Please don't come up here thinking that y'all say that we're going to give you a buy. Y'all see I made my mod mute my own cousin. I do not care. So when y'all come up here and say, oh, I've been listening to you for a long time, and you know you're going to come with BS behind it, we still going to tear you apart. So we did not attack you, and that's not fair for you to say that we attacked you because we corrected you. We're talking about supremacy. You're not going to break it up into parties. I put you on mute for a reason. So you're not going to break it up into parties. is what we are saying. But telling us that you listen to us, because now what that sounds like to me is, oh, but now y'all don't agree with me, so now I don't know about following y'all. You don't need to lead that you've been listening to Alpha or anyone for X amount of time and then come with something right behind it, because it doesn't matter either way. Okay, correction, any of us, Alpha could correct me, I can correct him, anyone could be corrected, but to say you're being attacked when we're dealing with supremacy, and we do not break them up in parties. And even the chat kept repeating what you were saying. You said Democrats. We don't break it up in parties. So to feel that you're being attacked in a place where you've listened to us, so you must like our commentary, but now you feel attacked, that's not cool. So that's what we're saying. I'm gonna go ahead and let you speak, or if Alpha has something to say.
Let me shout out. I see my brother Capital Blacc in here. My brother Capital Blacc said it best. Take the correction, family. Take the correction. That's all it is. It's a correction. You know, and I know you said you listening to me. Listen, I got thousands of people listening to me. I'm a legend. I'm a living legend. They're going to listen to me hundreds of years from now. So I'm not really worried about who's listening. I'm more worried about who's getting the message. And the message is, somehow we talking about Karmelo Anthony and you start talking about Michelle Obama. Michelle Obama wasn't there at that school that day. Michelle Obama wasn't in that courtroom that day. And this, quite frankly, is a distraction. We are trying to get everybody focused on the system of supremacy and all the evil, devious, dastardly things that the system of supremacy does. We do not have time to start cutting it up, divvying it up, playing favorite races. It's all about getting to the point, getting to the facts, and indicting both of these people. Because remember, there would be no system of supremacy without the cooperation of both of these parties. So if you speak about one, you got to speak about the other. And the way we cover that is that we call out the whole damn system. Matter of fact, Natural, let's move on. Let's move on. We sitting there talking about Karmelo. Let's move on. I'm going to show the brother Karmelo Anthony much more love, much more respect, and much more grace than to have a conversation talking about this brother derailed by some partisan Democrat Republican BS. Let's move right along in the spirit of foundational Black America grassroots and just step on all the naysayers. Because family, there's a hell of a lot of confusion out there, and a lot of it is unnecessary. Let's get straight to the point. This is a blackout, boycott, call it what you want. But let me tell you what we're not going to do. I'm hearing a lot of people running around and they saying, let's not call it a blackout. Let's not call it a boycott. Let's call it disengagement. Let's call it ban. Let's call it be quiet and go with the flow. How about that one? Okay, that don't need no type of energy, that don't need no type of frequency. Folks need to understand exactly what it is. You understand the assignment. Don't let all these extra people be extra and complex, because that's what ends up slowing everything down. This is a blackout. My sister just gave you all the numbers. This is a boycott. My sister just gave you all the numbers, and that's exactly what it is. Here we go again, trying to get something popping, and here come people with 1,000 different damn names. We already all over the damn place. One person said, don't call it this, don't call it that. We stuck in the what we gonna call it phase. I don't know about nobody else, but I'm gonna tell you, like my sister Natty said earlier today, she gonna continue to delineate, regulate, separate. We gonna call it a boycott and a blackout, and we gonna move on. If anybody wants to call it whatever the hell they want to call it, go ahead and have fun with it, but you ain't slowing this down. This is about those of us who want to be here, those of us who's making it plain, like Brother Malcolm says, and getting straight to it, getting straight to work. We're not gonna be frozen in the I'm gonna call it this game. Well, I'm going to call it this. Next thing you know, fam, you're going to end up seeing damn TikTok lives, and they're going to be in there arguing and fighting over what we going to call it. They're going to be in here, what we going to call this banging. You already know what it is, family. So that's what it is, and we moving forward with this type of time. And if you look, fam, ours is getting the most traction because ours has the most horizon and the most reach, and we're talking to the most people because we are making it plain. That's how you got to do it. Everybody knows that these people are afraid. You can see the ramifications and the aftershocks of Black Americans standing on certified foundational Black American business, and it's really doing work to these people, because this is why they was out here and afraid, and they was trying to get us to not do this. Family, don't ever in your life take when these people are making these videos as some means of them being tough. That's them trying to use reverse psychology. Okay, it's like the person in the room, what they say, the person in the room who's the loudest ain't really about that life. The person who acts the toughest ain't really about that life. The one who says, knock out everybody in here, really ain't gonna bust a grape in a fruit fight. That's what it was with all those videos that you've seen coming out. Those people that was running their mouth and talking all that reckless talk, family, those was folks who were just scared. That was them pleading us to not do it. See, they're not just going to come out and be like, hey, please, Black Americans don't do it. But instead, they're going to say, I dare you to. I want you to. Okay, challenge accepted. And then we went along with it. We broke it all the way down. And now they know exactly how it is. So these folks are seeing the aftershocks. And I just passed about 1 billion different stores of theirs down in Florida. And them things is empty, fam. They looking like abandoned buildings right now. You cannot tell me that they are not feeling the pressure from Black Americans and this blackout. You just can't tell me that. You know what I'm saying? And this is what I'm loving, because I'm seeing a lot of brothers and sisters. We out here filming it so we can see it in motion. And like my sister Natty said, it don't take everybody. What we going to do in this generation, this time in the era, fam, this is all about my loved ones, my relatives, and my cousins. It's all about those of us who want to be here. It's time we celebrate who wants to be here. I seen somebody made a video today, and they was talking about, we can't all be invited. We're going to have to leave some people behind. And I'm like, y'all still saying that? That is so 2002. Who the hell still says that? Family, it's known. We ain't going up to F them. We don't give a damn about these people. I'm not running around here talking about not everybody can make it. Fam, that's old. Hell no. What's understood don't need to be explained nor discussed. I don't give a damn. Everybody can't make it. We're going to have to leave some people behind. I thought we established that in 2002. Family, we moving on with who needs to be here. That's it. We ain't wasting no time. Fam, we're not going to make the same mistakes over and over and over and over and over again. F anybody who don't want to rock with this. F anybody who says, I'm not going to do it. Then F you and your people. Straight up, we're moving right along. We're doing exactly what we want to do. We're doing exactly how we want to do it. And we will be effective with each other. That is it. We ain't looking for no new recruits. We don't want to convince nobody. I seen some brother do a damn video, and he's at a store and he's trying to convince some sister, talking about some, have you seen Cyrus Belton? Did you hear what happened to Karmelo? He asked the person, please. He was like, can you please boycott? Did you see that?
Yeah, and people wanted me to do that too. And it's like, I'm out there by myself, watch my back and filming at the same time. Just shut up, because y'all not doing shit. Yeah, I'm not pleading with nobody.
They don't know you. They got the wrong one.
They sure don't.
This is a new energy. This is a new vibration. Hell no, we ain't asking nothing, fam. We ain't pleading for no damn body. I'll be damned if I'm gonna go out there and have to convince somebody that we need to do this. Fam, anybody that you have to convince to boycott is somebody who ain't gonna be effective doing it in the first place. These people's refusal to get on board is the same exact reason why we don't want them on board. Keep your over there. Stay right where you are. Stay the heck away from us. We handling business. Last thing we need is some sabotagers, some slow pokes, some slouches to come up in here and try to talk to us. We don't want none of them people. I'm saying it right now, family. I do not want any outsider to come in here who's off code. I don't want no recruits. If you ain't already on that damn page and you ain't bought yourself to that page, then stay away from ours. And that's what I'm talking about. And with that said, that's why things are moving right along. That's why things is trucking good, because we're not begging nobody. We ain't pleading nobody. We ain't asking nobody. We just doing it for ourselves. This is the do it for yourself era, family. This is when I was in Washington, D.C. at the Rally for Reparations. One of the parts of my speech, I said, everything we done did it by our damn self. And you know what I'm talking about. Beep. Put the beeps in there, family, but we done did it on our own. Y'all got to remember, y'all, there was black folks who wanted to leave the plantation during slavery, and there was folks saying, I don't want to leave. Remember this, fam. Every single thing that we've ever done, there's been folks who didn't want to do it and try to stop everybody else from doing it. This ain't nothing new. This is the same thing. Ain't nothing changed but the numbers on the range, baby. Okay? They've been doing this for quite some damn time. So what we going to start doing, fam, we're going to keep on pushing. We're going to step right on them. That's it. Okay, so this is what it is, and keep on trucking, family. And at the end of the day, they're going to be begging to come over here to our side. Because think about this, fam. And I want everybody to think about this. Come on over here to our side. We on code, brothers and sisters, kings and queens, goddess and gods, standing on business. Now let's think about their side. What? Going there with people like Ricc trying to chase you down? Going there, getting told you buy, you go. They don't have no safety net. See, fam, we provide our own safety net when we boycott or we black out. That means we got each other's back. These people who don't want to do that, fam, do you see the company that they're around? So you want to still be around the Ricc Chows of the world? Really? You still want to get pew-pewed in your back? You want to run and get chased for 130 yards? That's what you want. Remember, fam, we good over here. We got ourselves. They don't. So let them stay over there and stay surrounded by ops. And we're going to continue to do what we're doing. And we're going to continue to hold it down. And when we hold it down, we're going to make it right. And that's the bottom line. And that's the energy that my brothers and sisters is on. And the energy that my brothers and sisters is on is absolutely flawless.
You on Oahu? Oahu?
I'm in Waikiki.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of meth heads out there, but go ahead.
No, I'm not a meth head at all. I'm a biologist and a structural engineer.
I'm not saying it, sir. I'm good Lord. Go ahead. Just go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So after I was robbed, and all my money ran out after 6 months, I ended up on the streets. So I was homeless for almost a year before I was able to get into a program that got me the apartment that I'm in right now.
Okay.
Weird, right?
Yeah. A lot of homeless, So.
And then I got laid off about 6.5 months ago, and there's no structural help for any single man like me. So I'm going to be homeless again.
Oh, man.
Weird. And I was laid off from Lowe's.
You were working at the hardware store?
I was.
Okay.
I was managing the garden center.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, hopefully you get it together, man. Hopefully you find more employment and get it together.
Well, I appreciate your concern, but what I wanted to say is about this guy Lee Solo that I blocked, and I hope all of you here take a little bit of a note of this. When somebody's talking such bullshit, don't let them keep talking. Just block them, and that's it.
Okay, what did Lee Solo? I haven't talked to him yet. What did Lee Solo?
Okay, Tariq, are you there?
I'm here. Yes.
No, actually, when you first let me join, you were talking directly to him. He's the guy that was questioning you and being such a to you. And then you went on to somebody else after that.
No,
I'm just saying you did speak with him.
I was talking to Bubba. I don't think I spoke with Lee Solo yet.
Hey, why would I lie to you? Because why would I block Lee Solo while you were talking to him?
You must have
okay.
blocked Bubba or somebody.
Hey, Tariq, appreciate the shout out. But I'm telling you, Lee Solo is the guy that you were talking to.
Okay. All right, Taz. I see why your ass.
All right. Bye.
Okay. Yeah. Now I see why you got laid off. All right. And your ass is in a park, homeless, eating a pineapple sandwich. You crazy as cat shit. That's why you got laid off. Try to act like he's just getting laid off because he's innocent. No, man, you on the pipe. Pipe is as hell. The meth kicked right on up on him, didn't it? Yeah, you ain't just getting laid off. You're a maniac. All right. Lee Solo, what's up, Lee?
You know it, Tariq. I don't know what the hell was wrong with Taz because I've never even talked to you. This is like the second time I spoke with you, but I don't know what made him think that we were talking on the last call, but dude, he needs to just go to sleep. It's too late for him, obviously.
Yeah, and you know, earlier when I said, there's a lot of meth users. I'm not on meth, but he felt like that's a sign of guilt. I wasn't even talking about him, and then he got offended when I started talking about meth, and I wasn't even talking about him. But what's up, Lee Solo?
Nothing much. So I guess I'll chime in on the Karmelo thing because listen, I do live in Collin County in Richardson, Texas, which is not too far from where the kid was stabbed. But honestly, Tariq, I mean, I'm just like, I guess sad for both sides, but I really don't see what's the point of trolling the kid on, on Twitter, because I'm seeing a lot of like people go in on Austin. And listen, I did a lot of dumb things when I was young. Luckily, it didn't get me killed. But I just don't really think we should troll a dead anymore at this point because he's already gone. But as far as like his father and his sibling, fuck them. But I just don't see what's the point of continue to just like, going on a kid who's already dead. That's, I guess, my whole thing.
Well, I think people got an issue with that damn dad. His dad is acting like a damn flaming white supremacist. His dad sounds like damn Richard Spencer. So yeah, there's not going to be a lot of sympathy when your dad is out here sounding like the Grand Wizard. That's a problem. Now,
and what about Jake Lang? I know you've seen that he came to Dallas. Like I was literally on Twitter when he announced that he was coming, and then I think like as soon as he got off the plane, they took him into custody, and he's still like I don't know if you even seen like his Twitter, but he's claiming that like black COs down there are like beating on him and all type of stuff, which is just not true. This guy is just sad. So I did wanted to hear your opinion on that, and I appreciate you, Uncle Tariq. I'll listen to you offline, brother. Thank you.
Jake, he's been on here before. I've debated Jake Lang and ran circles around him. So y'all go listen to that. Well, when did I debate him? About a year ago. I had to whoop on him verbally about a year ago on here. So he's a pathological liar, suspected white supremacist troll. Ain't nobody beating on him. Ain't nobody doing shit to him. Charlie, what's up, Charlie?
How you doing, brother Tariq? It's Charlie Street Crip, huh?
What's going on, man? Charlie Street Crip. What city you in, Charlie?
I'm in Bakersfield, California, the 661 where we get it done.
There you go, man. So what's on your mind?
Yeah, man, I just came on here to say, I don't know what that Lee Solo dude talking about. I cursed the Metcalf family, all of them.
Oh,
they all came from a broken home. They wanted to put those stereotypes on our brother Karmelo Anthony when in reality, you know what I'm saying, Austin is the bastard baby. His mom's a baby mama and his father's a baby daddy, just with extra paperwork. They came from a broken home and all that. Rustled and turmoiled into a bully and an abusive boy. That boy was running havoc around that high school. Cheerleaders complaining about him.
Heard about that too. I heard something. Yeah, some cheerleaders were saying that they were getting bullied by Metcalf and all this old stuff. So yeah, I've been hearing all types of stuff. So it's very, very, very interesting. But thank you for the call, brother. The prototype. What's up, prototype?
Hey Tariq, hey family, how y'all doing? I put down there in the purple pill about this supposed attorney Donnie Perales that's supposed to be representing him in his appeal, and I wondered if I don't know if anybody talked about that, but I want to we need to look into that because I believe to get that type of guy when you already had all these troubles, I mean, or they have tether, have something. I mean, why don't you have any black representation? That's just my question. Right. But that's all.
There you go. Well, yeah, hey, one of the reasons they don't have black representation, man, these black lawyers, I don't know what they're doing. And again, we've been very critical of some of the black lawyers. These black lawyers ain't really stepping up and showing who they are. And I don't know what's up with the black lawyers, man. Again, we've been on here for years talking about we need to have a whole plethora of black lawyers on standby. And I don't know what it is. A lot of black lawyers now are really trying to get with white firms, and I don't know if they want to be associated with radical cases. I don't know what the mindset is. I know the black lawyers like to come out when the DNC summons them to come and reprimand us about why we should vote. But yeah, these black lawyers are not stepping up like they need to, man. I don't know where they are. but it is not a good look. I really wish they step on up. You understand? Because see, back in the day, the streets would work with Black lawyers. They knew the assignment. You understand? The streets would work with Black lawyers. We knew the importance of looking out for each other, and we would bring them in, bring them on. Even during the Jim Crow era, we knew how to get Black lawyers and get thorough lawyers to come and help out with certain things. So yeah, we're missing that majorly. Dr. Davinsky, what's up, Dr. Davinsky?
Salam alaikum, brother Tariq. Man, I am in the Black Mecca of Atlanta.
Oh.
I just spent time at Magic City, and I just want to thank God for the FBA Huz. I'm telling you, every white man, they need to make a pilgrimage to the Black Mecca of Atlanta, go to a strip club. You got to go to a strip club where they've got leopard print tattoos and a kiss mark on the butt. My God, bro. Thank you so much, Tariq, for your genetic contribution to the FBA women.
Yes.
It's really a beautiful city.
Yes, indeed. Now, we know that what you in Atlanta for real. You in there for some good old A-Town Georgia peach bussy, right?
You have no idea. I was dancing with this girl. She was half Filipino, half Black American, and my God, I fell in love. So shout out to FBAs. You guys have good food.
You done found yourself your own little saucy Santana down there in Atlanta. So it's okay. It's all right. Ebony and Ivory.
Yeah. They call me White Papa.
What's on your mind?
Nothing really. I just wanted to say, man, beautiful city.
Here you go. All right, let me get my brother Black Alpha in the building. Black Alpha.
PCU certified. How you feeling,
good,
brother?
How are you, sir?
Hey, I'm good. Hey, now he know that wasn't no damn girl he was dancing with. Stop playing, David. Hey, that was Bussy and Bob. Quit playing with us. No, I just want to say real quick, family, that I'm proud of all of our foundational Black American brothers and sisters, how we're taking these negatives and turning them into positives. And our responses have been quite different in this era. We're taking this Karmelo Anthony situation, this railroading, and we're getting up our warrior game, and we're learning more about the law, and we're applying it, as well as Cyrus Belton. We're getting up our prioritizing of Black-owned businesses. So this is a great thing. I'm very proud of our lineage, heritage, and culture. And I want to tell everybody out there, when we see Jeff Metcalf keep running his mouth, I hope everybody knows that he's making a mistake, because that's only going to strengthen the appeal when we can point to this father and tell everybody that the mayo doesn't fall too far from the tree. Certified salute, brother.
Man, respect to that. Yes, indeed. Man. Did y'all see that? Have y'all seen this video circulating with these are they in the Philippines? It's like some Asians. They're doing them FBA dance routines. They're doing like they're acting like an HBCU marching band. They got the girls doing what our FBA sisters are doing. Y'all seen that video that's been circulating around? Very interesting. These people, boy, they study FBA culture. They're trying. Well, you see, they've been trying. They're trying heavy. They're trying to emulate us. And I think the video comes out of the Philippines, if I'm not mistaken. Listen, we are the cultural blueprint. It's funny when these same Asians, they'll come over here and try to get with the white tea supremacists and try to act like we want to be a part of their culture. What culture? You're emulating our culture. And that's okay, as long as there's respect on it. We are the exporters of global cool, from our music to our vernacular, our HBCU marching bands. Our culture is the blueprint. People all over the world consume our culture religiously. People want to wear our culture like a costume, because that gives them cultural capital and swagger in their own countries. The thing is, y'all better put some respect on the people who you got it from. That's where the problem comes in. See, when you try to assimilate, okay, people come over here, these same folks emulating us, you come over here and you see the racial hierarchy. And then you try to appease the white supremacists and then try to align against us after you've been cosplaying us. You see, you come over here and then anti-blackness become the social currency, showing disdain for foundational black Americans. You know, that's treated like a form of social currency. You know, cozying up to the dominant society, you adopt their talking points and try to use them against us when you sitting over here trying to cosplay us. See, we got a problem with that. See, you want the rhythm, but not the blues. You see, you love the aesthetic of foundational Black American culture, but you don't want nothing to do with the struggle that created that culture. See, that's the thing, that's the cross we bear. See, you like to mimic that HBCU drumline perfectly, but when we start talking about justice and systematic racism or whatever, they'd be the first ones talking about we shouldn't get no reparations and all that shit. They'd be the first ones. Understand where our culture comes from somewhere. It comes from a history of dealing with this oppression. Even that marching band culture that everybody loves today. You understand that came from somewhere. That didn't just pop up. Why did we create that marching band culture that these people are emulating? So you got to understand the whole marching band thing, that was a military thing. That was dated to when basically our ancestors were the drummers of the military because they didn't want to give us weapons. They were afraid to give Black people weapons. So we were the drummers in the military. Y'all know that? Even in the Civil War, they would have us as the drummers. And then they had to give us those weapons because the white supremacists, the North, they were losing. So they're like, oh, hey, Black folks, you want to get back at your masters? Come fight for us. And we're like, oh, shit, say less. Come fight with us, say less. But the thing is, after the Civil War, there was a whole bunch of military wind instruments laying around. So foundational Black Americans, we took those instruments, created jazz and other music genres, and we took that rigid, monotonous European military structure and we put our own ancestral memory into it. Syncopation, we put call and response, polyrhythms, all that shit. So we fundamentally re-engineered the sonic architecture of the brass band, and that reflected our own cultural rhythm. This is what I'm saying. These marching bands came from something. And also it was a kinetic rebellion against Jim Crow. Understand the psychological environment of the segregated South in the mid-20th century, the early to the mid-20th century. We were living under the constant threat of racial terror, Jim Crow laws, the system completely designed to strip away all of our humanity and try to make us subservient. So that HBCU marching band, that became like a sanctuary of unapologetic joy, that whole festive, high energy dancing and that high stepping, that was a form of rebellion. That was a place where we can express freedom and precision and express out loud, you know what I'm saying? In defiance of a society that really demanded that we stayed invisible. And you know, the culture of that marching band, that came from one brother, that the style of it, Dr. William P. Foster. Y'all heard of him? Y'all look up Dr. William P. Foster. That was he's the architect of that whole high-stepping HBCU band thing. He was down there at Florida A&M in the 1940s. And, you know, he was told by the dominant society there was really no jobs for colored conductors and all that. So he said, shit, damn that. So he created something called the Marching 100. And he broke away from that whole traditional stiff roll step shit used by the white institutions. And he integrated like the jazz, ragtime, all of that highly complex choreography. So he created that blueprint that every other program in the world now tries to copy. You understand? So yeah, there's people who created this stuff. We have the Alcorn State Golden Girls in the 60s, the Jackson State J-Sets. And so they created these stand routines in J setting, which is a percussive acrobatic style that blended jazz and foundational Black American movements in it. So all of this stuff came from somewhere. A lot of it comes out of New Orleans too. That whole cutting tradition, that whole competitive, aggressive nature of HBCU band culture. That's that fifth quarter where bands battle in the stands. That comes from New Orleans. That comes from the cutting culture of New Orleans. You understand? So we transform sports halftime shows. You know, before we got involved, a lot of football halftime shows were basically a bathroom break. These predominantly white institutions were doing dry, militaristic marching drills. It was boring. People are like, let me go to the bathroom with this shit. So we, foundational Black Americans, we transformed halftime bands into like a culturally main event. We'd integrate the popular music and these fly dance steps and that fly showmanship. So we created a massive entertainment draw. So they realized that our style and energy brought money and eyeballs to these halftime shows. So that made it a staple of American sports. You see, it's real deep. Let me get Kofi in here. Well, Bubba, hold on. Bubba, what is it, Bubba? Hold on. Bubba wants to get back on. Bubba, what is it? What is it, Bubba? What's happening, Bubba?
Oh, nothing. What do you call that? I just really wanted to talk about the Daniel Penny.
Okay, you want to talk about Daniel Penny. What about?
Talk about Daniel Penny. But let's get back to Joseph Metcalf.
Okay, Daniel. Okay, you can't talk about Justin without talking about Daniel. So what about Daniel?
Like, what do you call it? Dude, you're just gonna reiterate points. Let's move on to like the actual discussion, dude. Let's talk about freaking
No, we're talking. The
Karmelo Anthony
is self-defense. That's the discussion and the racialized enforcement of self-defense laws.
Yeah, he clearly stabbed the kid in the heart, and then
self-defense. It wasn't. He didn't just walk up to some random person and stab him, sir. Stop it. He didn't just walk up to a random innocent person and stabbed him. He was being assaulted by this man.
Okay, let's get. It was just one. It was one man, right?
Stop it. He was.
Was it one man?
By multiple people, sir.
No, it's not, dude.
It was, dude. He was being assaulted.
No, it's not.
What do you mean he wasn't? Yes, he was.
No, every 26 of them all testified that Austin was only by himself when he went up there. You have video cameras. They all agree. The police report says it.
That is a lie. Okay, you're not going to sit your ass up because you're not going to sit here lying. Okay, that's a damn lie. All right, y'all don't have an argument. You want to sit here and lie and us not call out your lie. That is a lie. Hell, Hunter Metcalf said they both came up to him. He already did an interview admitting that they both walked up to him. So you're not going to lie? Stop it. He was clearly not by himself. There was multiple people there, obviously. Don't start lying. Kofi, what's up, Kofi?
Hey, what's going on, player? How you doing tonight? This morning.
You, brother?
Yeah. Man, I just want to piggyback what you said when you talking about Florida A&M. To this day, that Florida A&M Marching 400 is like considered the best marching band, HBCU marching band in the United States.
Oh, yeah.
That's great information, man. I never knew that.
Oh, yeah. They came from there. Oh, yeah. It came out of. Oh, yeah. Real talk, man. There's a lot of us don't know this stuff. Yeah. But yeah, we got to know the context of all this stuff. That's like when you see certain marching bands and bands coming out of Florida kicking ass, yeah, because it came out of there. Just like when you see people like in Philly with all them good barbers. Philly is infamous for having some of the best barbers in the world. There were like very thorough black barbering schools out there in Philly early on. So we got to know the history of certain things and why certain things go down like that. All right, let me see. Let's get Miss Ebony in here. Let's get Ebony in the building. Miss Ebony in the building. Where's Miss Ebony?
Hello, how you doing?
How you doing, beloved?
I'm doing well, thank you. I just wanted to come on and say is that I just hate how they're focusing so much on how that boy Austin died, but they're not focusing like on how he went and attacked Karmelo. That's just like sending me.
Right.
They are just so like, yeah, like he stabbed him and he's at fault, but no one's talking about how he went in there and attacked that boy. So that's all I wanted to say. Like, I just think that people need to also focus on that he did go and attack that boy. And then I also
You're playing. You one of them. You a chatty patty. Oh, you a chatty patty, Ebony. Good Lord. I got it, Ebony. Oh, Lord. Ebony's a chatty patty. You one of them girls. He's one of them girls you invite over and you hit and she don't want to leave. Right? She want to sit here and talk about her modeling career. Okay. All right. We got it, Ebony. Got it, dear. Let me call you an Uber. I'm going to call you an Uber, Ebony. Shout out to Ebony, lovely sister, chatty patty. But yeah, they keep acting like Karmelo just ran up and stabbed some innocent kid. No. Y'all not going to, no. He didn't stab him. He was defending himself. He didn't just walk up like Jack the Ripper on an innocent person, like Austin Metcalf was somewhere selling Boy Scout cookies. And he wasn't somewhere being innocent with a lemonade stand. No, he was assaulting Karmelo after Karmelo continued to warn him, hey, leave me alone. Austin Metcalf was 100% in the wrong. Let's stop this shit. He wasn't innocent. He had zero authority over a tent that he didn't own. He didn't own them bleachers. You didn't own the school. You're not an authoritative figure. You had no authority to go over to Brother Karmelo at all. Zero. And you damn sure had no authority to threaten him. Talking about you're going to kick his ass. And you had no authority to put your hands on him. Karmelo was defending himself. That's the reality. You're not going to escape that.
I can dig it. I'm on my way.
Where you going, Root Work Jones?
There's some musty suckers on the streets. I got to go handle that. I got to split, baby. Can you dig it?
When you need to clean the stank off the streets, you don't call your mama. You call Root Work Jones. Root Work Jones is a stone cold dude that keeps the stanky suckers shaking in their boots.
Listen up, chumps. I'm looking for Dolomus. Can you dig it?
Root Work Jones is getting down to the nitty-gritty, taking on the mustiest sucker in the city.
Dolomust is my name, and staying good and musty is my game. Where is Root Work Jones?
This is a super soul brother getting rid of the stank. And you can for sure take that to the bank.
Take that, you musty jive turkeys.
When Root Work Jones is not dealing with drama, he finds time to deal with foxy mamas.
Why don't you come on over here and give me some of that root work, sugar?
Root Work Jones. He's bold. He's bad. And he's keeping the suckers musty mad. Root Work Jones coming to a theater near you. Go to rootworkstyle.com.